Morning, Mary. How are you doing today? Huh, is this thing working or what? I'm good. Can you hear me? It sounds that my mic's working. All right.
Hi, Larry.
Morning. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Good to hear.
I was searching the channels. I came to Z's channel, and Tommy Illuminati's on there, and he's just going off on fuck nothing. It's funny.
They're where?
On Z's channel, they're just
Oh,
Tommy took over the broadcasting with his crazy psychoanalysis on life through his
uh,
eyes. Yeah.
I did. I don't know. Some of these people I don't really understand. It's like they got you know some wealth of some knowledge, some good insight, but they want to approach it so negatively it doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. I understand that. I have people who come at me with certain ways, and when I ask them to look me in the face and talk about it, they can't look me in the face and talk about it.
Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Mary says good morning.
Hello, Barry. It's good to see you. Yeah. You should come up. How are you doing today, Larry?
Oh, ups, downs, back and forth, and somewhere in between.
All right. We had a beautiful moon, but it's hiding behind the roof of one of the apartment buildings. But it's gorgeous moon tonight or
That,
today.
that's cool.
Yeah. I remember my parents and my grandparents and my aunts, they would always carry around the two things besides their Bible was a Reader's Digest and an almanac.
uh,
My grandma always called all the women every morning. If she could find at least one funny thing to share with all the women in the family for that day, she would. She would share a joke.
that's
And
cool.
right. And I was thinking about this the last couple of weeks. I'm like, if my grandma was alive, this would be the fucking funniest thing is to listen to that woman, talk to people and enlighten them with a Reader's Digest joke, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Morning, Chuck.
Our joke. Mm. How's your paid level today, Larry?
Um,
Sorry, apparently I woke up still stoned or not stoned enough.
You sound
So here's a joke. When you're sitting in a live chat with someone who's called you nefarious names and they utter not a single word to you, I waited. I was in a live chat last night, and
good.
who you spoke of showed up with his nonsense, and he was behaved. So I don't mean nonsense like BS, but his idea on what to do as a solution in this society. So
Mm.
I joined the conversation and waited for something, was kind, open hearted, you know what I'm saying, trying to be the best me.
Right, and here comes Tommy Illuminati.
Yeah, but he says nothing to me. And
Yeah,
I'm like, okay, all right, thanks for putting yourself in that place you need to be. So I can recognize, right?
mm,
But I thought it was very telling when some of these people who are very boisterous and passionate about what they have to say, when push comes to shove, they do know when to behave and how to behave.
yeah. It's a lot of structured communication and knowing who yourself is. Even want to come to the table and say, "Yeah, well, I got something different to say about it," you know. But if you can't say it where it's in such a way that not only does it touch the the physical heart of somebody, where they would want to, put their hand on their chest and be like, "Damn, I feel that," you know,
Yes.
then you have no skills, or you have no character, and you have no free will to just be and know that you can be an example to somebody else, and you don't even have to say a word, really.
Hmm.
That's a beautiful thing.
It's the joy, really, of being centered.
Yeah. Yeah. Even when your body's in pain, and even when you had a bad day because of some situation in your habitat, there's always that center point you could come to, take 2 steps in and just breathe it out and be like, you know what? I'm not perfect. Thank God that I'm not perfect yet.
Yes, absolutely.
You know,
It's a burden I don't want to bear.
right? Because in all reality, if God is really the creator of all things and looking in on all of this and just, you know, doesn't even throw his hands up, it's just like, huh, I fucking made that, huh? It would take a long time. It would take a long time for a child to know even what his parents were in that life, and how it actually now makes sense. And then you
Yeah,
can move forward in creating something that's
bless
beautiful,
you, Larry.
and that everybody can have a participation in.
That's the funny thing. When you're in a certain set of mind, is you can't see how other people just want to be them and they just want you to be you.
Right.
I think that's why I get so irritated with a negative mindset, because it doesn't just prevent the person who's being negative uh, from furthering like their own thinking or processes, but the people around them as well. It hinders all their progress.
Communications
Yes.
and their daily activities of their life.
Yes. Or the
Yeah.
one problem that's been plaguing them and they can't just figure out their last little bit that they need to do to solve it, like it,
Right.
there's a cacophony of ways it can affect and not affect. Like
What is
if
that
some
word, cacophony? What does that mean?
cacophony, a whole bunch of. So like the band makes a cacophony of sounds when they're practicing in their warm up.
Oh, okay. So it's an irritation, but only because everybody's just warming up.
Yes.
Ah,
Yes.
I can relate to that in so many ways. Thank you.
So when even we have our own moments of negativity,
Mhm.
if you think that's exactly what happens within the brain, is it starts to become a giant noisy chaos.
Oh,
Maybe for a moment, but maybe in that moment someone walked by that you're supposed to be connecting with.
right.
And that connection doesn't happen. And now that moment of whatever, can you deal with loudmouth out there? That moment of whatever is now delayed what was intended to happen in that moment by hours, days, weeks, months, right?
And how many times does that happen in one day? Good Lord.
Oh man,
Whew.
Danny, think of it as being a mom. You've been a mom a
That's
long
the
time, like
only
me.
way I could think about it, Mary.
And that minute that you lose the opportunity to teach the lesson in the kindest way, and you feel like a dumbass because your brain is filled with that cacophony, and you let a moment slip by.
Right. I've had moments where I had to stand real still, and even though tears dripped out of my eyes and boogers came out of my nose, I stood there and I let it be heard. I let the other person be heard. And then I just went silent
Yes.
and I walked away. And this is some things you have to do with your own children and your own family members, let
Mm-hmm.
alone the people around you. And people would be like, "Oh, you done fucking pissed her off. You did this, you did that, blah 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 blah." And it's like, no, no. If that's how you saw life growing up with me in the home, obviously I was at work. So
Mm-hmm.
obviously there was so many failures of communication that I didn't even know that there were women sleeping in my bed when I wasn't there with my children in the house. This is horrifying for a woman, but
Yep.
yet this happens, you know, for 11 and a half years of my life. And I had to sit back and think of my children and be like, God, who do you call mother?
Mm-hmm.
And so if that's so, well, then respects for her. Thank you. Thank you for, you know, for doing your job for my kids.
Right. Right.
Even though, even though you have 5 other kids with another man, my ex wants to take care of your family with his money and your money. So
Mm-hmm.
I leave you both to that, and I hope you both grow from that. Because when my kids come back to my house or they're in my vicinity, they know who's mom.
And there's sometimes in those moments that we must stand still.
Right?
Um, it's best not to fight it. So,
It's not worth it.
well, there are times where like I'll have a disagreement with my mate,
Yeah.
and I can see where I'm being irritable, right?
Right?
And how I'm not adding to anything but negative. And then my mate would say just not in a negative way, but this off color or the way he said something would definitely be like, hey, Mary, why don't you shut up and let that statement sit for a minute? Like, that's what these moments are for. Because sometimes, like you said, that it doesn't need anything. We don't need to say anything or do anything. but just to let the moment sit in what it is.
Right.
And sometimes those are the greatest,
Right.
they're the greatest thing because you're really allowing the other person to also think, to also have a moment.
Because they have to realize what they just said to you,
Mm-hmm.
knowing that you're absolutely right. You weren't there. How could you possibly know? I didn't say anything. Brothers
Mm-hmm.
didn't say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody acted like it was just another day.
And then, but not in your situation with your husband, but in most times, when you let people who talk at a turn, or or
Yeah.
don't read the room, and you let their comments sit in the silence and stew in its own juices,
Right.
it's almost like a moment because you didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to be negative and say, "Hey, you shouldn't have said that," right?
Right.
To me, it's the greatest thing. One time I was pretty high when I did it, and I got the giggles because I was like, "Oh, damn."
Right. I've still been there, girl.
And then you start laughing because you feel sorry for your mate in that moment. Like, I really want to
Right.
help you out of this, but I'll be right
Yeah.
back. you know?
That's where the power of my mom and the way she was with our kids, or I mean me personally, and my dad comes in, and I'm just like, yeah, 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 you know.
I've had
And
my
Well,
I'm
funniest and saddest moments being a mom, but it's something I would never ever.
right.
with
What was
me
that?
is with me. As long as everybody's just like me, I don't have a problem.
Right.
I'm
I understand that, Larry. It's
just playing. I'm being trying to be silly over here, damn it.
no, you're absolutely right, though,
But
Larry.
it has some real truth in it. Sometimes when you get ask some hot box in here, I'm like, you know what? You have your father's ears. they
Yeah, that
would
was
look, they would look at me like, what do you even mean, mom?
right.
I have one headphone and not both. Oopsie.
That's That's funny you say that, Mary, because that was a big thing for me to be able to let go of the thought that if I was with another man, I wouldn't be able to look at him and be like, our children have your eyes or your hands or your face. I couldn't go there to that level with them.
Mm,
And nor would I want to have another child either. I don't
right.
want another child. You know, I'm pretty good with myself with that. But if it
Mm,
comes, it comes. But it's been rough on my body. So I just take a chill pill.
right. I didn't really have a choice when I had my son. I knew when I met my husband that I had a limited amount of time to have any more children because I was already in my 30s and I'm living in a broken body.
Right.
So we had our two children, and it was I knew of hyperemesis. I didn't experience it till then. That's when you have morning sickness from the beginning all the way to the end.
Oh, you don't have to tell me about that. I had a rough pregnancy.
Oh. So when it came to having my son, like already the two illnesses, because it happened with both pregnancies,
Yeah.
um, already did a toll on my body. But after having my son, I knew like if I let it happen one more time, it could be very disastrous. So really had no choice for the safety of myself and to stay with my children. I had my tubes tied.
Yeah.
Oh, shoot. Wow.
Bless you, Larry. Bless you, Larry.
It's allergy season in Oregon.
I
Oh,
don't really have allergies. I just once in a blue moon I'll get, I'll sneeze, and then when I do, it's usually 5 or 6, and then I'll quit.
Hey Larry, do you drink the diatomaceous earth?
No, I haven't.
Oh, I find that when I drink it, that I start instantly sneezing like crazy. It's weird. It's weird. And then my nasal passage will just start draining like crazy too. So then I have to use a neti pot to clear my sinuses.
Well,
I
that
had. Go ahead,
stuff's
Larry.
so fine. Probably when you're putting it in the glass or whatever, the dust is getting in the air, and you're, sniffing it in.
No, I make sure that that I don't sniff in the air because I've read about it and what it can do if you're not careful. So yeah,
You
Oh,
wear a mask when you use it, right, Larry?
I don't.
usually it just depends.
Well, being in a camper in a smaller environment is
Oh
why
yeah.
I've used it because there's no like good ventilation in the camper.
Right. Yeah, usually when we do it, we'll have the windows and stuff open.
Hmm.
Let's see.
The only thing
Do
I hate about
you?
most of it was what I hate about it is like I'll when I put it on the carpet or whatever, I'll forget and I'll have my heaters and fans and stuff on, and
Oh no.
then I have to go and take my fans and heaters outside and blow them out because they're all clogged up full of DE.
Oh no.
Mhm.
That's
I've
fun.
done that before.
Yeah, I've had silly stuff happen like that.
It's like I right after I did it this last time, I took it out, and it's like it seemed like my heater and stuff wasn't working very good. Then after I blew it out, it's like, damn, it's hot in here. How come it's so hot in here? Oh yeah, I cleaned the fan. I cleaned the heater.
That's funny.
Got it working well. Oh, I know it's been so ice cold here, like crazy in Nevada.
We got our chill back, our normal spring chill that we have. We just don't have
Oh,
any snow yet.
yeah. It's hard to with the gardening if you're doing gardening and you get a second freaking ice chill that comes across the land. It's really devastating, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the beginning and the end, I've had it happen both ways. I think 2 years ago, it snowed in September, and I gathered like all the wood I could find on the land to make a little hut over my garden so that that one night of freeze didn't destroy it all.
Oh, that's good. I remember this watching this movie. I can't remember what it's called, but like I think Madonna was in it, but they were they were fanning. There was a chill coming like over in Italy, and they were fanning. They started fires at each end of their grapes, and they would fan them so it would stay warm all night long until the sun came out. And it was a beautiful thing. I was like, man, maybe that's what
Mm-hmm.
people need to do with their gardens if they could find enough people to help, is just to keep it warm and, so the ground will be supple and ready, you know.
Yes,
But
yes.
since all these history books I've read about how they've been doing the man-made cloud for years, and I actually got to meet the man who made the map of the different names of the cloud, John Day. And it was very interesting, that it's gone on so long,
Mm-hmm.
and now they're finding the effects of what they created,
Hmm.
and that it actually did work in their favor. And now that they're seeing that it's affected their own families, nobody can deny it.
But they
Nobody
also
can deny
refuse
it.
to
Not
talk.
even science can deny what is happening right now.
They can't deny it if we put their hand over the coals, so to speak. But what they do is refuse to acknowledge it. So all this climate change and political BS that has surrounded
Right.
our weather and stuff, they all want to talk about it without talking about weather modification. Because, like you said, this didn't start just recently. Weather modification has been going on for like 70 years.
Yeah. And what they want is they want an answer from the people on how to fix it. And so
Yeah.
they'll set up these machines so everybody can connect and they can hear everything and profit off it again and again and again and again. And I don't see how people don't recognize that happening. So as we speak on a daily basis, and why I'm allowed to say this right now on this black tube of energy sucking and cancerous substance making with, more bullshit on the human body. But maybe it is to be what it is, and maybe it is a great shedding of our skins
hmm and
to
maybe shedding of
go back
something
where we
else.
came from. So I'm
Right.
not afraid of these things. I'm just kind of in awe that I get to experience it. It's kind of funny to me now.
That's what they were talking about in last night's panel. This time period that we find ourselves in is full of all different feelings, wonderment, something we've been waiting for, anticipation. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So it's like this mathematical, gematria of all of the Janist speaking tongues and the different angles and aspects and all the laws ever written and all the structures that have ever been put in place are now coming to the final forefront, you
hmm
know. And the irritation that people are feeling right now is because of what that word you said earlier. Say it again.
Cacophony.
Say it
Cacophony.
again. Cacophony.
Yep.
It is, and it is a coffin of why. Cacophony, why, of why, the why, the
hmm
x, the x-axis, the y-axis, and it's all already written in the stars. There's a great birthing coming, and a new heaven and a new earth within the minds of the people who know.
Well, it's kind of a sad time because, like I said to the gentleman last night, we have to be okay with a lot of what we see in others, and where they go or don't go.
Yeah.
Like it's an odd precipice to be on because it's a joyful one and a trying one.
Right.
And here's the part I think that really rubs us the wrong way is that what we're seeing, in the negativity are people who are stuck in the cacophony. They're stuck in the noise. They're stuck in that argument, you know?
Yeah, because it's the thing about it is if you bring in a new person before the music even plays and you're introducing them to each young person or old person whoever's in the orchestra, and you go into each of their personal lives, you find out that some have disabilities but they can sit in the chair and they could do what they do. You find some who have mental problems, severe mental problems, but yet they're sitting there, each one of them ready to play the life of their music that has come to this appreciation to one man, the conductor with the stick. And he knows each individual,
hmm
and they look at him or her and awe of when's the time? When is it gonna start? We know him. We know that feeling, that look that he gets in his eyes, where we're all there. And then the music starts playing. You know. And at the end, that loud clashing cymbal, and just, and that shh. And then the crowd's rising from the backdrop, applauding. And it's not even that people are like in awe, but how it touched them in such a way that it would clear their heads of anything that would even fucking ruin that moment. It doesn't exist. You know, I've been in those moments. I've seen those moments. And then people walk away, and there's gunfights and gangs and drug dealers and all these other things. And it's affected every single person on this planet. But yet here we are.
Mm-hmm.
You know. We have beautiful earth around us that needs to be tilled and needs to have feet walking on the ground. The birds and all the animals and all the flowers and trees want to be what they are. They just are. You think we can't connect with that feeling of beauty and awe in just one single moment? Abundance for everybody, you know?
I kind of wish it was teachable. Like I wish
Right?
I could figure out how to teach what we've learned to people, but it's such an individual decision to learn that we would waste our time going in circles waiting, right?
Right.
But there are others.
Yeah.
I was talking on the panel last night, and there were more men than women, but the conversation, like what we're talking about right now, it didn't
Yeah.
change. So it's not like a woman can feel it because she has the feminine energy and is the mom. Like what I saw
Right.
last night is what we're feeling is across the board.
Right.
If your eyes are open and your heart is open and your mind is open and you're feeling it too, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's beautiful to see happening. You know, there's power in that. There's dynamic energy in that connection where, you know, it opens the eyes, not just to see, but it opens the eye to knowing self and that intuitiveness about self, that it puts a smile on others' faces, you know, because the connection is like so it it's so in such a way that the Renaissance, with all its bullshit and any war that ever was to be fought on this planet, all the holographics of television and computers, you know, it's still that. It's still that. And this would play on the emotions of all humans. It would play on their consumerism and their lustful desires.
Mhm.
But
We
it
have
has.
Erm in chat. Good morning, Erm.
All right. Good
Good
morning.
morning, good morning, Chuck. I saw Chuck say hi.
Yeah, Chuck's in the house too.
Yeah. They should come up on the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm sure Erm's getting ready to go to work, or he's at work, or going to work, or somewhere in between work.
Something about work.
Right.
Damn work anyway. What's it good for besides working, right?
Working. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was
Some
glad to
people work
see, though,
differently.
that both energies are feeling the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's not a one-sided knowing. It's not a one-sided thing. Our great and ever-loving Creator is not one-sided, right?
No. How can a creator be one-sided when we've already seen what 12 dimensions could look like, or a fucking black hole that's never existed except your asshole, and that's
Mhm.
about it.
Yeah,
You
absolutely, yes.
know,
But to
my
say
my
it,
understanding of the way that the telescopes work is like they all connect to this big kaleidoscope of fucking lights in the sky and make up this digital picture, so people will be like, oh, that's what it is.
yes,
You
yes,
know.
and to see, well, I don't know the whole truth about like the religious text that like we live under, a more Bible Christian Catholic type of religious practice. Um, I wish it were a faith practice, to tell you the truth, because I think more doors would open if it were a faith practice. But because it's a religious practice, it keeps everyone like on earth. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
without being able to expand their spirit.
Right. That's the thing, is that, they say that no, that only God can read each individual heart. That people will try to read your heart, but there's only one that will ever know it.
So Erm says in the chat, all work and no play makes him a crazy boy.
Right. I understand that one.
I understand nothing.
Well, when I was taking care of my kids with 2 jobs and doing the single mom thing and having to make all those decisions on your own, it's like, yeah, all work and no play. It's like, no, fuck this. We're gonna make this fun. Whether we have more, a little or less, whatever, we'll make it work as long as everybody puts their hands in. And I don't care if you're 10 years old. You're gonna have to learn how to wash clothes. You're gonna have to learn how to do that with me. You
And
know.
really, I've expressed to my kids, no matter what the job is, your own frame of thinking is what's going to dictate the job. So if you sit there and say,
Right.
I hate the job, of course you're going to have a sucky time doing it, right?
Right.
But like, I've always like, and maybe it's due to defense mechanisms, but when I've had a job, sing a song in my head, do the best I can so that when I leave, I had myself in a good frame of mind and I did the job that was necessary.
Right.
Always made me a happy person, not a sad one.
Right. Like my children, they would ask me, Mom, why are you so irritated when you come home today? Why are you so angry? And I'm like, it's not that I'm angry. I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated with these people I'm working with. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, you guys do a better job at teamwork than these fuckers over here. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
it's embarrassing. And I'm only, my age at the time. I was like, why do I get to know this stuff? Why can't we all just get along, work the fuck together? What's
Yes.
going on?
Why am I the only professional one here, right?
Why do my bosses always pick me to train these girls
Yes.
and then, it makes me feel bad. I'm like, dude, I taught you how to do that. Why aren't you listening? Put your
Yeah.
makeup down. You're not even supposed to be here with those fucking 6-inch nails. I'm like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, 6-inch nails.
I'm like,
Oh,
how do you
Jesus.
wipe your asses and think that's sanitary? I don't know.
Absolutely. For real, or not spend 10 minutes washing out the freaking cup of those nails, right?
Oh, we had one
Oh,
chick. We were trying to figure out why our residents all had a yeast infection in basically the same places. Some fucking chick was wearing the same gloves in and out of the room. And
oh,
I'm
for
like, oh, gross. Gross. It's nasty.
you shouldn't even be in
So
the field if you don't understand why that's disgusting.
Right? I'm like, ew, is that how you are at home? Oh, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It would
so
freak me out.
Erm says, at least I know my children are in the loving care of their mom and not in daycare.
Right?
Amen. I was so glad when my daughter also chose that avenue. Her and her husband both work, and
Right.
she had to try and figure out how to do it without daycare.
Yeah, I had to
And
too.
that's not easy. They don't make it
No.
easy anymore. So that's such a hard thing to do. And she wound up finding a job of opposing hours than her husband so that they can do it and not utilize daycare. And that child is with one of her parents at all times.
Yeah.
Well, and plus it costs just so much damn money to put your kid in daycare nowadays. It's crazy.
Right? It's like,
Yes.
why even work? It didn't
Well,
make
the,
any
the
sense.
problem is you can't. It would be one thing if you could count on their professionalism in doing so while you
Yeah.
work, but you shouldn't have to worry about your child when you're paying good money for someone who should have been qualified and
Right.
and and licensed, right?
Right. But that's what you have to deal with in the schools when they go to school too.
Yeah,
You have
another
to fucking be on it.
another situation of qualified
Right? Because
individuals
here's the
that.
thing, my problem was is that there was too many people who talk shit behind Danny's back
Yep.
and think that I didn't know that you worked at the school that my son's working at and that you're fucking bitch ass think that I don't know what Peyton Town is. I had to
Mhm,
fight my way in that town with my kids so that people would get a fucking clue that I'm mom. I have paperwork.
mhm,
Their dad don't have their paperwork. In Oregon, he wasn't allowed to be on their fucking, you
mhm,
know, documents. He
mhm.
wasn't allowed, you know. I expect a man to be a fucking man. Take care of your
Yes.
children. This ain't about fucking the Joneses here. This is our kids' life. It's our life. And you're fucking it up. And I don't want
Mhm.
to be a part of it anymore. You know?
That's why I
I'm
have a
glad
12
you
year
can make a
gap.
living and sell fucking cars all you want. But at the end of the day, our kids aren't taken care of, and that's fucked up. And my body's falling apart. So please leave me the fuck alone. Stop
Right.
following me. Stop making it a big issue
Mhm.
because these kids need love.
Well, gosh, if some of the parents who struggle would to put that energy, that negative energy into learning, there would
Right?
be a different outcome. But what happens is, like I was saying, people get stuck where they're at. They
Right?
can't shut the noise off. They can't figure out that they're damaging themselves, the people around them. And for the spouse of someone going through that to tell them they're going through that, that doesn't work.
Nope.
In any way, you could say it in the most loving, you could serve that shit up on 10-course meal of their favorite foods, and then
Right.
still gonna throw that shit right in your face because you're giving them a truth they're not ready to accept.
Right.
I've been in that position way too many times, and I don't think people understand. And we're not talking fair like, no fair. No, we're talking fair like, damn it, Jim, do your job so I can do mine.
Right? You know?
It's really freaking simple. No, of course, one parent can't be both parents. Not all the time, anyway. They can switch back and forth. But
Right.
if kids are really our future, then why are so many just stuck on themselves?
Right.
That's
So
that just
I
we don't even.
got to, you know,
Go
I'm
ahead.
the one who went to the schools if my kids had a problem,
Mm-hmm.
even though I had work 2 jobs. And I'm like, why can't the other person go and be a part of that? You're the
Mm-hmm.
one with the, the high school education and all the things like that. Go do it. You
In
know,
my
go
deepest
help out.
frustration, I would have to remind myself that my creator wouldn't have given me this job if it
Right.
weren't for me.
Right.
I mean, my job may not be for others. I already know, like, my husband's a non confrontational type person,
Mm,
and I would be an idiot to take that job off my shoulders and put it on someone else's shoulders who it wasn't meant for.
right. Because you know all the loopholes, you know all the tricks, you know how to cut it short when you need to, and how to go
Mhm.
back to it so that you keep it at a certain level.
Yep,
Yeah, because your mom, no matter where you are, your mom.
right.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like the power, what really befuddles me is how people fight over this power. Like,
Right.
excuse me, people, you got to use your power this way, and other people like, you can't have that power. You got to have that power. You know,
Right.
other people like, we gotta knock this character down. They're too powerful.
Right.
No, deal with your own freaking power and leave everybody else's alone. Everybody has to figure out their own reins to hold.
Right. It's a beautiful thing, man. To watch my older ones and how they are now. You know, I, it's
Well, hey,
amazing.
if I listened to everybody's advice about my son,
Right.
I wouldn't be raising my son. I would be raising everybody else's ideal of what my
Right.
son should be.
Mhm.
Got
Mhm.
into a really big argument with one of my cousins. It was after cancer surgery. I hadn't
Mhm.
yet come up to my last surgery, and it was during the fainting periods. So I
Oh.
had a day when me
Oh.
and the kids got up. We're like, let's clean this house real quick, and then we're gonna have like a lunch party, and we're gonna watch our favorite movie. And I just made it a fun day. And I
Right.
went on my Facebook because I was Facebooking at the time, not so much. I still have it, but not so much now. And I was like, oh man, a nice normal day. Me and the kids busted out the house in 2 hours. We're about to have some fun, sit down, eat some good food. My cousin, who's like 1,500 miles away from me, you need to be treating that boy like he's normal. I was like, yo, who pissed in your cornflakes this morning? Trying to be nice, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And she goes on to the point where I have to take it to private messaging because I was about to lose my shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, my whole family just went through a very traumatic crisis.
Yeah.
And that's your response to me? So we had like a war in private messages. Like the whole family knew about this war.
Oh
And my
yeah.
other cousin I talked to like years later, she's like, yo, whatever happened with that?
Right.
Just out of curiosity. And I explained to her what happened. And I also explained to her, listen, when I left my father's at 14, when I left my mother's at 16, I was very clear on the family I was dealing with, the people I was dealing with, and I decided to ask my creator to show me the path, the
Right.
truthful path, the honest path, the path that was meant for me regardless of what happened to me.
Right.
Now I come to these truths. And these truths are so inconvenient for others that they want me to shut up and forget about it and make pretend it's not there, you know?
Right.
And I tell my cousin, I will not do that. My truth is
Right.
my truth. And I wasn't like overtly nasty to my other cousin, but I am a very forthright, to the point, no bullshit, no bushes to dance around. You know what I'm saying? Let's just
Right.
get right to it. I still have love for my cousin, but that doesn't mean that I need to open up my mailbox to her and have her spew her negative crap at me because she thinks she can.
Yeah.
That also is the power that we have, is the power our creator gave us, is to protect ourselves, is to protect our brethren, our young ones.
Yes. That comes first always.
They just hate when it's turned on them. They think that the word family buys them some kind of favor or a pass to be an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, as I grew up, in my survival, there was two. There was me and my creator.
Yeah.
There's a period at the end of that sentence
Right.
because it was just me and my creator that worked diligently to find the moment that I could safely leave a situation and it wouldn't cost me my life.
It's all good, Mary. I had an oldest brother say I'm a piece of shit, and I looked at him. I'm not, and I told him, "Oh, I'm the piece of shit." I said, "No, you're looking at the shit of the family. Okay, you're
Word.
looking at the shit. Literally, your mother had me in the toilet. Remember? So I'm the shit. You're absolutely right. Take a big whiff." And I walked out the fucking door.
Absolutely.
Because you know what? I'm spoiled little sister. Yeah, I'm spoiled little sister who at the age of fucking what, 17, 18,
Hmm.
18, 17, that, you know, I'm the one that saved your mother's life from an overdose.
Mm.
Yeah, your father was in shock. Your little brother hated life. And I had to quit my job because my parents were suffering and needed help. I had to quit going to school in the 8th grade and go get a fucking job so I can help my parents put food on the table and pay some bills.
Mm.
You know, I
Well,
did
you
that.
know what? With you telling that story, Danny, popped into my head. They just can't handle the strength, I guess. They can't handle the strength they see because they don't know how to muster it within themselves.
That wasn't strength. That was fucking common sense for me. And you know, it took me a long time, but my mom finally confessed that she hated me for a long time because I I saved her life.
You rose up and did what no one else around you could have done.
And then she thanked me.
Mhm. That must have been quite a moment, huh?
That was such a moment that, you know, if you want to take two old goats and butt some fucking heads, me and my mom are like that. We're like that, you know?
I wish I
Because,
could have had moments like that with my parents. And I talked last night about, the sad truths we do have to accept about other people. And sometimes those people are our family.
yeah,
We can want them to be different all the damn day long, and God's going to let us reel that fantasy in for us to find an empty hook at the end, because that's all that is when you can't accept people for who they are or where they are and understand that the path of one is not always the path for all.
right?
You know, I want to help family, but I can't. I cannot sacrifice myself. But
Yeah, you know, the family didn't like it because I couldn't work anymore because of the vomiting and the blacking out and fainting. And I told my mom I couldn't. I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm trying here. I'm really trying hard, but my body is saying something else. What do you want me to do?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
You want to throw me out of the apartment I've been paying for the last 7 years? You want
mm.
me to just sit, like, okay, give all my children back to their dads and be like, I gotta die now.
That's the
Yeah.
thing about codependent people, especially when there's drugs and alcohol involved, because they really, I don't know how they do it, Danny, because as moms, when we look at our children, all our different children, we look at our oldest. Let's deal with her at that age, you know? I'm looking at
Right.
my middle. She's a different age. I'm going to deal with her at that age. Okay, this is kind of how a mom thinks in my
Right.
mind. Okay, so when I do hear stories, you know, something like this, um, and my parents are included, for some reason, they literally, no matter how strong they may appear to others, they literally cannot handle life without someone holding their hand.
Right.
And that's sad.
Well,
Because some of the stories don't even come to what people like you, me, Larry, Chuck. Let's see who I'm including here. Moose, good to see you, Moose.
hi, Moose.
Um, we all have these experiences that we could have chosen to do the same thing.
Right.
We all had the role models to choose the indoctrination over the struggle of climbing out of that hole.
Right.
Sad. Just mm,
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, my brother takes really good care of my mom, and she's able to do her gardening and her little things here and there. But I told him, I'm like, don't fucking shut me out, because you know the job that I've done. You know my work. You know this thing, you know? And if you need my help with my mom, if she needs me at any time, I would find every way to get there to help out with her, with the way she wanted to die. She's already made that perfectly clear to me.
mhm.
You know, I was there for my dad. I made sure every one of you fuckers was there for my dad before he passed away. So have the same consideration for me. Because here's the thing, me and my mom have bonded in such a way that I know that you're going to need me someday when she's not here. So don't, I don't let anybody fuck with that, not even you. You're my family. My family's my family.
I want to say good morning to Linda and Moose and say,
Lulinen Moose.
Danny, I wish I could have stayed.
Good morning, beautiful ladies and Larry. Good
Good
morning.
morning, Moose.
Happy rising.
Are you still traveling along?
What do you mean traveling alone? I'm not alone.
No,
No,
along.
along.
I haven't had my coffee yet, folks.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
we're traveling along. The truck is my wife just took the truck into the shop real fast to go get a oil change,
Nice.
and she's gonna hit up all the facilities there, get herself a nice warm cup of coffee while my pour over happens. You know,
Yeah, you're not
teamwork.
gonna let them.
Yes.
She's not gonna let them shit her on an oil deal, is she?
Of course not. I send her
Good.
because she gets a discount. They hate me because I talk shit to them.
Okay.
Why
No,
aren't you
no,
well
no, no,
underneath?
you would never do that.
You should be underneath that damn truck changing your own oil.
Yeah, that's kind of true. But
Actually, what
we're in
you're
the middle of
paying for
nowhere.
is actually what you're paying for is for them to dispose of the oil. Because I think a lot of people know how to change their own oil, but it's easier to pay someone else to dispose of it.
Oh, I throw all my old oil in the streams.
Larry,
There you go. There's my
Mother
man.
Earth is not happy with you, Larry.
He's got to keep it dirty.
That's right.
That's right.
Miss Kitty, nobody needs you to sing to us this morning, sweetheart.
Aw, good
I
kitty.
heard the pretty kitty sing. Thank you.
She's like, I don't care if you want me to sing or not. I'm singing.
Aw,
I don't know if Danny and Larry heard my dogs,
earlier.
but man, when the sun comes up, all you hear is no a whole bunch of dog feet just clicking around and playing because they know that when it's dark, it's downtime.
Yep.
And if you try to make downtime uptime, you're gonna be sorry. So they're pretty at 10 months old. They're like, shh, everybody. But as soon as that sun comes up, they're like, playtime.
Like they got sundowners or something.
10 o'clock last night, I was watching Ian's, and all of a sudden I start hearing some chickens crowing. I'm like, what the hell?
Oh,
I go out there with the flashlight. I aim it in their face like a slumber party. And they shut up. Well, all of a sudden, I can smell a man's cologne back there because I have an alley you can walk through. And I'm high-five me. And I'm guessing they smelled his cologne and thought it was a threat. I don't know what else to. I mean, there was no noises. There was no fights. There was no reason for my roosters to be going off that late at night.
Oh, maybe
Smart
he smells
rooster.
funny.
What was that, Dana?
I said maybe he smelled funny.
Maybe he smelled funny. Like, I don't like your cologne.
No,
They were-
animals, they know. They really
They
do.
were cocking off again, Linda.
Yeah.
He said it. I didn't.
Linda,
Those
you set
damn
yourself up for
roosters.
that one. Sorry.
I lined myself right up with that.
Linda, what did you think of Ian's broadcast last night?
It was interesting.
Linda,
Was
I
it?
have to ask you something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Linda, did you follow Zen Atman's channel?
Zen admin?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe so.
Okay. Is
I'm
your
sure-
look?
Did you share it?
Well, I could share it. No, I was just wondering because I'm wondering from what other channels have I seen you from?
Freedom Grower.
Freedom Grower, yeah, him. But she
That's
said she's
right.
been watching me.
And you've
She
been over
said she's
Moose's
been
channel.
watching me for 5 years, Linda.
I've been strolling between you two ladies and forever love. I like to, you all sharing. I like to go see what you're sharing.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's why I said, did you share it? Because most likely I probably did.
Yeah. Sometimes I do share. No, it's just he passed away. So
So in other words, she's a stalker.
Thanks, Larry. Throw me under the bus.
Every breath you take, every move you make.
that's a good song.
Aren't we all stalkers in one shape or form?
That's like, I'm the only one that gets creeped out by that song, and I bring it up every time I hear it. Last time I heard that song play, I was in a Mexican restaurant, right? And I look over, and there's like 20 people that are probably in their like 60s, 70s. And I look at them, and I go, hey, isn't this kind of a stalker song? And they just stopped eating. They just stopped eating, and they just looked at me.
You just ruined their night. They're just singing along in their heads in old folk fashion.
No, they were probably
God.
like, oh fuck, he found out.
It was straight up like their brain was like, it was like sizzling in the back. Like I had dropped a grenade in the back of their mind. Like, guys, you guys are saying that you're against, like, you know, treating women bad, and you're against this and that, but then you're singing the stalker song like it's Christmas. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know, man. I don't
Hey,
feel right.
I've had a lot of elderly Hispanic men follow me, like try to follow me home.
Danny, a lot of people would try to follow you home. Haven't you seen Brian O'Shea? Never seen you before in his life. Comes in here for 5 minutes and trying to take you.
You lit him up.
Seriously, dude.
I don't. My
You
body.
lit his ass up, girl.
Look, my body. My body don't play that shit. My body knows. My body
Alert!
knows.
Alert!
That's right.
You
I'm
know,
gonna call you Cleopatra because you'll snap a motherfucker.
Hey, I'm Cleopatra of denial, not my denial.
Not denial, denial.
My middle name is Delane, which in French it means the way.
And
Like
that
you give
way
shit,
is to
right?
turn your ass around and walk that way, away from her.
It's to show you. It's to turn you around and show you the road I walk. It's the only road, and people are like, "Oh, fuck, that's the road," and I'm like, "Dude,
Like
that's the road."
That's the road.
it's the only road.
It's like there's not even room to get cramped behind me.
Yeah, I just
Follow-
want to carry a sign down the road like, get out of your own cacophony and join me on the road.
Get
It's like,
out of your own
Yellow Brick
imagination,
Road.
people.
We gotta follow the Yellow Brick Road.
oh fuck, I rolled this
Oh,
up.
Jesus, not that.
I fucking rolled my thing the wrong way. I'm like, no wonder it's not sticking. What a doofus.
Reverse.
Oh, now you're gonna do that to old Moose. You know, old Moose hasn't been smoking in so long.
What was that?
I'm just kidding. I
3
think
days, 4 days. What was it? I seen you smoking.
I know. Hey, ladies, and Larry, I have something to admit to everyone here on the panel, all my friends. Sly Shy, you're not here, but I got to admit this to you too. My wife has said officially, after I have entered the state of California, I have treated her a lot better. So basically, what that means to me is ever since I started smoking weed again, she is much happier with my attitude and my presentation.
You know, oh my gosh, you know what
Yes.
you need to do? When she walks in the door, you need to put on wax. I love you better, or I love you better, or I like you better when you're high. You should play that song for her by Wax.
Yo, marijuana is a medicine too. So when I hear that, I'm so appreciative of your wife for seeing how it helps you, because my mother kept my father from smoking pot. And knowing everything I know about my father, I kind of want to punch my mother like he probably could have used a fucking joint or two. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some of us need to be reined in. You know, you smoke a joint, you don't go beat someone up. You smoke a joint and you talk some shit.
Right?
Have some fun.
Talk your shit. Talk your
You
shit.
get into your head. Like, that's what I like, the euphoric way of marijuana outside the medicinal way is that it's just a word of the day, Danny. The cacophony in my head, you know what I'm saying? When I smoked, like it was finally freaking quiet. Because
It's like this. It's like
what's
this.
that?
It's like when Pee Wee Herman walks in the room and Cherry's like, Pee Wee, what's the word of the day?
I used to work for this company called CMS, and we did all the security for the football games and concerts and stuff. And before a concert, the guy that led the cruise would get up there and tell us what kind of concert it was going to be. And he'd be like, "All right, we're going to be doing a country thing here. We're going to have a bunch of drunks, so be prepared. Watch your back. Have your head on a swivel, because you know how the drunks get. They get rowdy. They get crazy. They want to fight with you and this and that and the other thing." And we get to the next one. "All right, We're gonna have a stoner crowd tonight, so it's gonna be an easy night. You guys just kick back, take it easy, just be aware, but something, nothing much should happen, and it's just like I thought it was funnier and fuck the first time somebody say, "Oh, the drunks are no good and the stoners are good."
Hey, you have to find that joy of the workplace. Like my joy of the workplace was when one of my coworkers comes walking down the hall. She's like, "Danny, you like to sing," and I'm like looking at her, and I'm like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "You like singing," and I'm like, "Dude, was I doing that out loud?" And she's like, "Yeah," and I'm like, "Oh," I'm like, "I'll shut up." She's like, "No, it's actually really good, Danny." I'm like, "Oh, okay." So me and her, we started singing to our residents when we knew that they were feeling like shit or feeling bad about something. Me and her look at each other and we'd be like, "The hills are alive with the sound of music," and she'd do the "oh" part, and they would just crack up, bust up laughing, like, where the fuck did that come from, ladies? And we just go about our day and just do little skits here and there with our residents, and it made the day so much easier.
Why do women have it so easy, Danny? When I walk around work, you know what my boss would tell me? He'd say, "Hey, you know who sings that song?" And I'm like, "Oh, yeah, this guy." And they're like, "Well, yeah, let them keep singing it. They get paid and you don't."
Yeah, my ex
Haters out there.
yeah, my
Haters.
ex used to tell me that all the fucking time, and I'm like, really?
I worked in an upholstery factory and I did the sewing.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't ever go into anywhere, any job, anything and try to best anybody. Like I think that's the kind of shitty way to walk. So that's not who I am. I just
I think you're lying right now, Mary. You walk in like a badass everywhere I've seen you walk into. Now I'll stop interrupting. Go ahead.
oh well, I tried not to in a professional situation. You know what I'm saying? I tried, I'm the employee there. Well, I just do my job. I don't think about how me doing my job because you're single at a sewing machine. You just do your job.
Right.
Apparently, the leader of the sewing department started getting super irritated at me. I don't know because I don't pay attention to other people when I'm working. And she would start chewing her gum and doing that snapping thing
Mm.
so loud that I could hear it over my headphones because we were allowed to wear headphones. And boy, I don't know about you guys. You're at a sewing machine, you're in your thing, and then all of a sudden pop, and yeah, it makes you startle. And she would
Right.
intentionally do it and laugh with her coworker. And I'm like, all right, you want to be like that? You so cute,
Chewing her.
So,
Yeah.
uh,
Was she chewing her cud?
basically, yeah. So I love Billy Joel. So I
Oh,
I
Dad
have
likes
Billy,
Billy
right? I have Billy Joel on, and I forget what's the whistling song, sweetie? The Stranger comes on,
Joe. Mm.
and I start whistling because I can whistle.
At last.
So the chick next to me, who is in charge of like the initial put together, like the legs go on the base and stuff of raw wood. She walked by one day and she's like, "Dude, you do that so good. I want to sing sometimes." I'm like, "You should. You should sing when it comes to you." But the chick behind me got so freaking mad. So mad. Like I was doing something. And I'm not an intentional person like that. I just live. She got so mad that like one day, like, "Hey, my earphones are broken, girls. I need to play my radio." And I just laugh. I just laugh. I'm like, "God, please forgive me for laughing, but that's just so funny right now." So then I got gum, guys. I got me some gum and I started snapping away. Oh, I ain't never seen someone so mad in my life.
That's so childish, isn't it? Like the workplace can get so fucking childish.
It was from the boss down, Danny. I got into a situation where I had to work during vacation period. I was
Yeah.
getting sexually harassed.
You too?
And
I used to get sexually harassed all the time at work, and they'd laugh at me.
yeah,
You
men and
told me
women will do that.
Hey,
you
I
told me you
actually
liked
had to file reports of sexual
Well,
harassment.
I did file reports, Danny. I talked to the union rep. I filed reports, and the boss called me in the office to say, I did an investigation. This is what I found. You were probably right, but at the same time, you were probably sensitive. I'm like, no, motherfucker did not. You know,
What?
like I don't say that with my mouth, but my brain went into overdrive.
Wow.
So I'm like, oh, want to be one of those kind of employers.
Oh
Cool
yeah.
beans. So I signed myself up for college first to finish my degree. It's only a 2-year degree, but being a single mom took me 3 years to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then I started playing cards. And I started watching. We had one lady that was in the department that put the upholstery on the furniture itself.
Yeah, I
She
love
would
doing
wear
that.
the, like you were saying, 6-inch nails because she was
Uh-huh.
a heroin addict. So the way to
Oh,
hide it, the way she hid it, was getting the nails put on because she would stick underneath her fingernail.
wow.
So I started collecting stories, and then I'm walking to the back one day, and I know it was right at lunchtime. The food truck was back there, and I see 3 or 4 guys bend over and pull a 40 out from their benches,
What?
and I was like, "Oh, you don't say." So the boss, the owner, was like, "All right, mandatory overtime. You have to be here at 5 o'clock in the morning."
Mm-hmm.
I know my state's laws. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, the hell I do. I need the money, so I'll try. But this mandatory shit, I don't think so, because you didn't say that when you hired me. And that's the law in New York. If you're going to try and pull that, if you don't say it upon hiring, the employee has the right to say no.
Yeah.
So I'm going to school and I'm putting together all this information. And, after dealing with the sexual harassment, I'm like, okay, this is how it's going to go. So I went out with the shop steward every day for lunch. And every day for lunch, we had a blunt. And I would have hit that. I had never smoked a blunt before, you guys, ever in my life. And I hit that, and I'd be like, I blow it on my clothes. And she's like, what the F are you doing? We got to go inside. I'm like, don't worry, I got this. So we all go inside. We all clock in. There's the owner. He stands like 25 feet from the clock to watch everybody walk in, like talk about a narcissistic asshole, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'd walk all the way up to him. Hi, Stanley. And turn left and go do my stuff. We did this for a couple weeks. So then he felt he had the right to write me up as an employer for not showing up for mandatory overtime.
Mm-hmm.
So I went in. They're like, you have to sign it. Yeah, no, I don't. Can I go back to work? So I went back to work, and now he's getting an idea of who he's dealing with now.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking like 3-4 months later. Dude, I was high as shit. I don't know how I sewed because I had never smoked blunts. And here I am all over me. After 7 months, he had to lay off the whole entire sewing department to lay me off because I had, I forget what the terminology is, but I could have filed federally for the type of work environment that he had.
Yeah.
So he had to skate real fine with me. So he laid off the whole sewing department to lay me off. He called everybody else back but me. But here's karma. I'm going to bring the karma train to you guys because it's so awesome. Like, I love this story.
chugga, chugga, chugga.
So, So I
Oh,
go
they
get
brought you
another.
coffee. That is so
Thank
sweet.
you, sweetie. I love you.
Aw.
What a
Awesome.
sweet
So
little girl you got there, Mary.
she's not
Aw.
little. She's 5'11". You better watch that.
Dang, girl. You
Where's
You
tell
my
feel
her.
little to
coffee,
me,
damn it?
girl. If I stand on a chair, I could be as high as I want.
Right.
So
All my older kids are way taller than me, and I'm just like, I look up to them and I'm like, how? Why? How'd you get so big already?
Right.
I feel like I'm incredible shrinking mom around my kids.
So let me tell you this real quick.
Look at
Oh, it's baby
baby.
girl. Hey, baby
Aww.
girl. Oh,
Hi,
what you
sweetie.
eating, baby girl?
She is so beautiful. Look at those eyes. Like kids' eyes
I
really captivate
see
me. And her eyes
you.
are beautiful. Look at that. She's
I
gorgeous.
see you. Oh my goodness, that is just perfect.
Why are you frowning? She's trying to look like Ronald McDonald over here.
She's like, who are these people, Dad? Feed me.
That's awesome.
That's
She
cute.
doesn't like breakfast being interrupted, folks. All right, so you got to get back to it.
Right? Well,
Are you
blink out the
feeding your damn
camera.
sugar donuts in the morning?
Got to get her ready for the road.
Right?
Okay. So listen. So I stayed friends with the union person. I went
Mhm.
about. I got another job. I got a great job. I delivered potato chips for 6 months, you guys. Delivered
Cool.
potato chips. I made $22,000 in 6 months.
Shut up.
So like I was pissed,
What?
Danny.
That is some good
Danny,
money.
I was so mad because this is the eve of me leaving New York. I have been planning
Right.
to leave New York for a couple of years. I've been setting stuff up. I've been going to look at places. And now I find a job that
Ah,
could
don't you
finance
hate
this.
that?
I was so mad, but I didn't choose the money, guys. I chose life. I chose thriving, and I left.
Well, look at
Anyway,
you now, though. Look at
I know
you.
I.
Your kids are amazing. Your land is amazing.
Right.
You're doing what you said you're gonna do. And your kids are seeing this amazing thing happen that you're doing, and now you're connecting with people you don't even really know. But wow, mom, you
Our
go,
spirits know each other. Thank you. Our
right?
spirits know each other, and I know that for
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
Um, so I'm living it up, of course, right? Because
Right.
I'm like rolling in dough at this point. I'm paying off my debts left and right. But
It
before
feels
that
good.
happened, you know them diamond leatherback chairs that like the CEOs and shit sit in?
Yeah.
I made those.
What?
And here's where my sewing boss got super mad. When they wanted some floor models done, they didn't go to the woman who was there for 20 years. They went to me.
Wow.
So here I am, I'm trimming it up, and on this wrist I have a scar on the outside right
Uh
here.
oh. Yeah.
Um, what happened was your tendons come in a sheath, and as
Hmm.
I was cutting this leather, the sheath ruptured.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Ow.
so like I had a lump here where was popping up off my wrist.
I have
Well,
one on my forearm, a lump. I don't know, but sometimes it gets as big as an eggshell. I don't know what the hell it is.
you have to meditate on it.
Yeah. Well, I've been trying to
So,
do these exercises, but I don't know.
so like 7 months later, um, 6 months, I was still going to the doctor. All of this was under workers' comp.
Hmm.
Okay, it's time to do surgery because I had done the physical therapy, everything they wanted me to do. Time to do surgery.
Yeah.
So I got the surgery done. I had to take time off from the current job. Um, the employer of the upholstery factory was responsible for the workers' comp,
Hmm.
and they weren't paying me at the rate he was paying me at 750 an hour. They
What?
had to pay me at the $22,000 in 6 months rate.
Wow.
Ooh, he was mad. He was mad. But then karma is so powerful. You just gotta hear, oh my goodness. So here I am. I got the surgery. I have my arm wrapped up. And
Mm-hmm.
it was around January, and I go to the shop store, the union rep, to her house to hang out. And she's like, yo, I'm doing this football pool. Remember, I'm swimming in money right now. So I'm like, hell yeah, man. I slapped down like $40, and I'm like, what does that get me? And she's like, just pick like 5 squares. All right. And I do the blind because I'm not a football person. I did it to support my friend. And I did a blind pick out, you know? Then a couple of weeks go by because they do this a couple of weeks before the Super Bowl. And my girlfriend calls me and she's like, yo, you got time? Can you come over? And I'm like, okay. You know, I was weirded out. She wouldn't tell me what it was about. So, and she's 45 minutes from me. So I'm like, wonder what's going on. And she's like, I got to tell you a story, man. But here's $250 because you won the halftime pool. And I'm like, damn, girl, anybody ever give you any money for doing this? And she's like, no. So I throw her $50, you know, like I'm a
Hey.
sharer. So she's like, let me tell you though. And I'm like, what could you tell me? I thought that was the exciting part. She's like, no, I went to work. She works at the upholstery factory.
Oh, okay.
And the boss comes over to see if he or his wife was a winner. So he reads the paper that she shows. She has it on her board behind her. He reads the paper and he's like, wait a minute. She doesn't work here anymore. And my girlfriend looks him dead in the eye and says, neither does your wife.
Whoa.
I was like, oh shit. Thanks. Thanks for the burn. Hey, you got any pot I can buy from you? Because we need to smoke a fatty now. Like, karma has a way of even letting you know. Like sometimes in life, because I've been so angry at my past, I have
Right.
intentionally said, I do not want revenge. I do not
Yeah.
want retribution. I don't even want justice because justice in the human mind is different than justice in the spirit.
Right?
So I
I've asked
don't
these
want justice.
things, Mary.
What's that?
I've said these things in my life.
Right. Yes. And to walk that way requires a different mindset.
Yeah.
So instead of wanting these things, okay, so I had a roommate that assaulted me like within this period. My arm was wrapped up. And I'm like, oh, I was really traumatized because I just had major surgery. And
Yeah.
I'm like, God, I don't want revenge. I don't want revenge. I don't, you know how you have to do the mantra thing, you know, I don't want
Yeah.
revenge, but man, can I have a bird's eye view of that karma though, you know? Like, and I'm always like, God, forgive me for feeling this way, you know? But sometimes you just gotta let it out.
Yeah.
This woman lost so much. I even started feeling bad for her, you know?
Yeah.
Even though she was the one to assault me, and I had lost a lot too. My mother wouldn't let me bring any of my plants. I had 30 plants.
Oh, wow.
She
You're
wouldn't
like
let me
my
bring my
mom. My mom loves her plants.
I love plants, but and this is like my that's why I say my mother is still like in a cacophony stage. She's like, you
Mm-hmm.
can't bring your plants here. She had a 3 bedroom apartment.
Wow.
I could have put them there. I took my
Yeah.
frogs out of my fish tank so that a friend of the family could house them for me because she wouldn't let me bring the fish tank either.
Oh, wow.
And here I just got assaulted by this person, and I have plenty of money, so it's not like I couldn't
Right.
afford to like go to a hotel, but I needed care. Like I had just had surgery.
Wow.
So I lost a lot of that. And it really did pave the path for me to leave and understand that I have to accept people for where they are. And if I can't, if it's too damaging, I have no choice out of love and understanding for myself and them but to walk away.
Right. I did that, Mary. I understand. It's hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's hardcore, man.
I think we need to meet, like even on here. I talked to someone else on a panel.
Mm,
Maybe not so much a similar past, but a similar solution to what was going on was to be forced to walk away for the safety and health and welfare of everyone involved.
right. And
And
just keep an eye on it. You just keep an eye on it because,
I couldn't even do that.
that's what it
Like
is.
God really put it to me to walk away means put down the damn suitcases and don't take them with you.
Yeah.
Because I
Yeah.
was taking them with me, and when they say leave it at the Lord's feet, just to use popular phrases as an example,
That's where
that
the
means,
testing of your faith comes in to push the spirit
yeah, because you
to
can
be
bring the
like,
baggage
hello,
to them, but if you don't
hello.
drop it there, if you don't not pick it up when you leave, right?
Right.
Because there is an emotional
Right.
attachment to this trauma and these things that we deal with. There is an
Right.
emotional attachment. When Dr. Phil says, how does that work for you? That's like a real good philosophy because it
Well, the thing
really
about
points.
it is, if the physical things in front of your face have only left you in a stagnant way of living, then you need to let go. It's time to let go of that because there's other things.
We're
and
meant
the
to
and the
shed.
payback and like what you get back in return, that's where
Right.
the blind faith comes into play.
Right.
So I went through some real crap in Baton Rouge, Louisiana in 2016, and to the point where it was almost legal, talking with DAs and truancy people in schools and about ready to beat somebody up because my son got assaulted.
Told you,
And
Mary. Badass.
Right.
and two, I mean, I went home to my husband and said, "Sorry, honey, can you say sorry to your boss? Because we got to get out, and we're getting out in 2 weeks." And
Yeah.
I had only laid eyes on the property one time, and it literally, for all of us here, my husband included, my children included, we literally had to take the breath and say, "Okay, God, we coming."
Fuck it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's that moment that people get scared of, though. It's not even
Oh,
the before or the
terrified.
after, but it's that moment of saying, I'm going to do this whether I know it's going to happen or not.
Right. Oh,
That's what
I've
Moose
had.
is
We
doing,
found
right,
our
Moose?
hotel. That's
What's that?
right. That's how we found our hotel. My
There
wife
you
went
go.
out to, she asked if she could go to Maine. She had one day off out of like 2.5 months of like all day working. She had one day off, and she's like, "Can I go out of town for one day? I'll fly on a red eye and check out these properties, and then fly right back." I said, "Yeah, no problem." And yeah, she brought them back, and she tossed them all on the table, and she's like, "All right, when we get back home from work today, I want to know which one's going to be our life." I
Oh,
never even seen the property. I just read through all of them, and I was like, "All right, that's it. Boom."
that's awesome,
Spontaneous.
dude.
Yeah, it comes with a lot of challenges, but
Yeah.
damn, dude, damn. Sometimes
Right,
blind.
but right, the challenges are funny because only because have we not all prayed to grow? Have we not
Right.
all prayed to get out of where we were? So when it comes to these challenges, we're like, "Oh damn, this hurts."
Right.
We did ask for it, right?
Yep, yep. Like putting a new foundation on the hotel building. Holy,
Oh my
That's cool.
God.
Burned.
That's cool.
that costs a lot of money. That put me back a few years, but you know what? It's awesome because I don't have to work for the casino anymore. And I gotta turn this back around, Mary, because you were talking about smoking on the job, right? Well, my
Mm-hmm.
first job that I ever worked was Blockbuster, and I used to do all the work because I was always the yes man, because I always wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
And the manager was out on, she broke her leg, And so she was out of work, like gone. So we were doing all the work ourselves. So I would roll up a blunt every single day, and I'd go outside. I'd take my 10-minute break. I'd smoke half the blunt, leave it burning on top of this thing. I'd walk in and I'd tag the next person. I'd be like, all right, go ahead. Go toke it up.
That's crazy.
And then I took that on to when I, 10 years later when I was working at the casino. I was a pit boss at the casino, so I wore a suit and tie every day. And one day I was sitting outside of the HR building, and I was just like, "F it, dude! I'm smoking. I'm stressed out. Like this place sucks."
Right.
I'm smoking, and all the executives walked by. All the people that own the place,
Shit.
they're never there, right? Ever, never there. They just happened to be walking by and they smelled it. And the guy from HR was there. And so, like, they all went inside and he came back out and he's all, "Hey, Mike, would you like to go take a drug test in my office?" And I looked at him. I said, "No, not really." And then I just turned and I just went back to work. I didn't even say anything after that. I just said, "No, not really." Just went back to work. Nobody said nothing. Nothing to me.
You just gotta roll with it.
You just gotta roll with it,
Yo, and
Just
to
like,
know the laws, like I know we're all smart people, and to know the laws, people think when I say that I'm saying it because of cops, but I'm not. I'm saying it because of these situations. Like I did that to my boss because I knew for a fact that as
All the
soon as
dirty
he tried to
secrets.
test me and I give up my information to the union rep, he would have to test every single person in the building.
Yup.
yup.
That's a
Yep.
good
And he's
point.
not willing to do that. Not when he got heroin over here and alcohol under the bench over here. And he was like, I am not messing with this bitch, because when you do know the law, you can stand up for yourself in a way that a bully would not anticipate.
Yeah.
Yep.
That just struck memory.
What's
I
that,
got
Linda?
smoking out by the trash can. I was bartending. I didn't want to smoke in the building. And it was before I opened the bar. And I was taking the trash out from the previous night that someone hadn't finished. So I'm back there and I'm smoking. And I guess they caught me on camera. So they came in to relieve me that evening and said, "Here's your check. We will no longer be needing your services." I said, "Excuse me, can you explain to me why after all we've been through?" Because we've been through a lot. And they're like, "Yeah, we saw you smoking drugs." I said, "No, I was smoking marijuana." And this is, of course,
Mm-hmm.
before. But yeah, nevertheless, they. And I told them I thought I was being respectful for not smoking in the building, and they didn't even give me. I was like,
Hey,
I'm
I was a
sorry.
security guard for 10 years and I worked at this marina in Michigan and it was at night, of course. And I would like when doing rounds, I would go to the farthest point, take a couple hits or something while I was smoking a cigarette and continue my rounds. And I got fired from this place. So I looked at the paper and the reason, because they have to give a reason why they're firing you. And it said for breaking rules about alcohol use.
Hmm. Wow.
So I was like, oh my God, this is the fight for me. So I wrote into the state and I said, no, I don't think so. Um, First of all, when I was taken around in my introduction to the job, what would you call it? That first day where they show you around and do stuff, things you gotta do.
Orientation.
Orientation. Thank you.
Mhm.
I'll tell you in orientation, yes, she did um, stop on the alcohol and drugs part of it, but I let her know that I'm not a drinker. I don't drink at all. So she skipped over it. And secondly, I'm a security guard that comes in after people are done using the facilities. So the rec room, anything that dealt with the marina. Unless you fingerprinted the bottles you found in the trash, you can't fire me for that. And in a
Yeah.
state of Michigan where it's an at-will state, very few people win unemployment. And I won it twice. That one was the first one. Because the state's like, I can't even argue with that. If you didn't tell her, because that's the first rule in the orientation is give them all the rules, right?
Right.
So they didn't know I smoked, but they sure tried getting me fired for trying to drink, and I don't drink.
Yeah, my point was that when I talked to her, I said, wait a minute. So if I came in here and I decided I wanted to drink some alcohol, you would have been perfectly fine about it. But because I didn't want to drink your alcohol and I wanted to do something more natural that I'm more accustomed to that works for me, I'm getting canned. And she's like, pretty much.
God damn.
Because I was allowed to drink all I wanted inside her building. She didn't have no, somebody bought you a shot, you did that shot right there in front of that customer.
Right. Bartender kind of protocol, right?
Yeah, like I said,
Alcoholics.
15 years ago, it was a lot different game.
Mm-hmm.
But they still do
You
it.
know
They
what?
still
You
defend
know
each
what
other.
surprises me, people, is how many different medications that people were on while they were nurses and CNAs and all these things. Okay, and it says, and most of those medications do not attempt machinery, but it took them their car to get there. And so this is the thing that I'm surprised police officers aren't stopping people in the morning, and asking what kind of medications did they take that morning. I mean, there's your paperwork right there.
I'm glad you brought that up. I've had that thought so many times. And this pill popping BS is so socially acceptable that at the bottom where it says do not operate heavy machinery, somehow cars and trucks get omitted from that. This is the
Yep.
most deadliest thing that a person can get into.
Right. We've had med aids steal a whole fucking cart from a unit before. And I knew that there was fishy shit going on in that building, but I'm just like, I didn't know that fishy shit was going on in that building.
Could
I'm
you
like,
drink in the casino
and
moose?
people want to put their parents in these buildings, and I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I work here.
I would rather dry up on my property than go anywhere near these places. I
Right.
watched that. My grandmother was diabetic, and she had a
God.
diabetic fall. And she had gone into a temporary home, like more like a medical home, until
Yeah.
they got her diabetes under control.
Right.
So she went home after that.
Yeah.
Well, she moved to a different apartment and she tripped on something and broke her hip. And she went to a different
Linda.
nursing home.
We've got
Linda,
an
I think
echo.
you're echoing, Linda. Yep, definitely Linda. Sorry, Linda.
I didn't say anything. I didn't do anything. I'm echoing.
Yeah.
Okay, it's cool. I'll be back.
Okay.
Linda, I loved my job so much, and I really enjoyed the people that I worked with in all kinds of ways, to the point that sometimes people would come up to me in the store out of nowhere, like Lowe's or fucking the grocery store, and just give me a hug, and I'm like, okay, whose parent was your parent?
I totally feel that because the
You know?
first place my grandmother went, she was able to walk out of.
Right.
But the second place she went with a broken hip was so hazardous that within 2 weeks of breaking her hip, she was dead.
Yeah.
So I told my kids, you roll me out to the middle of the hottest spot and let me dry up out there because I don't want
Right.
no part of what the system thinks is aftercare.
Yeah. yeah, hospice care, working with hospice care, I basically knew all the laws and all the changes on a fucking daily basis of chemical processing and things like this, and the whereabouts of pathogens and things like this. Okay, like, it was very deep. But at the same time, I also respected in my spirituality that person at that moment where they're changing through the processes that lead to the final breath is what I'm all about. You
Yes.
know, and comfort is so strategically, you know, on the side of Almighty.
Wow.
Yes. That's why I appreciated the first place she went to.
190. Holy
When
shit.
I got the call that she was in the hospital from the diabetic issue, I went there and I brought like I always had a notebook in my purse.
Mm-hmm.
So she was on a ventilator and couldn't talk.
Yeah.
And she literally pointed at me like, "You come here."
Right. You know.
And that was so weird because in my growing up, we were never in the spotlight. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But my grandmother was either the first or second one to have tried to help us out of the parental situation. So there was a kinship, you know? So
Yeah.
I got my notebook out and my pencil, and it was like she knew I was the one that had to step in my purse to be able to help her communicate.
Yeah.
And she didn't know. There was no way for her to know. I was living my own life away at that point.
Yeah.
And
But find you.
yeah, it was a moment I think we needed because of the whole family. She and my grandpa did accept and understand and didn't lie about the situation we were in.
Yeah.
Look what Erm said.
Yeah.
Hold
I
on, I
feel
gotta
that.
turn my brightness up to read that. Hold on.
I'm
My
glad
wife
that
was
I
a nurse
retired when I
until the
did.
jab came out. Too bad they lost a damn good nurse who
Right.
actually cared.
Yeah. When I quit my job of CNA work in hospice care, I had this lady try to contact me through emails and phone calls and all kinds of stuff because they wanted me back. And I'm like, no.
Hmm.
You people fucking suck.
Right?
You fucking suck. Cock. And not even a clean dick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been drugged through the mud and ran over.
Right.
Sorry,
I don't know what I
nursing
came
lady.
into,
Sorry,
but
I went too far.
pretty good.
Ladies, I'm gonna ask you to refrain from using that phrase in a negative
Dick?
connotation
We're
because
not allowed to
there's
use dick?
To make fun of vaginas for you can say vajayjay for a couple days.
Okay,
Is that
I'm
a good?
sorry. You're absolutely right. You
there's nothing
can
wrong with a
you
little oral
those
sexual
people
relations.
those people suck and lick a nasty crab infested crotch with fucking candidas
Oh,
and fucking chlamydia and gonorrhea and syphilis all at the same time. Now take that as a vaccine
oh,
up your asshole.
All because you took one word away from her, Moose.
hey, equal opportunity, man.
Now, Moose, do you like that point of view better?
That's
Is
why
that
they
more
call me
acceptable?
Lucifer. I bring the
Moose over,
devil
I
out of
love it.
I bring that dark
Guys,
side
keep
out of
making
you,
me choke,
Danny.
man.
It's good.
Hey, Moose. I have a very morbid dark side. And when I shine my light, it's because I'm silver surfing through the electric magnetical scales of my brain that know how to say fuck you
So what
and
we're
still love you
saying
at the
is,
same time. I'm that
well,
kind of fucking sick
So you're
motherfucking
like the
bitch.
Black
I'm like,
Widow.
here, I'll
You're
tell you,
like the
I'm
girl
like
that
that
someone
guy
takes
at the
home and
morgue
then
on
tries to kill
Italian
them
Job who
afterwards.
eats a sandwich and takes a drink, lays a sandwich on the dead fucking body and be like, what's up, bro? All right, I'll be right there.
And then you say, "What's up, bro?" I love that. That's a California slang right there.
Dude, I'm a fucking California woman. What are you talking about? That stuff is in the fucking blood.
Like being in New
I was
Yorker.
born in Banning, California, and raised
we
in the
got this on
ghetto. I was raised in the
Personality
ghetto streets in Modesto, California, bro.
Michigan, where people
We
are
had a
cold
drug
and
lord
bitter.
down the street, and fucking Hispanic gang, and a fucking Crips gang,
It's hard
and
not
a
to be
fucking
in
all
Michigan.
kinds of gangs.
But stick like a mitten.
Gang.
My mom got fucking death threats from the neighbors that they were gonna bomb our house. So she goes outside, walks out with a red bandana around her house, and looks at everybody like, "You got a fucking problem with my family?" Oh, they had
Apple
big.
doesn't fall far from the tree, did it?
My brother was on the fucking news at the age of fucking 16 years old because he stopped traffic trying to save my sister and her boyfriend from being murdered by a gang.
You said, but he did, right? He
He
saved him.
did. My brother would come home every day with some kind of slash in his fucking back or his leg.
That's beautiful Sunnyside, California, folks.
Right?
Sunnyside, California. Go get yourself a hellhole in California for
You want to talk
$699.
about going down the strip and fucking or fucking skateboards? My brother was one of the ones with Tony Hawk who built the first, tournament fucking ramp for California, Modesto, California.
Hmm.
You know? We are the kids of California. Fuck it.
Cold.
Yeah, my child over here is from a state of no personality.
Bro,
We're
your
even
child doesn't even know who Tony Hawk is. She's too young.
Arms back. Says my wife was a nurse until she jab came about. Too bad they lost the damn good nurse who actually cared.
They're losing a lot of people they counted on being a blind sheep, and they realize, oh, maybe our numbers are wrong a little.
All right, maybe we fucked up big time.
Yep,
How do we admit it?
yep.
Hey, their numbers weren't wrong. The doctors got free vacations.
They got incentives.
Incentives, that's what we call them. Yes,
And now
incentives.
all
Their
that's
bank account
happening,
sure grew, didn't they?
right now, all that's happening is we're about to do a T-bird, motherfucker.
Yep.
Yeah.
For free?
Well, and the thing is they when they first do those tests, they set out all their chemical whatever to the testers. They set one thing of chemical properties, put together to the testers and made that look really good, but it wasn't the real true formula that they were making.
Yeah.
When Larry, can I have a request? May I make a request?
Go ahead.
Go
When
ahead.
there's can we put up chat so I don't read them? I'm not reading very good today. Please
Here's
and
the
thank you.
second one.
They got exactly what they wanted, he said.
No
Yeah.
employees?
Well, cheers to your nurse wife,
Yes.
your family, for doing what she
Standing
had
up.
to do for herself to stand by your side as your, as mates for your family.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful that you stand by her side and all this bullshit.
Yeah.
I mean, how dare anybody actually communicate with their spouse on a fucking real level?
Well, guys,
How
we all
dare
know
you?
being in a relationship is already tough. And though we all have our lines of, what we would do for a living or, all sorts of other subjects. When you're with someone and something like this comes up, this serious, it does make you like, is he gonna choose? Now, I didn't really have that question because we have such an open relationship, my husband and I, and had deep discussions about all of this long ago. There are so many out there that didn't. And this deciding factor, Erm's wife deciding to put the family first. I'm so glad they're together and she decided that, because we've seen so many relationships break because, various reasons. Some reasons is money trumps everything, right?
Yeah, supposedly.
Hmm. So thank you, Mrs. Because we need more to put the family first. Corporations come and go all day long.
Yeah, my neighbors did that to each other. She went and got it and was sitting there in front of us and dropped the bomb in front of both of us that she went and got it. And
Oh,
he just looked at her, and then we discussed it a few days later, and she was saying how upset he was. And I looked at her and I said, are you really surprised that he would be upset that you did not discuss this?
mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
What was her response?
I'm sorry, what?
What was her response?
She was ignorant about it as far as, I mean, I don't think she thought, not ignorant. Let me put that back. Let me pull all that back. I retract all that. I think she felt it was her decision. She didn't need him, so power to her. But I felt bad for him because they are a couple. They live together. They educate together. I think
What?
they should have discussed it, and I felt bad for him because it looked really clear. They don't have children, so they share everything. So I guess I was taken back and that they didn't share that.
They didn't have children, so they never had to broach that subject of bodies and what we would do with them,
When my
And
daughter
boundaries,
told
yeah.
me that she got the job because of work, that she made her husband get the job with her, and they told me they've had two of them, and watching them together, and they both have severe asthma problems and things like that, and I'm looking at them like, oh boy. I'm like, well, I love you guys, and my son-in-law would love to have babies, and my daughter don't want kids really, but it is what it is now. I'm like, do you guys realize that those things make you sterile?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what we were discussing. Anyway, I had interference. I had to bounce in and back out. I couldn't hear you guys went all robot on me. So anyway, that's where I went. Yeah, it was very it was heartbreaking as a friend looking into their relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have wanted to be in that position. I felt that it was a tear on their relationship, but at the same time, they still love each other. They're still together, so it's working for them.
Yeah, it works for them. It's for some people, but like I've always told my kids, at a certain age, you have to make your choices. I can't tell you anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I can't make that decision, and whatever you make, I have to,
We just have to accept it, whatever they make.
Yeah.
what do you want me to do?
Yeah, you can't undo it.
Part of growing. This is part of growing.
Right.
Part of letting go and shedding that old shit, because it don't work, obviously, did it?
It does
When
suck
all
though.
this came about, I talked to my cousin about elderberry and all that, and she didn't like blatantly ask why I was telling her, but alluded to it. And I had to explain to her, how can you make a decision about something if you don't have all the facts? So all I'm saying is, here's a fact I know about herbs and stuff. While you're thinking about doing all this, think about that too.
Oh my gosh.
Right, and I've had my daughter call me and ask me, Mom, what's this herb? What can I do with this herb and this herb and this herb? And I'm like, yeah, and even if you did have COVID without the shot, here's I buy you a whole thing of it. Take it. Drink some fucking, some fucking quinine and mix it with whatever vodka you like to drink, okay? Go ahead, do that. It helps it. There's so many other ways. But you're gonna trust that because you need a job that you have to work at home and don't go out in public. All right, that makes a lot of sense, baby girl. I love you. That's your decision.
I
It's your
went and bought a bag of herbs and I sent them to town where they were staying at the time, with the notion, I'm not telling you what to do. I just want to make all the options available in this moment for you to choose. And I gave her things like my elderberry syrup, marshmallow herb, because that's very good for the lungs, and a couple others, I think chamomile to help them relax while they're going through it. Just like 5 or 6 different herbs. And because my oldest is so independent, that I have to be like, not telling you what to do, not even telling you how to take it. Here's some herbs, and I hope you feel better. You know what I'm saying?
right.
And sage to cleanse the air. That was the last one. Sage to cleanse the
Exactly.
air so that the baby wouldn't get sick. Also,
Mm-hmm.
um, because it's not about me telling anybody what to do. Like that
Right.
part about walking this earth really does frustrate me to no end.
Right.
And that is so many bosses and not enough workers.
Yeah. You know
I
why?
want
Because they fucking stressed everybody out so bad that the workers that actually fucking want to work and do something, you got all these rules and regulations, and now their bodies are falling apart. It's like, what the fuck did you expect, dumb fucks?
Yep.
I want
You pick
I
up
want
the
to
fucking slack.
I
You
want
do
to
it.
wel- I wanted to welcome Patrick 369 into the room. Good to see you again.
Hey,
Hope you're having
Patrick.
a good day.
Bring positivity and love because we're really fed up with the negativity. I just noticed
Right.
some comments yesterday, and I'm just saying straight up,
Right.
we're not tolerant of negativity, and we are not charged to have tolerance of negativity.
Right. That's beautiful. I
I didn't
love
get
the
to
natural
read that,
birthing.
Danny. Can you tell me? I didn't get to read that one.
Oh, he said now she is a holistic birth educator. All they did was encourage her to move closer to her dreams. That is so fucking beautiful.
No, I want to send her three
Aww.
dozen of her favorite flower. Like those
Aww.
choices are so. I'm not even having any more children, and that hit me right in the.
Right. I always would love to help, younger women. I could
Hmm.
never say no to somebody asking me to help out with their kid or something, or if they needed help. I was always the one to be like, yes, okay, sure, I can add that into my 2 jobs, and mix that in with my night.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How many matches is it going to take Linda today?
I'm gonna say 3 matches.
I'm gonna go for don't really look windy. Two matches.
Nope, she's getting it with one. It looks like
Linda says 1. She says
Not.
Oh
she ain't
shit!
messing around today.
Oh, none
I
of
like
us
to
asked
get
her if she used an accelerant or not. Damn it! She knew all along.
right. That's a nice little flame there.
Yeah, one match.
Thank
Fun, baby,
you.
fun.
My husband built me a special outdoor little campfire thing, all surrounded by rock because we live in a fire zone.
Hmm.
So that we could go out there if we wanted to, like put coffee water on and not wake the whole family up in the summertime. We could go outside and build a little tiny fire in this and
I
make
love
water.
doing that. Yeah.
So last year we tried through my son's life to teach him slowly and safely about camping and stuff
Hmm.
like that.
Yeah.
Last year was no, the year before last was the first time at 16 he went camping with me and dad up to Gunnison and the dogs. You're right, up to Gunnison, Colorado. It was great. We ate over the campfire morning, noon, and night. We the hiking was great because I can't like hike slopes, but the trail that we happened to be on was like 3 miles long, just flat. Like there were little bumps in it, but basically flat, so it wouldn't hurt my back. And we just had it. That was a great time. You want to do a campfire again?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You like the smell of it?
Mhm.
Yeah, me too.
I love camping with my older children when they were younger, and even sometimes when we day camp. It's just fun. They have those what are those body boards you stand upon? I forget what they're called, but they have those, and we like to do that stuff together. I miss that.
That's awesome. The tree, we put our tent next to a tree,
Hmm.
and the tree was so big that if my husband's, you better stop. If my husband stood on one side and I stood on the other, our hands barely met. That's how wide the base of the tree was.
Yeah.
And we were there a couple days, and by the third day, I was just walking around drinking my coffee. I think Vince saw it first. Walking around drinking coffee, he's like, "Come here," and he's like, "You got to look at this." And he's staring at this tree we've been looking at for 2 days. And
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, my hubby took that last hit right to the head, you know." And I'm like, "All right, whatever. I'm coming over." He's like, "Look straight ahead," and I'm looking dead straight ahead. I'm like, I don't see nothing, honey." And he's like, "There's something there. Just keep looking, keep looking." He's like, "Look at my," like he's a couple inches taller than me, so he's like, "Look at my height." So my eyes raised. Someone had taken the tiniest angel pin and stuck it into the tree, and the only way you would know it's even there is if you were relaxed and walking around and taking in the moment, and boom, there's an angel in your face, like right at base height.
Oh,
Hey,
that's so cool.
Vincent, let me use your phone for a second. I'll give it back, I promise. But my pictures are on here, so I think I can show these guys a picture of it. Gallery, see, camera, link behind it. Zoom.
I always love the smell of campfire. I used to burn in the summertime with a little fucking
Smell it, Danny?
grill. Huh?
Can you smell it?
I can smell it. It smells wonderful. Always burn pine cones in mine, and then sometimes I would take like bay leaf and throw it in the fire just because it smelled so good. Or sage.
Mm.
Good too.
Yeah. I love the
I
smell
love
of
doing
pine
sage in
though.
the fire.
It smells so good. Or oak. Oak smells good when it's burning too.
Oh yeah.
Hmm. Or just the dry crackles of some fall leaves.
Yeah, I didn't. Although I went in the compost, all the crackly stuff.
Oh, stop.
I know.
But yeah, we are burning down these pallets.
Yeah.
These pallets are 12 years old.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they're solid. They didn't. They held
You can
up
make
till I
some
beat the hell
furniture,
out
some
of them.
pellet furniture with those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I like doing that. I made a little bench one time with them.
You'd be amazed with pallets and a couple of cedar blocks what you can do.
Right.
Wait a minute. It's not working. Look, I want to
My
find
daughter,
this picture. They're my friends. Don't be a
my
bump in the
daughter
road
took
for me.
wood shop and she made these beautiful chopping boards.
Mm.
I love that they teach that still.
When I saw my middle one, hotboxing, was an artist.
Mm-hmm.
Man, we've been buying her art supplies. It feels like forever now.
Oh, that's awesome.
And she just has quite an imagination on her.
Right. My oldest girl, she writes poetry too, and it's very beautiful. And they all play an instrument now. It's crazy.
To burn the rest of this pan off too.
Yeah.
Oh, the yucky pan from yesterday.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't really done. At least, cast iron's forgiving. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's what I tell them. I yell at you for what you do to my cast iron. I said, but it's really dummy proof.
Yep. My grandma always carried her cast iron, and she says what the reason why she carries it, it's just in case drunk men get out of line.
Yep. Grandma said, yep, same.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've heard that as well. But the first time I picked up a cast iron frying pan, I said, "Say what? You what?
Yeah.
You hit
It
somebody
keeps us
with
women
it?"
in fit.
Yep. She even had one of those really heavy duty heat up irons that go on the wood stove.
Yep. I
She
know what you're
used
talking about.
she used it.
Hey,
It's funny.
hey, you guys! I just posted a link to a video Erm put up, and I guess it's with his wife about live births and stuff
Oh, that's cool.
Oh yes. Is it in the regular chat or the private chat?
in regular chat. He's
Okay,
got a link,
cool.
and I got a link. You have to get it from YouTube though to be able to watch it.
That's cool. I definitely want to send some love in that direction. Because we have to. Like, Danny, Linda, Larry, we had this conversation yesterday, and I had it with a whole new set of people last night. And what's really hitting me is maintaining this positive connection, sharing the things we've all learned. Um, from from my own perception, I'm talking to people who trust themselves enough to trust their instinct, to trust who they're talking to. And it's a beautiful thing. It's not something we get to see every day. Isn't that what draws us back here? It's because we don't get to walk out in the world and actually see this natural, organic human interaction.
No, I have this effect on everybody, damn it.
Why didn't you tell me? So sorry.
I'm sorry, what did you say? I was being silly.
No, that's cool.
I said I bring this energy all the time.
I just want to tell you guys what I rarely heard
That's awesome.
in my life, and that is, I'm glad I found you. You add to my life, and I want to maintain that with all of you. Even though Danny popped out on us, I still want to maintain that with her and the people we're meant to connect with.
Yeah, my big mouth. I apologize.
That's okay. You don't have to apologize. What's that?
I apologize for being immature. Ahead of being immature. Society forced me to grow up too fast.
Yeah, I hear
Nobody's
that.
buying it. Nobody's buying those tickets. Damn.
Oh, okay, here.
I'm
I
telling you
can't
what,
show
we're
you
making
the
some beer
picture.
around
Here,
here.
let's see.
Burning that shit up.
You,
Burn, baby, burn. Keep on riding. Burn, baby, burn.
So I'll put out a couple pictures later on my community page when I'm off my phone. One will be of a beautiful view I've had, and the other one will be of the little angel in the tree. But I can't
Nice.
show you because I can't find it on the other phone. And apparently I forgot my password, so I can't get into an account that has the picture.
Feed the rest of that.
Larry, what's up, Larry?
Larry, plug the trigger. Oh,
Thank you, Patrick. I saw your last comment.
I was just checking the private messages.
is there any way we could have a window with the chat in it? I see
Um,
that sometimes.
you can do it. You hit the chat down there and then hit comments. But since you're outside, it's probably hard for you to see. See where it says chat?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I'll just listen. No, I'm playing. I
Well,
could, but
Patrick
yeah, you're
said,
right. Okay, if I leave, you know I'm gonna be back. I'm like never mind. I'm gonna try it.
I'll read to you a couple comments. Patrick said, "Yeah, I'm here because it's a good vibe space. Thank you and welcome." And
Oh, Chuck. Okay.
yep, Chuck said, "I was rewatching yesterday's stream. I wasn't demanding or begging for the wrench back. I asked Larry if I had done something wrong, so I wanted to correct it. I tried to be helpful, is all." It's all good, Chuck. I appreciate you wanting to bring clarity to the situation because, you know, so many people have something to say about something and they don't know the whole picture. So thank
Yeah.
you.
I'm crackling.
Yeah.
Not in a good way.
And
Right.
we want, Larry, am I wrong? We want Chuck to have a blue wrench. Chuck has a level head on his shoulder, right?
Well, just like the rest of us, most of the time.
Most of the time. You're right, most of the time.
Holy smacks.
Ugh. So cold.
What's up? Did you say you're cold, Linda?
No, I did. It's
Oh, you're.
freezing.
Oh, you know, I was watching some weather yesterday. They said there was like a 2,400 mile atmospheric choo-choo train coming right.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's going to hit you. I mean, the mountains can only stop some of it, right?
There's like 50 feet already and more on top of that recently. But not here where I'm at. That's up on the hills. So it is what it is.
So what you're getting is like a cold thing.
We get the
Oh, yes,
cold winds coming off the mountains.
Oh, Linda being like a damn yo-yo here, in and
No,
out.
I'm telling you, I don't know what the hell's going on over here. I got crackling coming over. It keeps sounding like, I don't know. It was weird. Anytime I use the phone, it does this. I'm having to bounce back and forth between my devices. So I apologize.
No, that's okay,
Again.
Linda.
I apologize again. Oh, look at all them birds.
Yeah, they're pretty.
Y'all looking for some food? Or what? Darren is Karen.
I hear you, Chuck. I know exactly what you're talking about. And we are Teflon. They can try and sling shit, but it's not gonna stick. We're not gonna let it stick. You like that fire, don't you? Vincey's looking at your fire like, wow.
It's a baby fire, too. I'm not even keeping it
Well, he
stoked.
lived in the room with the wood stove. He had a big giant room when he was a little boy because he wouldn't keep his blankets on him. So when we moved into a house that had an area for a wood stove, we utilized it to guarantee he stayed warm overnight in the state like Michigan.
Right.
So now he sees fire. He kind of misses like the white noise of it, if you know what I
Yeah,
mean.
yeah. My sons were the same way. I always had to walk the house at the middle of the night to make sure everybody had their blankets on. The boys would not sleep with blankets, but they'd wake up freezing. And I'm like,
Yes, and then they
nice.
would pee the bed because they'd wake up freezing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
But hey, I got a fantastic deal. Larry, I don't know if I told you. I
About your
went
wood
to
stove?
Yeah, about my wood
Oh,
stove.
that was a good deal, dude.
Did I tell you, Larry?
Yeah, you did.
Oh man, but the problem is I have to look at it every day until the house is built, because it's so big it takes up quite an area. You know, you got to walk around it every day. Like, one day, girly, I'm gonna have you burning hot.
What kind of metal is it made of?
We're gonna get today.
The old stuff. This is the old style. That thicker cast iron
It's
or
it's all
whatever they.
cast iron.
Yes,
Wow.
the whole thing. It's sitting. It was sitting next to one that a gentleman had refurbished. It was like 4 inches, 6 inches shorter than it. Wanted more money for the refurbished one. And I thought in my brain, you silly little person. Because this one here,
Tell him, General. So
I mean, can really heat up way more and efficiently without having to burn off chemicals first at a cheaper price. Hell, I literally didn't walk away from the stove until I could pass it through the husband. Dude, I got the money at home. And, front me the money out of your account and I'll give it back to you because I'm not leaving without this stove.
goes again. Nobody hears that but me. It's a weird world.
I'm super excited about. It's stand up. So I'm excited because of my back issues and I fainted on a wood stove before. So now it's stand up. So the opening to put the wood in is 3 feet instead of next to the floor like other wood stoves. So now I can just pull up a stool, put the wood in, and not hurt my back in any way.
You're no fun.
I know, but I'll live longer with medium fun than I would with a ton of fun.
There you go, making too much damn sense again. How dare you?
Son of a bitch. You're gonna make me hold up my goddamn water bottle again. My son's like, here's your water bottle. It's silly.
What's up, everybody?
Hey Nubs, could you get out of your imagination for a second? Oh wait, that's my imagination. Look at you, sexy beast.
Hey,
Hey,
Nubs.
Good morning, Nubs.
Happy rising.
hey, Mary.
Yes.
Have you ever heard of a rocket stove?
Yes.
That's what you need because you can get a square tube and put it to any size, put a little bit of angle, a little bit of welding. 12-volt battery will get you welder.
That's what's going in the greenhouse.
That's what I would use in your house. Have you ever thought about? Okay,
But
so you
go ahead.
hang on, check this out. So you guys are building a house, right?
Yes.
Okay. So in your floor, if you were to make a grid of PEX, right? So the PEX is pretty cheap in comparison to in-floor pipe. It can handle the same heat. It does all the same things. And what you do, or here's what I am planning to do. I'll put it that way. This is not advice. This is what my idea is. How's that? So
I am not a doctor, Nubs.
yes, I am not prescribing that you do anything. This is what I would do, is create a rocket mass that is extremely efficient, utilizing natural materials for insulation, such as clay, and also vermiculite. It's going to be basically a clay cylinder with vermiculite inside, and then the rocket mass inside of that. And then it's going to have metal coils that run around to catch that heat with a fluid, much like antifreeze, running through it. That runs through the grid in the floor. You're muted.
The heating floors are
Yep.
awesome.
Yeah,
That's
we
awesome.
got that
know some
idea.
people
We
that
had a
did that.
bathroom that had heated floors, and we were thinking about using water in the coil so that we could do that idea.
Antifreeze. Or salt water.
That's
Salt water
cool.
would force me to use a different type of
Filter.
material. Would salt water and copper work?
You would have to change your material.
Yeah, I would have to change my material. So I was thinking like doing
it's not water that you're going to ever need to do anything but tap off. And hopefully not even that, because it's going to be a closed loop. You need areas that it has the ability to cool down. And basically what you're doing is you're making a rain cycle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, you run that across the hot water and then you cool it down and then you run it across the hot water through gravity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you might need to add a little air pump in there somewhere just to move it up, but your air pump would cool it down. And that's where you would exhaust off. And anytime you would need to tap off, that's where you would tap in.
Right.
You know, so maybe just regular water and maintaining the system throughout the year. You know, you would always have your heat on, though.
I mean, it's really for warming the floor. Everything that I'm doing is another step to reduce the usage. Like I don't want to have to use a crap ton of wood to keep us warm, especially with the way the weather is out here.
Well, wood is definitely very, how do I put it? It's not very efficient, to say the least.
Right. So that's why I was thinking more like doing something geothermal even when we do the greenhouse, put the greenhouse in.
That's kind of expensive. If you're going to do anything like that, honestly, you don't really have the ability to grow too many crops. That's the thing.
Well, that's where I'm using my pigs to change things. So my pigs aren't just meant to feed us; they're meant to till it up so that I could have multiple areas of crops.
For your greenhouse, I would not do a rocket mass or anything like that. I would run a compost system.
We were thinking about that. The only problem I'm having, Nubs, is I do live in a high fire zone. So I have to have setups like fire prevention setups in areas such as that, because intensity of the sun, anything can spark off, fire from another area even. So I do worry a little bit about using a compost as a heating source.
This is for the winter, though. You think about it. It's a little bit, I mean, don't get me wrong. You guys don't have massive snow cover like we do, where forest fires are just funny in the winter. Like they don't really exist in the winter. We have 1.5 feet of snow with melt off pack. You know, like we've had, what was it, 78 inches so far this year? Nothing compared to Mr. Glorious Moose with his multiple feet. And good God, I feel sorry for that man.
For real, like when I came to Colorado, I really wanted snow, and after I got here, I was like, okay, I'm okay where I am. But the problem with that is I'm on hills above plains. So I'm at 5,400 feet, but there's the Comanche grasslands north of me and plains south of me. So we stopped having campfire. You know what I'm saying? Like we went into absolute no fires. If you smoke, you best be putting that out and putting that shit in your pocket. Like we don't take no chances. So when
Well, you just got to modify your fire. You got to be smarter than your environment. The Dakota
Yeah.
hole is a prime example. You just build a U underground, and all of your cinders are burned up before they come out of the flue.
Right.
You don't have any light from the fire, but guess what? You don't catch the fucking forest on fire.
Right. That's what my husband made. He took a couple wheel rims and put them together and built rocks up all around them so that I could have a fire. Like when we first got here, we were just doing campers. We wanted to go outside and have coffee, but we knew the fire dangers. So he had built this thing almost like a little stove where you can't see in it, you can't see the fire. Came out this little hole in the top because we had all the rocks blocking it just for that purpose. Because we were just like, oh crap. We went from moist and not having to worry about things like this right into the depth of it.
I just see the potentiality for a compost system during the winter for your greenhouse specifically being the by far the best way to go. Because what you can do is you can dedicate water specifically in your greenhouse, which helps with mass heating that can flood your system if it does catch on fire.
Mm.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. That does make sense.
And if you have, because that what holds heat better than water? All right, well, there's a lot of things, but nevertheless, water is a very good heater or
Like a
heat
misting
conductor.
system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I would
Like a
already
what?
put that in
Like
is
a
what he's
misting
saying, and if I
system.
incorporate that fire danger with it, then I'm doing little extra to make things safe.
Yeah, and honestly, you could set up a rather decent size water reservoir elevated without much problems. I mean, you have wind that you need to deal with, so it's got to be set up right. But with a couple of 2x or what?
We use railroad ties.
If you've got railroad ties, you're fucking set.
Yeah,
so you put them
they redid the
vertical.
railroad, and that's what our water tank sits on. We do gravity feed to put water in the camper every day.
That's cool.
Here's how I would do that, though. Check this out, and take it for what it is.
Okay.
You know the pond liners at the big box stores?
Mm-hmm.
The 5 mil black pond liner?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what I did for my fish is I took that and I built a box. Okay. So I took green treat material all the way around. So if there was something that happened, it was not going to rot and destroy my shit. It was just a slow leak. It doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
Nevertheless, I took that and I put that pond liner in so it was solid. And then I took the top and put a couple of holes in the top and flipped it over. So the top became the bottom.
Right.
I sealed that so it was a solid box, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then that box, what it does is it fills up with water, and the weight, because it's elevated like 4 or 5 feet,
Mm-hmm.
the weight of the water is there's a lot of pressure on those pipes.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's all said and done, it will be airlifted in, and then the air will alleviate from an air hole that I've established. It's a one-way check valve at the top.
Right.
So basically, with your scenario, if you've got railroad ties, that's fucking perfect. Because you can go up and you can cut a railroad tie in half and stack that on another one and just beam them together, stitch them together effectively. It'll take you 3 or 4 railroad ties to do one corner post, but do 4 corner posts, get some 2x12 green treat, and build a fucking box like 16 feet up in the air.
Mm-hmm. Yes. That's exactly what my husband wants to do.
And insulate that motherfucker like a like really take time and insulate that.
Mm-hmm.
Vermiculite would probably be one of your cheapest insulations to use because you can get large bags for, you know, $5-10 a piece, or you used to be able to.
Right.
But it's like styrofoam, but it's natural.
Right.
But basically what you're doing is you're creating a water tower.
Mm-hmm.
Now, keep in mind, you're going to have to maintain that water tower just like any other water tower, but you get a good airlift system and you don't have to put bucket after bucket after bucket at the top. You airlift that shit up.
Right.
And if you set it up right, that trompe pump that I've talked about
Mm-hmm.
would work phenomenal at the bottom of a 16-foot hole over top of a 16-foot elevation.
Right.
No,
There's a lot of fucking water pressure there, and that
I
solves
told
a
you not to use
lot of
big
fucking
words,
issues.
That's awesome.
No big words.
Big words are for amateurs. Holy shit, my cats are going crazy after each other.
Holy shit!
They're in their imagination again.
Is
Yup.
this real?
And see, that's what makes me antsy is right now what I'm doing with a water pump. When everything's said and done, I can put in a permanent system so that when water's brought in, whether it's from the valley or from my truck, it's already set up and I'm not hauling, 150 yards of freaking hose or, you know what I'm saying, turning the generator on because it's too cloudy for the solar system to take it.
So let me tell you a story of something that happened to you or to me, and maybe you can glean some knowledge from it.
All right.
So a couple years back, winter has always been slow for me. Couple years back, I just worked for my buddy every once in a while doing snow removal. I'd make a couple $100 that day, and that's about it, you know. And then during the summer, I would do my own stuff and do construction and whatever. I just never really got into the snow until I got my business actually going. So I did, however, have one contract that overlapped. Like we got snow and I still had the contract for a deck. Well, I didn't want to be out there. I didn't want to be out there. My money got lower and lower and lower and lower. And it came to either I was going to have to go out and actually do something for somebody else and work. Some snow desperately had to come, which was not in the forecast, or I had to do something else. So I picked up the contract. I looked at the contract. I saw that it was technically out of date because the season had changed. Nevertheless, I got a hold of the guy and I was like, hey, you still want that deck? He's like, yes, desperately. I said, all right. He said the house is going to be sold and it would increase the value substantially to have a deck on the backside. And there was enough time between when all the paperwork was going to go through and the inspector was going to come out and me to get out there and build that damn deck. It was a little bit cold. Now, decks in Minnesota require, a couple of things like footers into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? The ground was frozen.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention, it was too cold to pour concrete. And that's kind of what you need.
Mm-hmm.
There's other ways to do it, but this was a couple years back, and some of those technologies were truly new, and I didn't have a clue. So I did what I knew. So what I did is I went out there and I measured everything out. I put my lines up. I got to my point. I was going to put my piece into the ground. The guy comes out and he's like, how is this even going to be possible? You can't, like, there's some things you just can't rush, and concrete's one. I was running bag concrete. It was negative temperatures. It was fucking cold.
Mm-hmm.
I dug each one of those fucking holes, but before I dug those holes, I had taken and in my mudroom, I had put sonotubes that were 4 foot, 12 inches around. You think about how much concrete fits in a 4 foot tube that's 12 inches around.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of fucking concrete. Each one of these weighed over 500
Mm-hmm.
pounds. They're
I was
sitting
gonna
in my
say it's
fucking
gonna be a
mudroom.
heavy mofo. Yeah.
I took a hand cart and I put that motherfucker onto my truck. My truck sank. And I pulled that bitch up by myself. I got each one of them fucking loaded, and I went to my job site. I had my holes dug. I dragged them out into the fucking yard with my hand cart, worked it through the snow, down each one, put boards down each. It took me fucking hours to get them back there.
Mm-hmm.
And I built a beautiful fucking deck, Mary. Because I didn't let the season, I didn't let the time, I didn't let my budget determine a goddamn thing.
You go.
Right.
Go.
And I
Dogs.
had just as much to lose as you do. And I
That's
had
how
just
we're
as much
feeling
to
this year,
gain
Nub.
as you do.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
Nubs. You
I'm
did
just
a damn good job.
It's that push. You just need that little push, little go.
that, and
Well,
hopefully you
and
can
life
glean what you
interferes
glean.
sometimes. So life
Fear is
interferes
only in you.
sometimes.
Fear is only in you
R-
because you listen to it.
Right. Yes.
You just gotta say, fuck it, Barry. Fuck it.
That's what it boils down to. So in 2020, when shit hit the fan in the world and we found our kids at home, that's exactly what I did. Fuck this. I'm going to start teaching them my goddamn way. Like I never did a
Yeah.
cold frame before. That's where you have something outside with dirt in it and you cover it and you get your seeds started in what's called the cold frame. I ain't never did it before. That year I did it with my kids because I said,
Yeah.
we have to go along sometimes in this world to get along. But at some point in your life, you do get this like Danny said, the fuck it's. Fuck it. I'm done with that shit. So that year we
Yeah.
put in our first garden with a hammer drill because that, after all my experiments living here, was all I could do to have a better garden was to dig. So we said, fuck it. I am not teaching them the way they want me to teach them. I'm going to teach them with skills that they can further their own selves with, the strength of the muscles, being able to do a job like that. So fast forward 2 years, that's where we're at now with the house. Okay, fuck it. We're just gonna start doing shit. Like I'm gonna go take the small generator, place it over where I need it. Cause the hammer drill, we thought about getting a cordless one, but we just really need the power that comes with having it plugged in. So that's what we're doing. No vacations, no fun really, and we're just gonna
But that
sit
is
on.
fun. Work it as a family to create your dreams. That is
That
the
sounds
ultimate,
like a vacation if I've ever heard of one.
right?
You
I
got some
mean,
stinking thinking, Mary. You got to change your mindset.
Yeah, that's family adventure time.
Your merit, your heart. This is my understanding of it, and take it for what it is. This is not criticism by any means. You're a wonderful person. You have a great heart. However, with that being said, there is also this downtrodden that I hear in your voice, in your heart. When you speak your heart, there is a downtrodden, there is something from yesteryear that you are still holding over, and it is impeding upon your abilities to create. Because Danny said it very well. She said, sometimes you just say, you got to say, fuck it. Well, that's really, really true, because here's the thing. When you fuck, you create.
mhm.
So when you say fuck it, make your actions match your words and create your reality, because you have every opportunity. You say, oh, well, I don't have the material. Well, you'll never have the material until you have it.
Right.
So what are you going to do to prepare for that material so that when you get it, you can walk out there and you can uncover 4 fucking holes that have some tarps on them to keep the fucking animals out, to drop those poles that are sitting there because you have the railroad ties ready to go, but you don't have the concrete to put in, so they're sitting aside so that you can raise it into that hole when you get the concrete.
Right.
He's ready to rock. Oh, baby,
You know,
he's ready to roll.
Well, that's where we're at right now. And, you know, I guess these are daunting tasks. And I think that's
not
what
really.
Well, I'm
Not
disabled.
really for a homesteader if you think about it.
I mean physically. Like, I don't mean mentally.
Yeah,
I mean,
Mary, it's
only
it's your
daunting because
menopausal body knowing that you're fucking tired. You're tired. And you want peace in the family. You want settlement in your mind and in your heart and soul. That the foundation that you are building upon is going to be a must and a need and a fulfillment of your family's prophecy of your mother's tree. And it's there. It's there. But just like you know with gardening and nature, it's going to take some time to surrender unto your own knowing that yes, I do get in my way sometimes. Yes, my body is weighed down, but my creator knows the heaviness of the load that I carry as a mom. And most people would think nothing about it. But it's in your heart and soul which carries you even now. And you're given that power, Mary. You have that power and that love and that foundation. You have it.
thank you guys, because it really does bring up issues that we do have. We've been in a camper for 5 years, so we're already so strained. We've never lived in a camper before. We thought we had our ducks in a row. It turns out they were scattered to the 4 winds.
so
And
go collect them. That's all you got
that's
to
what we've
do.
been doing for the last year.
Yeah.
And for my children, and I just want to say this, for my children, it is a daunting task because they're not my age and they don't have my experience. So, you know, like when you guys were telling me, my one of my children was having an effect. And if I'm correct, tell me if I'm correct. I explained to her that what you guys are explaining to me, for me, the 52-year-old woman, is that if I don't change how I speak, I'm perpetuating the problem.
Yes.
You are the problem.
Yes.
And you
Okay,
are the
so that's
solution
what I'm
by
saying.
shutting the fuck up.
Yes, sometimes, yes. I have a thing on my phone. I wish I could play it now. Hey, is it on the other phone? It's the funniest thing. My daughter gave it to me, and I don't even know if she knows why. But let me see if she can find it. It was perfect because there's times I'm a chatterbox, and there's times I really should just shut the fuck up, you know? Okay, here we go. Ready? Ready? Step all the way. What do I gotta hit?
The shut the fuck up song.
Yes.
We're all
When she
guilty
first
of
played
it.
it for me, I think I was having a problem with someone. But it really hit home to me because most of the times as humans, we all get in our own way.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to let anybody tell me that. So if I don't tell it to myself, if I don't maintain that control and hold the reins, I'm absolutely the biggest problem, you know, the biggest boulder in my way, so to speak.
What control is there other than self-control?
There isn't. Like, I'm glad you said it that way, because as we go through these channels and experience other people, that's really what it all boils down to. Is when someone is fighting for control over you, you have to see that they're also having a fight of lack of self-control.
Just make sure you aren't.
Well, that's the fight. Like, I've told my kids, I brought them home from school like, Mom's having a bad day, and I really think I need a timeout. For several reasons.
Hold up. I don't mean to discredit what you're about to say by any means, but think about this. You're predicting what you're doing. You're saying Mom's having a bad day. Well, guess what? You're going to have a bad fucking day. You're self-fulfilling your own prophecy.
Okay, you're
right out of the
misunderstanding.
gate.
When they're coming home from school, they don't know what kind of day I've had.
But it doesn't matter what kind. This is how I look at things. When my son comes on Friday, and I might have a different opinion of it, and so take it for what it is. When my son comes on Friday, I don't give a fuck how my week went, because he needs his father to be a father, not to be defeated from the week, not to be run down from the week, not to be anything from the week that I had. That's yesterday. This is now. This is the here. This is the now. And that is the one opportunity that I have to really minister to my son. What am I going to instill into my son? Am I going to instill I'm defeated? Or am I going to instill I am a conqueror as I walk as a conqueror? It's a mindset that I've had to develop over years and years and years. And there was a point in time where I was growing up, and much like your daughter, I was kind of trapped. I was trapped in a little fucking shed, and I'm looking around and I'm like, fucking A, what the fuck? But it developed the person that you see today, because I took that as an experience to grow, as opposed to a experience to be slow. Your name is Homestead. That means that to me, I see that as that is who you are. So from now on, if I see you as anything else, well, as of always, I've never seen you as anything else but a homesteader. You've told me lots of stories about the cities, but your homesteading stories, well, that's who you are. That's why there's that name right there, because that's who you are. And your daughter, she might feel trapped at points in time. And guess what? Life traps you sometimes. Learn how to get out. These are invaluable lessons that she could never learn anyplace else, and she is supposed to be there. So don't feel bad about their feelings. That is her experience. If she wants out of that experience, she gets to do that. She can figure out how to get a car. She can figure out how to get a job, and she can figure out how to get into the system. Yeah,
Even
and I'm
though
not
that's
looking to tell you how to
absolutely
raise your
not what
child.
you want for her to do, but everybody experiences their own matrix, because here's the thing: you are the ma, you're ma, and you got tricks in all sorts of ways to play with your family, even when they think you're not playing. But at the end of the day, when it comes right down to it, it's a big fucking joke to everybody, because they still love you no matter how rich or poor you are. They seen you struggle, and if they don't get it by fucking now how beautiful and talented their mother is, fuck that I have to say it. And that you have to hear it coming from somebody you've never met before.
And when it comes around, children become adults at some point, and they gain that wisdom to understand who they have around them. And then they become the mothers and the fathers. And they have to understand it the way they grew up. I would definitely agree with what you're saying.
Right.
When my mom was passing, I knew she was going to go. That's why I went.
Yeah.
My mama called out and said, "Baby boy, you need to come home. Your mama needs to talk to you."
Right.
And we didn't have a phone conversation. It was inside of me, just like it's inside of all of us. Even if we
Yep.
have shitty ass parents, it's
Yep.
still in us.
The call
We
is the
are
call.
them.
You know, it has nothing to do with the call of American duty. It's like if mom calls you, you're fucking coming.
Yeah,
Yep.
but you know what? There's some things I didn't want to perpetuate my kids that I do see in society.
So change it.
Well, that's what I was about to say. Like, some of the things I've done have been misconstrued by people because they don't understand where I'm coming from. So,
Well, fucking
So
do
fuck
it
I,
'em.
anyway. Fuck it.
no, listen. I was a robot for 14 years
Who
for my
wasn't?
parents.
Who wasn't a fucking
Okay,
robot? Who wasn't a fucking robot in this fucking matrix? Who didn't succumb? You tell me that, Mary. Who didn't succumb in some kind of stupid fucking way?
How are
It's
you validating
okay.
not being a robot by continuing in the things? And I see the growth over the time that I've known you on the channel here. You have definitely matured, and you have definitely you're there. That's what I'm saying. I see that, and I could be wrong, but I see that you're ready to go out and dig some fucking holes.
Absolutely.
And I also see that you have some of those, like I was saying, some of those things that are sitting, and we all do. I'm not speaking from lack of experience. I'm speaking from experience. You know, right now I'm looking for land to do exactly what you're doing. So I'm literally one step behind you. You know, and I've got some great ideas, and wouldn't it be great to see these ideas in practicality, if that's even a fucking word. And the reality there is you
Practicality.
build it, I build it, then we build a system and we start selling it to people that are homesteading for a reasonable price, and we get them going. And it creates and it creates and it creates. But when you have these demons that are over you and you have these apprehensions, well, what does the police do? It apprehends you. It defends things that you do not defend. So you're literally getting in your own fucking way, being apprehended by your own goddamn words. We're all guilty of it. We're just focusing on you right now.
Yep. Amen. And we love you, by the way. I just need to put that in.
I'm just
I
sending
wouldn't
all
tell
the
you these things
energy
if I
of
didn't have
strength from your
passion.
motherhood
I
to
really
you,
need to
and with all the
explain
love
something
and
to you
reflection
guys.
of who you are as a mom. I send my love to your family because I know it. I know you're doing it together, and fuck anybody else who tries to separate that. But even
Well,
speaking
that's what
from
I was
experience,
saying.
I
Like, the
have
daunting
separated my
task,
fucking house
the
because I
daunting
had
task
to.
I was speaking of isn't always the physical work in front of me, but it is what you were just speaking of. This is not an easy world to go through, and when you try to live outside the box, it does get harder. I'm not saying I buckle under the pressure. I don't buckle, but I do have days, and that was my point. I wanted to show my kids and what I was telling you, that it was okay to have days. It was okay to take that moment and say, I got to go back here, maybe smoke a doobie, maybe read a book, draw a picture, whatever it is that gives you that comfort, that you can neutralize what you've been going through. That's what I'm talking about. I was made a robot in my childhood, only to come out and see that the society I was in wanted me to be that same robot. And I didn't want my children to believe that they had to fall for that.
That robot died in me very, very young. They tried to bring me up in that robot. It didn't fucking work. Because
It
I'm not
actually
a
pissed
fucking
you
robot.
off, didn't it? It
Yeah,
actually
and I'm
pissed
not
you
a
off.
Stepford wife, so it would never work.
Well,
Right.
that's what I'm saying. Like, these are the daunting tasks that daily sometimes we have to overcome to maintain who we are.
What I'm saying
And
though is the way that you're saying it, the daunting tasks. Mary, right now, think about this. I envy where you're at. Not in a sense of I want yours, because you
Right.
have yours.
Right.
I want what you have.
Right. For yourself.
So if you think about it, you're one step ahead of me. One step. That's a giant fucking step. But you're on my step now. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you need to go to the next level. You need to get the fuck out of my way. And I'm saying that proverbially and per se in the spirit, because you are the sum of the people that you hang out with. And I've been on here for quite a while.
Right. You
So
guys
I'm
are
saying
absolutely right.
do
Yes.
due diligence. And, you know, if your kids want to do something, they'll see the due diligence that you have shown them. The dedication, the not depending on something that, like, there's been plenty of days that I've wanted to go smoke a doobie, but I didn't have a fucking doobie. Did I let my child know that I wanted to go smoke a doobie and not, you know, no, you, and yes, you need to express those things to your children. Yes, I agree. However, with that being said, there is a standard of excellency that I look to instill into my child that says put your complaints aside, because they're merely complaints of discomfort that you can
Absolutely.
change.
Yes, you're
If it
100%
was something
right.
that you could not change, then it's a different story. Then I'll show compassion. Then I'll show, you know, I'll show those characteristics of a father that he needs at that point in time. But when he needs an ass kicking and say, hey, buddy, you used to be this age and now you're this age and now you are stepping up to another level of maturity. You need to get going because you're behind. Or there's those other days that, hey, buddy, you're doing fucking awesome and I am so proud of you.
Yes.
And they come equally in a well-balanced life.
Right. Absolutely.
So you get your attaboys. Absolutely. You get your attagirls. Absolutely. However, on a homestead, to my understanding, you are your own attaboy. When you look out your window and you see that water tower and you see it functioning and you walk over and you turn on that fucking sink, every time you do, that's your attaboy.
Right. Yeah.
That's your attagirl.
Yeah.
Every time you see that sprout pop up, that you have cultivated that life and you have protected that life of that plant, that's your attaboy. That's your attagirl. The weeds are just the same. When you learn about what the weeds do, that's your attaboy. That's your attagirl. It's a different, you can't look at it from worldly standards. You're not part of, you don't have a 9 to 5 that you go. You have a 24/7.
Right.
If a dog goes into pregnancy and you need to go, it done fuck you at 3 o'clock in the, what the fuck is time? There is no time for you. It's all the time.
Right.
So your attaboys and your attagirls, they come in different manners.
Yeah.
And when you have the demons from yesteryear and yesterlife, you've died to that life. You don't live in New York. I don't see you as a New Yorker. I don't give a fuck if you did live there. I used to live in Minneapolis. Doesn't mean I live in Minneapolis in my mind. That's some fucking trauma there.
Yeah.
True.
That's where I got beat up for being white. That's trauma.
Oh.
But guess what? Those experiences have made me who I am today. And I am not a Minneapolisan. I am me.
Right.
That's
it.
If
You don't get
plant the
anything
seed
else
to
but me.
doubt, you get regret. If you plant the seed to doubt, you get regrets.
Yep. Every time.
Every time.
And when you plant the seed of fear, It grows every time.
You get a family roasting.
No,
And I
that's
don't
the
tell you
truth.
these
No,
things
that's
because
the truth. We had to go back to Michigan this year for a death. And it wasn't something we didn't foresee. Um, but it was the trip we anticipated. You know what I'm saying? And we did. You're right. You are so right, Nubs, because we did. We picked up them fucking suitcases and put them on our fucking car and brought them back with us. And, you know, we were in such a hurry to get home to where we found comfort that we failed to realize what we did until now, where you're telling me, and I needed that. I needed that. What the fuck? Because you're telling me I see your fucking suitcases. I don't know if you realize you brought them back, but you fucking did. And it's coming out in your words. And what I was allowing it to do was tap into other things. And that should have been a no-no as a survivor. I should have fucking known better than
you're
to
not a
do that.
survivor. That's the thing. You're a thriver.
But I should have known better. I should have
Well,
fucking
sure.
known better.
Now you do.
That's
What the
why
fuck?
it's in
That's
so
yesterday.
many songs that talk about I should have known better, and you got those blues. You know, stick those fucking blues on the fucking radio, blast it out loud while you're taking care of the outside of your house and the inside of your house and your temple and your body, and let it resound that motherfucking sound. Get it out. Scream while you're doing your job. Scream, cry, and laugh if you have to. But fucking know that your
Yeah.
work is not in vain, girl. It's not in vain.
No.
It's got veins.
No.
It's strong rooted. You got it.
You know what the strongest part of a plant is?
The system that keeps it alive.
It's roots.
The roots. It's roots.
It's
This is
also
the
the
one
thing
thing
that touches.
that I cannot stand
It's such
anymore
a
to hear
stupid
people
mistake,
say,
though,
man.
guys. It
I
really.
can't stand to hear people say, I love you to death. It's like, really? Fucking walk away then. If you're not going to love me into life, even through death, then you could go fuck yourselves. Love me to life. You're going to pray for me? Don't pray that I have a good fucking death.
Right. It's one of those moments you
Yeah, who
realize
said
it's a
that?
stupid decision.
That's crazy. I never had anyone say that to me. That's crazy. Sad that there's
It's
people
those
that do
moments of
say it.
compromise where you don't take up the fight and you later learn that you should have. That's a really jagged pill to swallow. One I'm willing to swallow because I would rather grow than become stagnant. But I took more in May from that state than I should have.
You know now, so grow from it now.
New
Fuck the
chapter.
shoulda, woulda, coulda. Fuck the shoulda, woulda, coulda. You're here now.
Hey,
It's the only thing that matters.
that's it.
Well, we're still tied to it until the final papers are signed. So we have to find a different mindset.
Speak to what it is, not to what it is.
Yeah.
Run into it. Don't run away from it.
Write it all down on a piece of paper and fucking burn it. And then,
Oh, I do that.
you know, you got to do it sometimes. It feels so good to just like fucking let that shit go. It's like, yeah, burn, motherfucker.
Rewrite
We're all
that
storm
contract with a receipt on it in your own handwriting. That receipt would value have 0 through and through. It's taking the proper steps in your mind, because here's the thing that I'm learning is as I take care, like I live in a rental, okay?
Me too.
I do live in a rental house, however. So I have an entire property to maintain. I've done landscaping here. I've made this place nicer on my own dime, on my own time. And here's why. Because I love my landlords. They are phenomenal fucking people. Awesome, awesome people. We are so blessed to have them. And he lets me do what I need to do to make this place beautiful for me and my family. As a man, he understands where I'm coming from. And it's as if I live here as my property. Now, there are some stipulations, and I have these things to get over because there is still a contract that I still owe. Every day, there is a payment that needs to be made. And it's not a daily rent payment. I'm saying there's money associated to every day of the month, and there's one payment that is made. Let me clarify.
Right.
Nevertheless, I am building a home because eventually somebody else is going to come in and they're going to build and they're going to ramp off of this place. I have redone the kitchen. I have redone the kitchen floors to tile. I have done the living room floors to LVT, which is laminate vinyl, or excuse me, LVP, laminate vinyl plank. I have redone the bathroom, and not all of the materials were on my dime. And I did get some rent adjusted, but not nearly what my work is actually worth. Like, I just wouldn't charge them that kind of money. Like, I love them. They get family rate. They get like parental rates. They're that type of people.
But your love of it went into it, so your energy's in it. I think that's the best part.
Yes, absolutely. This is home. Right now, this is home. It's not my home forever, because I have a home that's much like that one. And that one, for us, it's not going to be a long period of time. I don't have that kind of time to build a house. And the reason I'm saying that is because there are certain stipulations that I have put on myself, certain standards of excellencies that I have put up so that I can live up to those things. And I don't reach for the fucking stars. I know I can't fucking fly, but I can go to the top of the mountain.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so when your reality is realistic within your abilities, so you go to your ability and then you push 10%, you push 20%, then you get up and you fucking do it again. Go to bed, you get up and you fucking do it again. And at the end of the day, you've got that fucking 12-hour work week or 12-hour work day all through summer. And then when you're resting in winter, you're not resting. You're building the fucking inside of your house.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you hire in the people that you need to hire in because you're stuck. If you get stuck, you ask for help, right?
Yep.
If you're in the truck and you're riding down the fucking road and your tire blows and you ain't got shit to do, and you see somebody riding down the road and they have a fucking tire shop on the back of their fucking truck, don't you wave them down?
For sure.
You know, and like, I don't know what kind of research you do or anything like that. I assume that you're a pretty intelligent woman based off of what you've represented yourself as.
I try.
If there's projects in your house you need to get done, and if you're bringing them to light, I'd say bring them to fulfillment.
Yep. You've been right, spot on, Nubs. And though we
because I live
still
this shit.
strive to achieve it, I definitely see room for improvement.
Of course.
But that was a reality I needed to face, and it affected the whole family, which is the problem. So like, it wasn't like my husband wasn't affected, so he could see it like from the outside. You know what I'm saying?
It didn't affect the family. You're wrong there. It infected the family.
Yep, and I was not taking my spiritual elderberry.
There was side effects. That's why it's an infection. They were unintended, right?
Yep.
Well, how do you get rid of unintended side effects from prescription drugs?
Cleanse
You
your
stop
system.
taking them.
Stop taking them first, yeah.
And you start cleansing your body with all the things that you know about herbology. What we're all been trying to share with you. And you do it for yourself. You do it for
Mhm.
yourself. Little at a time. If you don't like it, it don't work for you, great. If it works for you, then just know that the people who actually love you will stand out in a fucking crowd. Because they help
Right.
you to stand out in the crowd. They say,
Do you
hey,
see,
you got this.
Mary, do you
You
see
got it.
these?
Those are
Yes,
beautiful.
they are
You know what that is?
your creation.
No. Nope. Nothing special about them. They're just in water.
Pineapple.
I'll tell you what that is. That is some of the first plants that are going to be put into my greenhouse when I get my land. So I'm on a time frame. Those trees are growing. Those roots are growing. They need somewhere to grow. I'm on a time frame. So are you. You just don't know you've got trees growing. I think
My
you're
trees are
figuring it
my
out with that
children.
look.
My trees are my children, and I can see the strain of not having the roots in the soil that we should have had by now. So when I say daunting, I think that's what I mean. Like, I put so much pressure on myself
Why? Let me
because
ask
I
you this. Have you
see
ever
it
been rock
hurts
climbing?
them.
Have you ever been rock climbing?
Yeah,
Have you ever been rock climbing with a pack?
no,
Try it. A lot more pressure. It's a lot more difficult. Guess what you can do? You can take your pack off and you can tie a rope to it. And when you get to the top of the fucking hill, you drag that son of a bitch up. So you don't have all the pressure holding you down. And you have already accomplished your goal, and then you deal with the pressures of the realities. Because they're not real unless you give them reality, right? There's only a couple people after you for a couple of dollars. Past that, it's all on you. And you have your husband out working a steady income, so those wolves are being bayed at the way.
right,
So only you are holding you back. Because as he's out there creating that thing for you and yours by providing, when you're out there with that fucking hammer drill and you're digging down 15 feet, cussing me the whole way, cuss me the whole fucking way, you son of a bitch. And then when you put that water pipe in and you have free pressure, water, air, because you were smart and you were dedicated and you created what he could not because he was not there. That means you co-create the dream that you have. And if you have the dream, you have the reality. You say there's details. Well, get them fucking figured out. Write down a fucking list and cross that son of a bitch off as you get done.
right,
And if you need some attaboys, you make that list really fucking detailed and you cross out every detail.
right,
And as you look at that list and as you look at that notebook, as time goes on, you've written down things and you've accomplished things. That notebook becomes a mountain that you have climbed and not looking at. It is not daunting anymore because you are well accomplished, you are well seasoned, and you can finally climb with a pack on your back if need be. 9 times out of 10, put that motherfucker down and bring it up as it goes.
Right. Which is,
You don't
what?
have the
I'm
weight
sitting
of the
here,
world.
Nubs, like, I want to kick my own ass because
No.
as you're telling this to me, I realize that I have done that. I've done that. Like, that's a useful tool I've used. And I feel like a little bit of an idiot for like misplacing that tidbit of knowledge, for not utilizing it in the moment it was needed, because I look back
So
and
get the
see
fuck
where
out your feelings and get to work.
I fucking hate when people are right.
Yeah, and I'm not an easy person to get along with normally because I'll tell you the truth because I care about the truth. I don't tell you these things for your benefit.
Right.
I tell you them because when I plant a seed, I intend that the plant that I grow comes about. I'm a fucking farmer. You just happen to be some of the dirt that I see worth investing in. Just like Larry and I have had conversations. There's dirt out there that is fertile. It just doesn't know it's fucking fertile.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is here's a grand reality. You're how far from Larry? Larry needs a fucking place. Larry could come out and fix a lot of your fucking shit. Larry, move your fucking camper to the back 40 of fucking Homestead's property and 10 situations get fucking solved.
Right. Yes.
You got a fucking lackey that will be appreciative of everything, every task that you give him, he will be appreciative of. Because that's Larry's character.
Right.
I mean, if you want solutions, they're right in front of you. You just don't see them because you're fucking blind. Take your glasses off. Learn to see. You want to see better? Get some marigold oil.
My 4 eyes, huh, Larry?
This is why I love Nub so much. He's like, he can tell you in a roundabout way, dude, you're fucking up. You need to get your fucking shit together. But he does it in such a loving and caring fucking way. And he brings the light into your heart, your soul, and your mind all at the same time. I'm sorry.
That's all I've got is light. That's all I can give is light. If I give darkness, it comes upon me.
And if I'm not seeing my light shine, then I'm doing something to diminish that. Like, that's not a blame to anybody else. That's why it's affecting me, Nubs, because that shit is on me. I should know better.
Sure. Now you do. So quit being guilty. Get out your feelers. Say, when I was a child, I thought as a child, I did as a child, I acted as a child, and now that I'm a woman, I act as a woman, I do as a woman. Now, there's a difference between acting and doing. One is doing.
Yes.
You can be a mom through and through, but these are just fundamentals of life.
They are fundamentals of life. And I need to remember I've taught myself them, and I need to stop forgetting.
No, you do remember. You got to change your words, dear. Your words are what defeats you because your words create the pathway in which you follow. Think about that story of the Red Road.
Yep.
That red road allows you to.
I stopped saying I move mountains, but apparently, Nubs, in the last year, I stopped saying my mantra. I stopped.
How the fuck do you move mountains? I can only move boulders at a time. I make mountains, baby.
I had to move things to get out of my way.
Sorry, Linda.
You have to replace things to get out of your way.
Well,
but you only
yes, I
replace them
replaced them
inside of
with
you.
goodness. I replaced them with light. I
Absolutely.
replaced them with love. I
Yes.
replaced them with
Yes.
empathy and understanding. But I did
And
have to
where
move
did you
that
replace
shit
them
out
with
of
all
my
of these
way.
things for you, first and foremost?
That's who I did it for, because I believed if I didn't
Okay.
learn, I couldn't teach my children.
Okay. I'm just asking. I'm not doubting. I'm just asking. Like, please don't be offended, Ed.
When I left my childhood and became a parent for the first time, I realized instantly what I didn't know and what I should have already known by that point. So I put myself in college, not to learn like criminal justice, that was secondary. I took things like personal psychology, childhood health, safety, and welfare, juvenile delinquency. Like, I tried to run the gamut of things that I should have already been taught. So,
But let me ask you this. If you're taught externally something that you already know internally, did you waste your money?
no, I didn't know it internally.
Oh, yes, you did.
No,
Your mothers knew it. Your fathers,
okay,
fathers,
so
fathers,
listen.
fathers, fathers knew it. Therefore,
Okay,
you
in
know
that
it.
spirit, no, you're right. But in the spirit, the situation I found myself in from birth to 14 was a pressure cooker. I didn't even know what was inside it. You know how you put all that stuff in a pressure cooker and you can't look at it until it's done? That's kind of what it felt like. So as I went through these classes, I did recognize what you were saying. I recognized it in me, but I needed someone really to tell me what it was I was recognizing, because I was not given information. I did grow up in a violent bubble that when I came out, it was a holy shit moment. So I had to learn. I had
Yeah,
to
I grew up
teach
in the second
myself.
highest crime rate per capita in the United States. We all have a backstory. We all, and I'm not looking to diminish your backstory, not in the slightest. Please, please, please do
Oh,
not
I'm
think
not
that.
taking
And
it
I'm
that
not
way.
looking to criticize.
Right.
What I am saying is when you are looking to your past to determine your future, you will lose both because you're gonna wreck.
Well, don't we all fall into that before we learn better, though? And that's what I
What
had to
happens when we
learn, is
learn
that I
better, though?
was, well, that's it. I had to learn that. And I let my guard down last year. I let it down. I didn't protect myself. I didn't do the things that I naturally would have done as a mom to set my safety protocol, even spiritual ones, in place to protect us. I didn't
But that's
do
what you were
that. And
supposed to do. That's because that's what you did. That's why it was what you were supposed to do. Because now you have that perspective for the future. You take the perspective, you don't take the bullshit. You separate your pearls from swine. Like, you're not going to cast your beautiful things to your pigs, are you? You're not going to go take your phone and put it in pig shit, right?
right.
Okay, so you had something happen to you. Okay, I can speak from my life because speaking from yours is just foolish. Because I can't. Like, I
Right.
can't.
I get you.
But
I
I
get you.
can speak from my life. I could have taken my life growing up in the south side of Minneapolis, getting my ass beat just because I was fucking white. I could have taken that and I could have been a really racist fucking asshole and quote unquote justifiably. I could have
Right.
justified it.
I hear
I
that.
could
Yeah.
have.
Hmm.
I didn't.
Right.
I took my ass beatings where I took my ass beatings because I realized I was not in my house.
Yeah.
So when they came as a result of me being in the wrong place at the wrong time, gaining the knowledge and understanding of, hey, this is the wrong place and this is the wrong time. However, with that being said, it also gave me this other thing. It gave me this ability to take care of myself against all odds. 5, 6, 7 people, I could fight 5, 6, 7 people when I was a child. No problems, no worries. I was throwing motherfuckers around at the end of it. In fact, that's why I had to leave. Because I didn't take it anymore. Because it became my house. Because I put down fucking roots. Now I go back to that. I don't live far from there. I go back there and I just chuckle. Because my blood, sweat, and tears goes all the way through that fucking intersections and all of those little fucking roads and all those alleys. I look back and I remember that's my blood, sweat, and tears. This is my fucking land. This is mine. This is who I am. And it's who I have become because I don't hold those things as negatives. They're roots. They're where I came from. They're not who I am now. And going from that kind of racism to going to the middle of fucking nowhere, Western Pennsylvania, and being all of a sudden going from the one that was persecuted for being too white to being persecuted for acting black. That was my neighborhood. That was who I was. That's where I came from. And getting told, get the fuck out of my house with those shoes on. Huh. That was kind of a rude awakening. Guess what? It was all part of the experience, and I'm glad it happened. Wasn't glad then, because I didn't understand that it was a daunting task that was just simply done and part of the experience. Anything that happens to you, you're supposed to have happen to you. Anything that you don't want to have happen to you, don't set yourself up for fucking failure. Don't doubt yourself. Don't fear the unknown. The unknown is where the fucking magic happens.
Amen. Absolutely, yes.
Yup.
I feel more idiotic as we go on because I just
Don't.
That's your child, Mary. That's your inner child connecting on so many levels.
Don't feel guilty. Don't feel animosity. Don't fuck that shit. And not in a creative way. There was a great man apparently one day that said to a lame person the same thing that I'm going to say to you. Because I see that in places you are lame. Take up your fucking mat and walk. Your legs are fine. The experiences that you've had have built those fucking muscles so that they can handle the fucking dirt as you're digging it. Because had you not had those experiences, those times of picking up those fucking rocks that you looked at and you said, dear God, this is going to break me. You picked it up and you fucking moved it. Didn't you? And it didn't kill you.
damn it nubs just threw like a whole part of my parenting right in my face. Because
I'm just giving you truth.
My children, when we got here and we started moving our own water, I love seeing that meme when it did go around. You will learn the value of your own water when you have to carry it. And this is what my children were experiencing when we first moved here. And as the years went by, I was able to say, damn, look at those muscles. Do you remember when we got here and the worth of water was super heavy, just a gallon at a time? That was only 8 pounds. Gallons of water weighs 8 pounds. And now, I mean, now she gets, her dad, but the kids' dad takes him to the gym now because the exercise and the learning about exercise on the homestead was done. And now it's time to hone in and tone in those muscles. And that's what his job is. And that's what he's doing. And
Men are there to strengthen the children. Absolutely.
I mean,
absolutely.
I know I did
and men
my
have
best.
just as important.
Well, I
men
know
have
I did
just
my
as
best. Go ahead. I keep interrupting you.
You were in the middle of talking, so I'm interrupting. Nevertheless, men are there to do a couple of things for children, just like women are there to do a couple of things for children. And then the children grow up and they are learning from our actions. So what are the actions that we're willing to tolerate for ourselves? Because it doesn't fucking matter. My opinion does not matter jack shit in the grand scheme of things. It's an opinion from somebody that's thousands of fucking miles away from you, sitting on a little fucking box. That's it.
Sorry.
It's what you do with the information that I give you. That's that right there. That is the essence of creation.
That's what puts the
Because the
value
moment
in
you
the
pick up your
information.
shovel to implement one of my ideas that I have given you, the moment that you do, you bring life to something that I cannot. Because I don't have the land.
Right.
And then you pave the pathway for me because I've given you the idea. Just like I'm paving the pathway for somebody else.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how fire should spread.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid of that kind of fire. Forest fires, that's a different story. That's getting rid of your forest.
Well, I'm having so many emotions towards and about it. Like, I've never really shied away from living before. And I'm ashamed to say I might be guilty of that at some points in the last 10 months since we went to Michigan.
We all have a guilty conscience when it comes to a lot of things that have negatively been an ass in our life, that it's made a spectacle where we can see it.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing about it is that's just one point of view. That's just one point of view.
Best thing that ever happened to me in my life, to my understanding and to my knowledge, is a divorce.
Yep.
And it's not because I got divorced. That was the most painful, or not, I can't say the most, but one of the most painful experiences of my life.
Let me quickly
It hurt.
interject. I wanted to quickly interject. Linda, I keep muting you because you're echoing.
I'm sorry, girl. You are. I hate that. I want to go punch whoever's doing that to you.
That's funny.
I'm muted too. So I'm
No,
not.
that's what
I'm
I.
not sure.
That's what I. No, that's what I'm trying to say. Is I keep muting you because every time you unmute, we echo.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was a late
No, it's
bloomer.
Okay,
just let you know. That's why you get muted.
I just want. Well, I want to see if you all can bear it 1 minute. Not even a minute. What is the heaviest wood? Because I have a bunch of these, and it's really heavy. It's kind of gray wood.
Probably
Does anybody know?
walnut.
Walnut? Is that the heaviest?
I'm not sure though.
I don't want to burn them, do I? No.
Don't burn them if they're
No.
heavy.
Yeah, they're solid. Okay, thank you.
Are they
I love
green
y'all.
tree?
Don't know.
Let me see the cross end. No, those are not green tree.
Mm-mm.
Oh. So.
They look like they
Okay.
could be oak.
Oak. All right.
Yeah, take a sander to it.
Yeah, I've had them for a while because they're solid. Can't really hammer into them. So.
Yeah, they're probably oak then.
I thank you all, and I'm sorry for all the noise. I apologize.
Oh,
No,
it's
I
all
just
right.
wanted to let you know that's why you kept getting muted.
Alrighty. Well, I'll be listening.
All
I love
right.
y'all. Bye.
Love you, Linda.
I don't know. I just think there's a lot better ways that we can think about life. than what we currently do. And like I was saying with my divorce, I wasn't happy that I was now facing challenge. I was facing fucking mountains that I had never experienced. And it was difficult. And there were days that I felt defeated. There really were. And those days that my son came, I picked up my britches and nothing was fucking wrong because I had everything that was right.
Yep.
So I could say nothing else was wrong. And I pulled my bootstraps up and I decided that, hey, there's nobody else that's going to raise my son except for me and his mother. You know, she's going to have different people and I'm going to have different people or whatever. I've not really. I mean, I'm pretty stable. I'm very stable, surprisingly stable for myself. Nevertheless, it just as a testament of that stability shows me that's my attaboy.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, every day that I get to turn my truck on and have hardly enough gas to get to my job site, I remember it is my job site. It is not anybody else's job site. So I appreciate those days, just like the days that I walk out there and it's filled with fucking gas and ready to go, ready, ripping and roaring, and I got hundreds in my pocket. They're all the same fucking day. They're all days that I'm fucking grateful for.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you accept the bad for what it is, it's not so bad.
Yeah. I mean, look
Right.
at you guys. You're all living in your beautiful places, and you're doing your thing. And here I am listening to you, and it's very encouraging because I've been working since I was a kid. I've always got, I've always rolled down that mountain like fucking Jack and Jill, and quite a few times. But every time I pick my fucking feet up and just be like, I accept my weaker vessel, and I accept how strong that it's had to become in my life for me. And it's not just the physical appearance, but it is the inner me that, even though I might not have my own place, I have a roof over my head because I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, can I interject on that one? Can you pull up on camera for a moment? Okay, you're talking about physical appearance. Like, I don't know you and I'm not trying to hit on you or anything like that, but you're saying that you have kids that have kids?
No, I don't have kids that have kids. I have
Or
nephews.
kids that could have kids?
Yeah.
Okay. So you could potentially be a grandma. I would go with you are gilf mentality right there.
I have.
You are fucking gorgeous.
Oh.
So I don't care what your self-reflective, sure, the image that you see and the image that everybody else sees, they're probably very, very drastically different because you're a girl that I would approach and be like, hey, how you doing? Now, obviously, we're not in that scenario or anything like that. Nevertheless,
That's because I'm not a girl. I'm a woman now.
Sure. Correct my speech. Sure. Understandable. And that just adds to that whole genre of thinking. All that aside, you're very beautiful. So the moment that you sit there and say your beauty is less than, I'm going to call you on that bullshit, just like I'm going to call Homestead on that bullshit.
I did not say my beauty is less than. I did not say my beauty was less than. I
paraphrased.
I understand the beauty that I have on the outside. I understand that. But that beauty has done nothing for me, really, when it all comes down to it. You can have a beautiful rose in your garden, but it doesn't mean that you're not going to be looking at all the other beautiful things. And this is the one thing that I've had to understand.
And you're talking to a different breed, though.
No. I'm talking about my experience in my life. I have
Listen to
had to let go of that mentality to even be open to even come on this panel and talk to anybody. I've had to let go of everything that I've ever learned. And stand on what I know.
Mhm.
You
And
know?
see, that's one of those things that, like, as a man looking at somebody, that is an attractive quality. You've already gone through those fucking steps that, like, I don't need to train you to do these things, or I don't need to teach you. Does that make sense? Like, you're
Yes.
you are a very valuable, highly, sure. Well, I'll
So
let it at that.
it's one of the reasons why I let the younger man go in my life. That he was very nice, but I let him go because I told him, I'm like, whoa, I can't be your mother. I can't even go there as a friend or anybody else with you. That's something you need to grow on, and I could see it beautifully, but that's not for me.
Mhm.
Respect my boundaries with that one, because you don't have kids. Don't go there with me.
Right.
See, I've always been a sucker for an older woman. I'm not even gonna lie. I've always been like, my brothers and sisters were all 10 years older than me.
Yeah, I have older ones too. And after
And
working with
growing
elders
up so
for so long,
fast gives you
I'm just
that.
like, if you can respect our elderly or the children, it is what it is. I can't even communicate with you. You know, that's the thing.
Like my husband and I have both been traumatized in our youth, and
Yeah.
as we learned about each other in our conversing, we realized that it was difficult to try to maintain a relationship with someone who wasn't empathetic or couldn't understand what it was like to put your feet in another person's shoes. Like,
Right.
uh, when you've experienced that, the quality of a mate, like those qualities are very important. And
Mm-hmm.
if the challenges you've had in life are ahead of you and not behind you, it shows. You know, I don't want to use the words like naive or anything, but walking through challenges and coming out the other side, you do come out with smarts, with tools, with all sorts of things that you wouldn't get without the challenge.
Well,
Right.
I've
that's why you
dated,
were supposed to go through it. That's
right.
what I'm
Well,
saying. If you
yeah.
didn't go through those like, seriously, it's kind of like, think about it this way. They always say that you either marry your mother or your father, right?
I hated that statement, but go ahead.
Wait. Before you even go there, because I have the perfect example of that. After my father passed away, my mom confessed their personal life to me. I about mentally, like, dropped my shit load right there.
Hmm.
Where to the point that I had to call my husband at the time and tell him it was emergency. He needed to get home right now. He needed to get me far away from the house, but enough that it's not too far, because the kids, I need to know that they're safe. And my mom's okay. So we're sitting in the truck and he's like, what's going on? What's going on? And I told him, I said, I just realized something about me. I just realized that all my life I wanted a man just like my father. And I fucking got a man just like my dad. And I said, fuck it. I don't want it anymore. I don't want it. I don't
Hmm.
want my mom or my fucking dad.
Hmm.
And
So
boy, did that cause an issue.
I
To the
Yeah.
point where his hands were in my throat up against the garage door. And my kid's at the door crying with my mom and saying it's time. And I said, you're absolutely fucking right. And I'm terrified. I'm terrified.
mine is not that quite that traumatic by any means. But the moment that I realized that I had married my mother is when it was, we were a couple years in, and I looked at a piece of mail, and it said my wife's full name with my last name on it. And my mom called at the very same time. And I looked at the name on my phone, and it was the same fucking name. Because my wife has, and I knew cognitively, I knew mentally that my wife and my mother had the same name, but they literally, there was one letter difference, and that's the middle initial.
Did it say fuck you?
Well, yeah, that was the day that I realized, because we had been not necessarily nice to each other recently, and it just, the things that she was saying were the same things that my mother had said to me and in fact, I brought that very fact up, and looking down at the mail as I was bringing in the bills and shit, and I realized this is a bill, this is a fucking tax on my life. Right here.
Literally a tax on me and my kids because he was illegal.
Oh, even better.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I didn't realize the whole impact it would have on my life being with another illegal man, but that's what I attracted. And I'm like, I don't want to legalize anybody else in the state. That's not what this woman's body is here for, fuckers.
For real.
I'm not a fucking state legislation or a billboard or a fucking piece of paper. I didn't come here to America for a piece of paper. I was fucking born here.
Right.
I was birthed in fucking California before it became too fucking out of whack.
What? California's out of whack?
You know, I was digging in garbage cans when I was a kid and helping my dad collect cardboard and with the other fucking 5 kids he had, so we can survive as a family. We were raising chickens and seeing chickens slaughtered and helping my uncle with his fish house and helping my dad. He would take us on the weekends to clean up the shit that was left behind. We collected copper and stripped it. We had swim money to go down to the local swim or eat Chinese food if we fucking wanted, or go watch a movie as kids because we paid for it. We worked. My dad made us work. That's all I've known all my life is work. But when you can't do it anymore because you're fucking having blackouts and shit like that, and nobody in your family understands the fucking crisis you're having, because everybody got problems. Don't need another one, right? That's when a woman just finds her fucking balls for one time in her fucking life, and what now? Eyes? Now you see what I fucking am? You see this now, huh, fuckers? You love it, fuckers.
That's it. It either makes you or breaks you. Life either makes you or breaks you, and it's what you fucking harvest. It's what you plant. If you plant the seeds of discord, you get the seeds of discord. If you plant the seeds of life, you get the seeds of life.
Well, here's the thing. If you're not a fucking peacock and can't transform that fucking poison to show your iridescent fucking glorious tail feathers, it's like you can't even be here.
For real.
I agree.
Yeah, that's the best analogy I've ever heard. That is absolutely right. Absolutely. Because we're all given things and we all have to try them on to see how they feel for who we are. Anger, resentment, all those. We all
We
get
don't
the
try them out.
opportunity.
We've got to do them out.
True. No,
It's like
I mean, yeah, that's kind of what I meant.
challenge.
That's kind of what I meant. Wrong word usage. You're right.
That's what I'm saying, though, is the
Before we
reason
say
I'm
no.
correcting that little point is because if you listen to what I've been saying, it's your wording.
No, you're
It's
right.
the way
I
you
don't ever
speak,
try to do
what
things.
you're
I
saying.
attempt to succeed.
There's a matter. Here's what it is. You either do it or you don't do it. Because when you do it and fail, you've still done it. You've just not come to the outcome that you desired. You came to the
Fact,
outcome that you gave effort to.
fact, yes.
Once you stopped giving effort, you stopped doing. You get to determine that. You know, it's
Right,
kind of
right.
like, for instance, if I've got a job where I'm cleaning up leaves, right? And I've got my blower out and I've got my guys blowing all the leaves into one pile. And that pile happens to be on the driveway because that's where I normally clean them. And there's a specific reason that I normally clean them on the driveway, because on the driveway, the leaves start to break down. And so you know it's a clean job. You know your job is done when all of those little particulates, the fine details, are removed. And my guys know. They know. Hey, buddy, guess what? If you want paid, you're going to do it my way. If you don't want to do it my way, there is the door. Your paycheck will be at the other end. I'm the one in charge, and my standard of excellency promotes my company. If you want to do it a different way, go start your own. I'll invest. As long as you can do it better than what I can, or the same as what I can. If I can make money on it, I'll invest. Not a problem. I don't have animosity towards bad workmanship. It's a standard of excellency that they're not willing to give for the money that I'm willing to give. So it doesn't work. It's incohesive. You know, make my dream come true, and I guarantee you your dreams will come true. You want a business? I'll set you up with a fucking business. You work for me for a couple of years. Absolutely. Why would I not? That alleviates a branch of my business that I have built for the past 5 years to somebody else. Like, that's a lot of responsibility I don't have to fucking deal with now. I just make money off of.
And it's what you've been talking about on a grander scale. Like, you reap what you sow. What you plant
Yes.
is what you're gonna
Yes.
get in the
Yes.
harvest time, and there is no complaining
Yes.
because the choice was there in the spring, right?
The choice is
And
there now. It's not in the spring.
I
The
mean,
metaphor.
appropriate time to sow seeds is what I meant.
There is an appropriate time, and just like planting, you got to plant according to where the moon is, because the moon determines a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's understanding life. You know, if you can't look up and understand that that's a map, and it's mapped to your life, and if you go astray, then it becomes cluster fucked. Like, think about these things, and you get out of your fucking way. You know, like,
Nubs, I told you I went to college to learn about real life, right? I had to take a break while I was going through college because of real life. But in the break, I did start looking up, like what you're saying. Like, it just popped into my head, so I just feel the need to share this with you. I did start looking up, and I started looking in, like, to myself when I was born, the time, all of that. And what I learned was life changing. So, in my son is Libra, and in is Libra. And there's two other houses that have Libra. And when I learned this and truly like wrap my head around it, looking for other sources for definitions, confirming things, doing all the research you're supposed to do, as I dissected for myself, I could see where not knowing my need for balance was so significant that when I started applying it, it was like I was flying. It was the weirdest feeling. And I know some people do not believe in star charts, they do not believe in astrology. I totally get that. But for me personally, learning about the time period I was born in. You know, learning the moon and and the sun and the houses in which we are all born under. I was flabbergasted and so relieved to know that one tweak of understanding upon what balance meant to me personally, it gave me things I can't even describe. Like I have little words for it now because that understanding was so key. It wasn't an understanding about people in general or Libras in general or people that was born in September. It was so akin to just being about me. It was phenomenal. It was an investment I'll never regret.
Because me is one of the 12 houses, or 13, if you think about it. But there's a lot more than just 13 houses up there. If you really know the
Oh yeah.
stars, you really know some differences. Thing that's really funny, the thing that I'm over here laughing about, is I need to reiterate my analogy of you rock climbing. Because now knowing that you're a Libra, I can expand where I wanted to, but I didn't necessarily think, like, I just thought it would be extra in the conversation, not necessary. But let me
All right.
expand. So as I was giving that analogy, what I was seeing is I was actually seeing two bags, one in each hand, that were holding your hands from climbing up. Because you were constantly trying to balance out all of your problems. Well, the thing about the scales that you probably don't know is scales have the ability to balance any weight. There are scales that go up to millions and millions of pounds. So when you're talking about the weights of the world, you're able to handle it with the arms that you've created. Just remember, you've got the legs to keep on moving up the mountain. And when you fall, you aren't losing all of your water. The reason you're bringing the water to the top is to bring it down to the bottom anyways.
Right.
Right? All the water that you have flows down to the bottom, right? Eventually.
Yep, you know it. Uh-huh.
And that's why you keep on bringing it up. And bringing it up. Just got to learn how to bring it up wisely. Because that's the scales. The scales are for judgment. We're going to judge how much weight is here. Now, here's the other part of me laughing. You know what I am?
You're a Libra.
This goes back to Danny. And what Danny was talking about is that nice little peacock. Yeah, I'm a Gemini.
Ha, ha, oh, that makes sense. Oh, yes. Okay, I totally get that. Yeah.
Now here's Nub giving us all this enlightenment, and he can't even brush his damn hair in the morning.
That's my antenna. You leave my perspective alone. This is my beautiful antenna.
Signal has been great. Lift that baby up. That's right.
That's my peacock, homie.
There you go.
You ain't never seen a peacock flopping around?
Well, see, I knew you would have a comeback for that, so.
That's great.
Hey, shit happens, you know? No, when I learned what a Gemini is supposed to do, I started accelerating. Learn what you're really learn it. And I'm not talking about, and this is what I'm talking about with college. Don't get me wrong. There is validity to paying money to learn something. Sure. Not discrediting that.
Right.
You paid for something that I got in practical. I learned what you learned in college through the college of the streets of hard knocks. And I'm not saying you didn't go through those hard knocks. You just didn't recognize the lessons in those hard knocks the way I recognize those lessons in those hard knocks.
Right.
So it's just a matter of understanding in what you saw and how you saw it and Like there was a point in time, for instance, metaphorically and physically speaking, they wanted me to wear glasses. And because I couldn't see without them. And when I put them on, I could see. And it pissed me off. I said, I'm not wearing your fucking glasses. I can see just fine. You see any glasses? I have better than 20/20 vision. Right now, if you put me on the charts, I will read the bottom fucking line without a problem. You can go lower. I'm like a fucking camera lens when it comes to my eyes. Why? Because I said, fuck you. You will not determine where I can go. Just like when they used to call me handicapped and special. Handicapped? All right. I get free parking. Good. Now I can get there faster, so work harder. That's how I looked at it. And it's not like, you know, I was pretty fucking bad. And a lot of it didn't come off of me until I was much older in life. You know, in my 20s, I did a lot of growing up. In my 30s, I did a lot of fucking growing up.
Right.
And a lot of those mentalities fell off of me. And that's when I really recognized that we are living as we are speaking. It's the only constant. Our words are the only constant. And I'm not talking about the words that come out of our mouth. I'm talking that internal speak.
Right. Yes.
That
Yes. You're
you
right. Yeah.
dumb motherfucker. Do you know when the last time I've criticized myself? It was a long time ago. Because I don't need to criticize myself. I need to learn from my mistakes. But criticism is not going to get me anywhere, especially self-criticism. It's like a fucking train wreck. The effects go on for miles and for years. Quit creating the train wrecks. Because we are the conductor and we are the train and we are the toxins and we are the safety equipment.
So
You
we
know,
can blame
there's
Northern, but it's not their fault. No, that's a sick joke. I should just erase that. But you're absolutely right. We create the train, we gas the train, and then we send it into a freaking mountain that won't move, and then we wonder why everything we've done is destroyed.
we are the BlackRock and we are the Vanguard because we own Netflix and we own the train company and we own the train tracks and we've paid off all of the politicians all the way through. In fact, we put our own politicians into the fucking house, but yet we still have the ability to fuck up so bad that we derail the goddamn train with all the fucking chemicals that we were just going to release anyways. But now there's a plan.
Yep,
That's
yep,
why
yep.
we made a movie of it all those years ago.
Yep.
What is that movie? That movie is our fucking thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it that we've all had situations where as a child we had a situation that happened in our fucking mind that as an adult happened in reality? Like you were talking about, why would I be in a camper with my fucking daughter? This makes no fucking sense. Well, why is that? Because we literally fucking speak our existence into reality.
Right. Yep.
Yes.
And our word is the only constant.
The only.
Yo, I'm so glad you said that because without marijuana, I suffer from very serious nightmares, like heart stopping
Says
from
you.
childhood.
Mm-hmm.
From childhood, like before I knew what a nightmare was, I was experiencing things that didn't make sense to me. So I'm just going to say that to me, that's what a nightmare is experiencing something during the sleeping hours that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Every time I had one of those dreams, nightmares, I would get this compelling feeling to not speak about it, to not detail it. And I've had such serious ones that it literally affected my behavior the next day until the nightmare come flowing back, and then I would understand like why I'm having this weird anxiety that seemed to come out of nowhere and was there when I woke up.
That's
Yeah.
because you're a scale. You had to put it on the scale to wait and measure it until later. And then if it was meritable to be talked about, you talked about it. If not, you held it in either
No,
a
I
place
never
of
talked
storage.
about it,
Hang
Nubs.
on,
I
hang
never.
on, hang on. Hear me out. You either put it into a place of storage that nobody could see, or you discarded it. Most of it went into the storage facilities.
Yeah.
And
I
the
put
facilities overweigh, and you're about weights and measurements, and now your weights and measurements are all kinds of fucked up. That's why your weights and measurements are all kinds of fucked up.
yeah.
Well,
You got to know
I'm
yourself.
I'm glad you said that
I
because this
know.
is one of the things that I did struggle with, how to deal with these night dreams that were so horrific at times that I couldn't ask for, I couldn't go somewhere to ask, hey, what do I do about this? Because I didn't even want to speak it out loud. I didn't want to bring life to it. That's how I felt. So I did. I kept it inside more to not put more life to it. And then
Let
when
me
I
ask you
found
this.
marijuana and realized that I could cut that shit off at the nub, not to make funny and nubs there. But that's exactly what I did because it was traumatic to me. And there was the only way to find help was to speak it alive. Well, I wasn't willing to speak it alive. So I was going through life suffering with this until I had a surgery. I couldn't take the medicine. My girlfriend said, hey, try this. And I tried it. It took the pain away, but also it was the first sleep I had in 23 years that I didn't wake up the next day afraid, fearful
Right.
for no reason, except no conscious reason I could think about. So
Yeah.
it was to me my great and ever loving bringing something to me I wasn't willing to put into life to try to find a solution for, because in my mind, if I'm even speaking, even when we do of the past, I'm gonna have to do some like cleansing because I spoke some things. You know what I'm saying? I put life into them, and
Yeah.
I worked very hard because the system the system made me repeat things at 14 years old so repetitively that after 9 months, I went to my mother and said, I'm not doing this no more. I'm not doing this. I'm re traumatizing myself. I'm putting things back into life that should be dead, and I should be able to get past them and grieve and do
No,
all that
they
stuff.
should be put out in the open, Mary, so that they can be worked upon and grown through.
The only
That's
way to
those
get
are
rid
the
of
roots,
darkness is through
children.
light.
Those are the
Yeah,
roots
but
that
you
you
have to be careful who you let that
uh,
out in front of and who I was around. Who I was
Mary.
around would have used that as the sharpest razor ever. And
Good.
I
You're
couldn't allow that.
let it sharpen. Let it
Let
No,
it
sharpen.
the
sharpen. Iron sharpens
damage.
iron.
Let it sharpen. Let
It's
it.
only damage if you look at it. The only way to sharpen a knife is to
Mary,
remove the dull edge.
Mary, you're a gardener for God's sakes.
And it took
Yes.
me a long time to understand that to till a garden is not always to keep the garden healthy. It's the way you care for the
It's
garden
the garden.
altogether, which what keeps it healthy.
There are some parts that have to
Leave
die.
dirt as it is.
Well,
Leave
that's
dirt
what
as
I'm
it is. Dirt is
saying.
where the decomposition is.
Yes.
Right. And this is
Yes.
what I've
No,
learned through life.
It
Absolutely.
feeds
And
it feeds the mushroom system, the mycelium. It feeds it. Thus, you start getting bees around your garden, and it pulls in because the frequency is now set the fuck off.
yes.
And
right.
you go get
Yes, that's
yourself
why I
a bee
encourage you to
fucking
get rabbits. Because
beehive, and
rabbits encourage that
that's
mycelium.
yeah.
I'm not telling you these things just because it's flippant. I'm telling you these things because this is how you regenerate mother.
Yeah.
You got to take care of mama. Mama will give
You
you
know,
the instructions. Mama will give you the plants. Mama will give you the animals. Mama will give you everything you need, but you've got to homestead it.
yeah. You're on Turtle Island. The reason you have berries in your yard is because the land needs healing.
Paradise.
Scab over the land so it could heal.
Paradise.
It's sugar. It's good sugar for your family because you do have suffering from diabetic states, and you have your son. He has his autism, and that's Mother Nature telling you, hey, baby, we're gonna heal together. We're gonna heal together. You're okay.
Well,
And I would
I
bet.
feel like when I got here, I forgot to take my foot out of society when I left it. So I allowed myself to continue to have preconceived notions. And when I did take my shoes off, and when I did ask Mother to let me dig into her so that I may have a garden to nourish my family, the permission was given. Like that moment, March of 2020 is almost indescribable to me. It's the moment that I embraced everything you guys were talking about. Everything, every part of the good, the bad, the ugly, everything that brought me here. The reason why I was given permission to dig into the ground is because there was faith that I would take care of it, that I wouldn't do it for damage. I wouldn't do it for gain, illegitimate gain or any of those purposes, that I was legitimately coming to say I need to nurture my family. And why I'm mad, why I'm holding my own hand over the coal, guys, is because I allowed something to happen that I worked my life to build a barrier of safety and security for myself and my children, and
Yeah.
now and my animals. And I allowed a uh um um I allowed to be pushed off my mark. There's no other way to say it. I allowed
You
that
pushed
shit to
yourself off.
happen. Well, as we as humans do a lot to justify the things in our heads.
What is justification but willing to accept less than?
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I did not stand where my body, mind, and heart knew where to stand. My spirit, it knew where to stand. And I let something come in that I willingly compromised. You're absolutely right. I willingly compromised. I thought without my filters. I thought without my filters to understand that was the moment I was to stand, not to compromise.
For lack of wisdom, my people suffer and die.
Yes.
When you willingly find out, you put that wisdom aside. That is a moment you want the out of body experience so you can smack the shit out of yourself because you do freaking know better. So, yeah, I have to hold my hand over the coal and I have to remember this moment. I need to look at the scar and say, don't do that shit again. That was damaging. You allowed that to go on for too
Yeah.
long.
Yeah. That's why I stayed single for 7.5 years, but with just my kids and my family. And, you know, and I turned off the music for a while and I listened just only to instrumental music for a while. And I did deeper studies about the things that were ailing me. And I found myself capable of saying, fuck that. I have to do this differently. And I know it's a scary journey, but I got to do it. It's mine. It's mine.
I see, Nubs. Give me a story.
I learned how to cut wood. It was an expensive lesson.
Mm-hmm.
Painful lesson. Changed in an instant. Long lasting. Cold affects me different. Heat affects me different. And had I just done this one thing, I didn't. But I was prepared because I knew the herbs to pick out of the guy's yard to stop the hemorrhaging.
Right.
Being prepared is to have balance. And how do you prepare for yourself? Self-control, long-suffering, love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. Yeah, obviously long-suffering and self-control. Because when you have these things, then you have the gold. And I would go to bet that if you started crushing the material that you're pulling out for your garden, the rock, the hard sediment, if you started crushing it and pan it, I bet you might even find some gold. Because Mother produces all sorts of things. And if you're going to just move it anyways, why not create a smaller substance that then you can add back into your garden as that smaller substance? And you can also take the time to wash the sediment. Find out what's in your
It's
land.
funny you said that because the rocks I took out, I
You said
made
he lived
a
on Comanche land or Comanche or whatever.
the
There's a
Comanche
lot of things.
grasslands are north of me. Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's beautiful things in there, but it's how you go about them if you're going to disrespect the nature of it all. But if you're going to excavate your land and do it on the true purposes of its beauty and essence as a sacred ground, then Mother Nature will treat you as sacred.
Well,
Yep.
I really did have that in my mind and my heart and my actions. Something made me do this. I don't know what, but I created a shaker box so that I could pull the solid rock out and leave whatever was left. There's so little soil here. It's not even funny. So I wanted to keep the goodness of what was in the garden, the nutrients part. That's where the nutrients would have been held in the breakdown of the plants, of the roots that did get through the cracks. I wanted like
Not all of them.
all of that in the garden. So
Not all of them. A lot of those nutrients come out of those rocks.
even the solid rocks,
Yes,
because I'm
because of the mineral values of each thing. If you go and look and start doing your geology about the rocks, oh my God, you have a fucking gold mine.
I'm glad
Yep.
I just set them aside then, because that's what I did.
What do you
First, I
think they're
surrounded the
doing out
garden with them.
over there in Idaho? What do you think they're doing? There's a whole shitload of cobalt in that land. And this is what they're doing. They're corroding the topsoil so that they could get to the precious earth. Why people don't have places to live in and they want to sell that land, fucking sell that land, bitches.
Hmm.
We were looking at rocks the other day, yesterday.
Yes.
This is the rock that I sleep on.
Wow. That is beautiful. Is that another hole inside the rock right there? Oh man, check that out. Very cool.
I put that one under my pillow below my head.
And you resource that yourself.
Out of one of my customers' front yards.
Resourcing is resourcing.
No, it was a house that was going to be sold, so it was not part of their landscaping. It was the former house that had left it, and well, that's a difference.
Right.
If it was if their kids came up, I would feel bad, but it was not that situation. I knew the situation and I was okay about it. But
Gotcha.
that's another one.
Oh, very nice. Check that out. That's
And
a cool one.
then, yeah, we've got random crystals
Nice.
and the
Yep, that's
reason I
exactly
keep
what I
all
do
this
in my
quartz,
small.
I keep quartz even in my fish tanks. There's there's a big ass chunk of quartz. There's another form of quartz.
Oh, that's
That is
beautiful.
that's a chunk of obsidian.
Wow.
And then that I don't know what that is, but I'm pretty sure there's some serious silver ore in there.
Yeah.
It's
Wow.
prettier on the backside. I don't know why she put it in that way.
That's awesome.
Oh
I
shit.
miss my fish tank. I hope one day that I can fulfill my ideas, because if I do, then I would have the water to be able to have the fish tank, because I intend to have the pond. So if I can fulfill that, it would be awesome, and I could have a fish tank again. That was such a comforting thing to have in the household.
Well, of course it was. It was nature or it was water.
Mhm.
Anytime you hear water, think about it this way. So, water is pH'd out at about 7. It's a neutral, right?
Right.
You don't think that same premise is done with sound?
Hmm. That makes a lot of sense. I've had a lot of comfort near waterfalls or trickling brooks or like the sound of the water. You're right. Like that frequency has
It's the
a
neutralizing frequency.
yeah.
Absolutely. Why do you think I have larger flows? Like I could reduce the amount of noise that my stuff makes, but I like that. My cats go down into the basement just to lay there.
And listen to.
They we have a tuxedo that he'll go down and just lay in the middle of the floor. It's a cool place. He'll lay there, he'll listen to the water, and he'll go over, he'll smell the plants and get that fresh oxygen. I literally have an oxygen pump at the bottom of my house.
That's cool. What's that for? For the aquatics?
No,
Some of our
it is
greatest
the aquatic.
moments
It's
were
the
just standing in front of that fish tank and letting the sound
this is the
kind of let
oxygen
it be,
pump.
let it free flow our brains. You know what I'm
My,
saying?
my first daughter, we had a fish tank, a 50-gallon fish tank, and we had those little African frogs. And I used to rock her to sleep through the sound. She couldn't sleep without having to be by that fish tank.
Since we moved out here and do our own water, and have made mistakes like not watching the hose and gallons go on the ground. Like we've been really sensitive to the sound of water. But my daughter found just a small little water garden thing you can plug in. It took us a few days to get used to it because a couple of times we were like, "Where's that water coming from? I hear water." But now that we're used to it again and can appreciate the sound, when we don't have it on, we actually notice it missing.
Yeah.
This is my oxygen pump.
That's
I
neat.
have that whole aquaponics bay in my basement. There are so many. I have like 15 different species of plants. Um,
I like the paint job. That was kind of cool.
you like that?
Yeah, it's cool.
When my firstborn was
Throw me
diagnosed
up on
with
center, Larry.
when my firstborn was diagnosed with allergies, I filled the house with different types of filtering type plants. Wow, that's cool.
Looks like a 50s diner.
Yeah, it does.
That's awesome. Yeah.
It goes back.
Nice backsplash.
Let's go.
That's
The
all
kind,
my work. Um, the counters are my work. They're kind of messy. floor is my work.
Wow.
This floor is my work.
That's cool.
Very beautiful
Colors.
work.
That's my painting. I'm not quite done with the painting. The bathroom, I'm trying to convince him to let me bust into. I'm going to end up paying for it, but this is the first part of it. I'm almost done with the tile.
That's cool.
Very nice.
But I've been building up materials. One of the things that I've suggested to you is something that I'm currently doing. So it's not just a suggestion out of, whatever.
Right.
You can pull me off of center. But basically what I've been doing for the past couple of years is collecting shit.
Mm-hmm.
And it's shit right now because it's shit. But shit gets to create stuff when it sits and ferments, and there's a process that needs to happen.
Yeah.
And we have sinks and stuff like that. So like walking into a building projects, I've already got a lot of the high dollar items that I've been picking up for years. And when I say high dollar, like one of the sinks that we have, I pulled out of a customer's house. The house, when it sold after the work was done, it sold for 2.5.
Wow.
I pulled the sink out of it. Let me tell you, it's a pretty sink. It is solid glass. It is solid glass with mahogany attributes.
That's cool.
And it's like the original old. It's the original when they started separating the bowl from the countertop.
Mm-hmm.
And having that separate bowl, it's one of the original ones of those. Like it's definitely coming back into a retro.
Yeah.
It's fucking gorgeous. Let me tell you. Oh, I'm excited
Dude,
to build
I
the fucking
totally know
bathroom.
your excitement. Like 3 years ago, this is so weird because we live in the middle of nowhere. And 3 years ago, there was a household auction literally by my mailbox. And we were like, no way. Oh, when people have lived in their farmhouse so long and now they're coming into the 20th century, 21st century, they want to modernize. They take out that old beautiful farm sink. Yeah, I got it. I got clawfoot bathtubs. I mean, I was like, I shouldn't spend this money, but oh my God, I want that. I got rain barrels. I got so much stuff, like you said, collecting. I had to build a room next to my camper. It was a twofold. One, to protect her from the sun and the wind, but two, a place to put my shit. Because I've been collecting and I'm like, the sun is so horrid out here. I need a place to put my stuff, like minus the big sinks and stuff. Like the sun's not gonna hurt that. I got that upside down, and protected the enamel of it. But to get your hands on that somewhere where we live, literally just a couple miles from the house, it took us, I think, 4 loads to get everything that we got from that family auction back to the house. So I
Nice.
think that's what kind of makes us crazy because we're looking at it. Our brains are always moving and okay, once we get this step done, we're going to do that step. And when we do that step, I can put that in that spot. It's going to look beautiful. And, like we have to sometimes stop our minds, like pump the brakes. We haven't even done that yet.
Might I give you an idea?
Sure.
You have a phenomenal artist that's probably within feet of you.
Hold on. Yep, just touched her.
Maybe you ask her to draw the house.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's a great idea. We did it when we initially moved here, but
Well,
things
she's a
have
better artist
changed.
now.
Yeah,
She
she's a
knows the
much.
land now.
Yeah, yeah.
She has more experience now. She's a great artist. Start drawing the fucking house.
Yeah.
Draw the rooms. Learn how to do a scale design so that way when you go to build it, you've got 1 foot to 1 inch measurements, so you know where that wall goes. You know
Right,
what it
right.
looks like. Like if I were to take the time and pull the stuff out, I've got most of my rooms designed, and the ones that are not designed are designed in my head, and all of the
Right.
ones that are drawn are in my head. For instance, one of the things that I grabbed on a demo was a fully working jet pump for like what is it? The bathtubs, like the whirlpool
Oh,
bath.
yes. Okay, yes, yeah.
I pulled out the system, the jet pump system, and trashed the rest of it in the dumpster for the demo. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of the I can do anything that I really put my mind to generally. And what I'm going to do is I've got a buddy of mine that knows how to do the glazing for those old-timey tubs, the big
Right.
ones, the cast iron tub. So I'm going to build a housing around it. I'm going to lose the aesthetics of having the claw foot, but I'm going to gain the aesthetics of having the bathtub itself insulated on the outside and have the jets on that big ass fucking bathtub.
Oh my God, dude. Wow. That's gonna be phenomenal. Like our plan is a little different because we're a little older. So we had gotten 4 of those. They're not all clawfoot, but 4 of those types of tubs, so that we could build something outside, especially for the heat we have, that we can really cool off the way we need to, or even heat up. Like we're gonna build something underneath it. We could build a fire and have something all year long where we could soak amongst nature and just take it in the sounds of the homestead, the chickens, the pigs, the kids, all of that, um as our white noise, so to speak, and have comfort outside. I think someone else on YouTube also does that. I forget who does that, but every time she tells me she's filling up her outside tub, I'm like, one day I'm looking at my tubs right now, they're rain catchers for like the garden and the pigs and stuff like that. They're awesome rain catchers.
So my question to you is, what is that one day? Describe that one day.
Once
Because I've heard you say, and don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to interject. I'm just giving you the description that I see it as I see it.
Okay.
So you have said that one day, you've designated a certain day for certain things in the future. What I'm asking is, what does that certain day have to have in it in order for you to actively do that specific plan?
What keeps changing is the layout. So when I do things, this is going to be an enormous job because there's such heavy items to set them out, that every time the layout changes, where I intend to put it changes.
I'm not talking about all of the things that you see as your difficulties, because those will be dealt with one by one as they come, because they haven't been created except for in your mind. So they're already planted. Nevertheless, you can weed your fucking garden right now and tell me what the results of that day, what are the things that need to come into play. Okay, so let me give you an example from myself. In order for me to do a project, let's say I were to come to your house and offer to bid out a fence, right? Something basic, something simple. What I'm going to do is I'm going to draw out your house or where you want that fence to go. If it has terrain, then it has terrain, and I'm going to account for that terrain in my drawing, because I'm going to then give you 2 drawings, not just one perimeter drawing, but a sketch of the side view as well. Okay. And the reason that I do that is to give you a visual picture so that you, as the customer, can develop that fence. And the customers that have better imaginations, I tend to work faster. Whether I realize it or not, I tend to work because I am creating their picture. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So when I say have her draw up these pictures, quit changing your fucking mind. Stick to something and go out and build it. Because if that's what's holding you up is my plan keeps changing, figure out a best plan, sit down, and like Danny says, go out and scream in the fucking woods and figure the fucking shit out.
It's
Come
kind of
back.
like this. It's kind of like this. It's just like it's set. It's set so long that the seeds that have opened up and now grown out. It's obvious. It's obvious what is being sprouted in your life right now. So just breathe it in and let all the other shit go and just sit in that nature
Mm-hmm.
away from your family
Yeah.
and talk to the mother and father of all things and let them know that sometimes this is just too fucking much. How can I prosper as your child if it's too much? And if you are whatever it is you need to become that what you need to become, then please so be it in my life.
Yeah.
Another way to put that same thing is knock and the door shall be open, seek and ye shall find. It's that simple. You got to ask the right questions to the right places.
Right.
And it's your discernment that discerns where those right places are. And you've got two people that are saying, hey, go into the woods and figure it the fuck out. Danny's much nicer than I, but
Go into the woods and figure it the fuck out, right?
that's it. Go figure shit out. And
Absolutely.
then once you have that shit figured out, you're going to bring it back and you're going to ask your daughter, say, hey, can you draw what's in my head? And she'll say no. And then you'll say, yeah, you can. And then she'll say, all right, well, I'll give it a whirl. And then all of a sudden you'll look at it and you'll be like, holy shit, that's the house I saw.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, those are the rooms that I saw. Holy shit, that's that cast iron tub and it's right where it needs to be. Holy shit. Oh my God. And now, all right, how do I move it? That's
No,
the
it's
next
more like,
question.
holy shit, I created a daughter who has all this talent, and I'm telling her, no, you can't use it in our family life.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And then guess what? She can be an architect and a builder.
Right.
And she can build her own home.
Yeah.
Sandbags work real fucking good, and sand's real fucking cheap, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever looked at sandbag houses, tube houses?
Mm-hmm.
We have,
Go look at
yes.
Go look at the millions of ideas and come out with one that's you. And it might be a combination of 17 different fucking ideas, but it's you.
Right, right.
And every time you look at that fucking sink that you created out of your hands or you removed from somewhere else and cleaned and made yours, every time you look at these things, that's your attaboy. Every time you breathe in, that's your air that you created. That is it is literally the true MySpace.
Mm-hmm.
Right, right, right.
You know, you want a driveway? I can tell you how to drive or get a driveway that won't sink in when it floods. And, you know, you can ask all these questions. I'm a plethora of fucking knowledge. You're the fucking workhorse. You know, so
Right.
how much do you want on your fucking plate? I can come up with ideas till I'm blue in the face. And I'm going to implement that. You're going to love watching me get into my fucking homestead shit. Once we find fucking land, you're going to be like, holy fuck, dude.
Right, right, right.
Because what we're planning on doing is we're planning on providing for a lot of our friends that are going to provide for us. because we're going
Right.
to build a road and we're going to pull on a bunch of fucking housing and we're going to make it affordable for our friends to have a fucking house. They're going to pay us to have a fucking place to live. And at the end of it, they get a fucking house.
Right.
And if they want to choose to move it, then move it. We'll put somebody else there and do it again. And if not,
Mm-hmm.
they can give us a little bit of money to live on our
Right.
fucking land.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
The fucking wells taken care of, the fucking roads are taken care of, all of these things. So it's a little bit bigger than homesteading, and it's going to definitely, my property is going to be off that site. That's where we're going to start first. But
Right.
And that's how you build a community.
Yep.
yes, absolutely. Because we have people that we already know and like that are around us.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? When somebody drives down that road that we don't know, that we put the person that has the best of fucking intuition at the end of the fucking road. Oh, wait, now we know that car ain't supposed to be there. So we have a couple of gentlemen go out and have a conversation.
Right.
That's how these things are done. You know, and is it going to be fucking hard work? Hell yeah. It's going to be a lot of fucking hard work, and I'm going to love every fucking step of it.
Right.
Because
Absolutely.
that's what I was brought here to do, is to provide.
Mm-hmm.
So that people like yourself and Danny and Linda, they can provide. It takes a seed to create a plant, but the plant is where you get the fruit. So you can
Right.
have the seed.
Right.
It's all reciprocal. And the thing is like the information that you are lacking, the proverbial mountains that you are lacking, you're just not asking the right questions, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Or you get overwhelmed with the questions and don't know. And you say, well, when I go here, when I go there, you never go to yourself. You are your own solution, like Danny does. She is her own healing solution. I mean, we all are. We just don't go to that extreme. And I applaud her for what she does. It's something that I don't necessarily have the education on. Nevertheless, the
that's
solution is the solution. It comes from the water.
right.
It comes from the essence, from the spirit, from creation. I don't know. I'm just fucking rambling on. I'm high as
If
shit.
we get out of our own way, my tub
Hello, girl.
faucet broke recently, and where you pull it to make the shower go on. And I'm in a camper, so no experience in the past with anything like that. So I we have a girls camper and a boys camper. So I asked my husband to bring me the faucet. We only keep one camper supreme right now, financial wise. So he wasn't using his water system, and his faucet worked fine. So he's like, let's just use that one. We couldn't find one. We went to a couple places looking for an RV faucet for the bath, but couldn't find one. So I'm like, okay, well, bring it over, and then this is where I'm going to prove Nubs right. God damn it! And I said, you bring it over, and then I'll figure out how to change it. Well, he's busy. He's working, like Nub said. He's got other shit on his mind. So one day I'm like, you know what? Let me just look it up real quick to teach myself beforehand. I looked it up, and within 15 minutes, I not only had mine out, was able to show my daughter how to do it. She was able to go over there because it was so simple and pull the one off of there, put my broken one on there to maintain, the water system, and bring it back 15 minutes, literally 15 minutes. That had I just done what I had been doing my whole life, which is just pick up something to learn what you don't know, I would have had it fixed like 2 weeks ago.
You know
Yeah,
what
I
the
have mine.
sexiest thing? Oh, go ahead, Linda.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I chimed in. I wasn't even in there. That was that was the I learned that way is what I'm trying to say. Like my toilet, I had to Google it or YouTube it, and I fixed it. I couldn't sit there and not have a toilet, and there was no one around. So I walked up to Ace. I took a picture of what was going on. I walked up to Ace. I showed it to the guys up there. They gave me the parts. I came home and I ran it. I kept rewinding it and starting it and pausing it, but I did get it accomplished. And then what was the other one? The water heater. I didn't know how to light my water heater. Same scenario. Same damn scenario. It's good when we try to learn for ourselves. That's all I was trying to say. I chime out.
Thank you.
Do you know what the sexiest thing that my girl does for me?
What's that?
She doesn't bother me with the household stuff that she takes care of. If it's something that I need to take care of, she gives it merit that says, hey, can you take care of this or that or the other thing? Because I'm not able to do it. But everything else is just magically done. It's taken care of. I don't need to worry about the things that I don't need to worry about. I don't need to worry about coming home and my house being a mess.
Mm-hmm.
Because my day's been a mess and my house is my place of peace.
Right.
You know, and that's the relationship that we have, and it's a very, very back and forth. You know, I'm able to be the man that I'm able to be because she is the woman that she is for me.
Damn, I owe my old man a fucking apology. God damn it, Nubs.
Well, let me ask you this: were you, if he's your old man,
Cheers to
right?
that. Cheers to that, man. That's how it should be in so
Yep.
many ways.
What I would like to, that's the recipe I'd like to be cooking in my pot.
Then
Yeah, when
get
you
it.
figure out you're wrong, the best way to repair that is to say, I'm sorry, I fucked up.
I'm
No,
still human.
I disagree. I disagree with that 1000%.
But for
When you're
10
wrong
months,
about
his job
something,
was harder, Nubs. My mistake, like you said, it has reverberating qualities. So for 10 months, my mistake reverberated through the family of things not getting done or delayed or not even put in the appropriate order of priority. The list can go on about the reverberations. Yes, I do owe my husband an apology. I owe my kids an apology. And the reason I say that is because I want my family to see that I am human. I'm not trying
then
to be a
that's
perfect individual.
not an apology. The best way, hear me out. What I'm saying is, as a man in a relationship, okay, my girl can come to me, or my woman can come to me. She can say this and she can say that. Sure, I don't give two fucks about what she says. I am concerned with what she does. If she
Right?
says I was wrong and acts as if she was right, then what is she saying? She's giving mixed messages.
Yeah.
That's
So when
probably
I
what I
say
was
you don't
doing.
owe him apology, I'm saying you need to do the right thing.
Yes,
That's
from
what I'm
here on
saying.
out, yes. Yes, from here on out, yes. But
Yes.
I did not just one thing wrong. I did a couple things wrong. I made the mistake. I failed to allow myself to realize the mistake. There was no movement. I was a human being, not a human doing for 10 fucking months. I was a
Okay.
robot. I was dealing with 21 dogs. Like I went to a place that I never thought I would go again, which is to be that check in, check out, clock in, clock out kind of mentality.
So let me ask you this. Are you that today?
Thank God, with the prying of my wonderful friends, no. I'm now putting a
Okay, then.
different foot forward.
Situation closed then. Because if that's not who you are, that's yesteryear. And I'm not saying that you're not accountable for your actions. Obviously, there's accountability. However, if we're going to say we are a new creation, we must be then as our words. Because otherwise, our words mean nothing. And what is the one constant? Word.
Yep.
Live in the word.
Absolutely. You know, when I get off my ass and go plant a fucking Christmas tree plant, I'll have Christmas trees in 10 fucking years. Might take 10 fucking years. Guess what? I got fucking Christmas trees for somebody cut down and do some dumb shit. I'm not saying that's what I want. I'm saying that sometimes it takes dedication like 10 fucking years to come up with a fucking goal. But you do every right thing that you can possibly do until that goal is met.
I certainly was not doing that.
And you know, there's something I did want to ask you about, and feel free to tell me to butt the fuck out of your business. Nevertheless, I'm going to ask it anyways. You said multiple times that you have a boys trailer and a girls trailer, and I understand what you're saying, where you live in one and your daughter lives in that same trailer, and then your husband, I'm assuming, lives in the other, and then the dogs, according to their gender, are in either trailer to keep them from breeding and whatnot. I'm assuming that's what it is.
You'll understand this in a quick and simple term. My son was becoming a teenager and needed to be around his dad more during dad's off times so that dad could help guide him from a man's perspective. That's when we
Right.
changed things, is when that occurred.
Okay, if I might, I kind of understand where you're coming from. If I might make a suggestion that would probably mentally do more for your family than anything else.
Sure, I'll take any suggestion.
Put up a designated corridor between those two trailers if they're not already connected.
That was my intention, Nubs.
Well, life is great with intentions and stuff. So next time, in a week from now, I'll assume that you have started to gather the materials. You can tell me your story. Don't get me wrong.
Somewhere else with it. I was going somewhere else with it. We did try that. Both my husband and I have very, very strong personalities, and we weren't respecting each other at the time. So we needed to create space so that
Well, let me
could
ask you
grow
this.
in that
How much
fashion.
of his personality can you change, or did you want to change when you got together with him?
No, we never wanted to change each other's personality, but we didn't always care for each other's reaction to stress.
Well, there's a lot of
And
time that I don't care for my significant other's reaction. Nevertheless, I cared enough for it to give them mine.
I mean, yes, but we didn't
Because
want to add
sometimes the
to
best
the
thing
stress.
that
It was already stressful teaching our children to go from living in society to living out here. So, our way to maintain the relationship, because it was almost do or die with the relationship, the culture shock and the way that the things we were attempting to do, changing from being reliant on the system to relying upon our own manpower to require the resources we needed. We were butting heads on things which were damaging to the kids. They
well,
really,
let me
because
ask you
they were
this.
getting ignored, Nubs. That's what was really
I
damaging.
I totally understand that you fucked up. I totally get it. And when I say you fucked up, I mean that you both fucked up, just like I've fucked up and
Yeah.
everybody else has fucked. I'm not criticizing you by any means.
Right.
You got yourself into a situation that you got in deep. The shit got fucking smelly.
Yes.
And his fucking breath stinks. Guess what? So does yours.
Yes.
And let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a bird soaring with only one wing?
That's what we
Or
come to realize, Nubs, that if
hang on,
we
hang
didn't
on, hang
work
on.
together.
Or
Go ahead.
wait, what about a bird soaring with just two wings and no body?
That wouldn't work.
That doesn't work either?
Nope.
Okay, well, I would say that if I were you, and something that I actively do, a lot of the times I have to put myself aside for my love of my significant other. And I need to shut the fuck up.
Yes. Yeah. We had to
Because
relearn that. That's what's so striking about moving
Oh,
here is
Larry. Look at
we
Larry.
thought
We
we
love you,
knew
Larry.
these things. I love you, Larry. We really thought we
We're
knew these
here. We
things.
love you.
When we moved here, we were already 14 years into our relationship. So it's another example, which is why I'm so happy to be made aware of it happening again. It's another example where we let our guard down, like what we went through in
It's
Louisiana.
topsoil, Mary. 14 years is topsoil. Now it's ready to go. Boom, bitch. I'm
And that's
coming
exactly
through.
what happened. That's exactly, but we didn't recognize it, guys. What we did wrong was we didn't recognize it for what it was. So now we were taught the hard way. We went to the school of hard knocks, especially when it come to our relationship, because we didn't have role models. We're all in this for the first time. We've never had a 20-year relationship before, you know? So I get what you're saying, Nubs. We did get there. We had to find our way back slowly. We couldn't rush it. What we were doing was having an argument and hurry up. We got to fix this because we got a hard life to live. We just kept doing that over and over again. Until
there's one thing that you need to learn from this. Check this out. It's very simple. Ready?
I love simple.
Yeah, huh? Do you see my tongue?
Yep.
See what I'm doing?
Yes, yes. Yo, you're so right. Yes, you're so freaking right. Yes.
Because all that pain that you're experiencing is the pain that you want to unleash on your husband with your words. So
We've done it to each other. Yes.
the harder you bite. And it doesn't fucking matter what the fuck he says. It does not matter a goddamn thing what the fuck he says. He could tell you you are the worst person in the fucking world. You signed a commitment. Now live it.
Here's the thing that not a lot of couples, they don't do. They stop doing.
Yes.
They stop wanting to just say, I don't want your words. But come here. You're hurting. I'm hurting.
Mm-hmm.
Here's some oil. I'm gonna rub your feet while you rub my feet, and we just fuck it. I hurt. Please help me release the pain, not at you, but with you. Through this kind of healing. It's the basic healing that the fucking prostitute did for Christ. Lord, I want to wash your feet. Your feet are nasty, ugly. You're walking in this home, gonna talk about the Lord. At least, let me rub your feet with some fucking oil and
Where are
recognize
your two souls at? Your two souls are at your feet.
It's a reflexology of your life and the patterns that you left for your children. They have their own souls.
Mm-hmm.
They go around and around and around. And when
without
you
nurturing it,
are
we
the
all know what
problem,
happens.
and I'm not saying that he's not the problem in your relationship. I'm not talking to him. I would be saying the same fucking thing to him.
Right.
When you are the fucking problem in your relationship, you are the fucking problem. Guess what? You also are. You
The
are also
goddamn
the
solution.
solution.
Yeah, yeah.
You are the water. You are the solution that dilutes the assault.
You can hold the reins all you want, Mary, but if you ain't got wheels on that chariot, we ain't going nowhere, darling.
God damn it. That's so true.
And if you do all the research and he has a weekend off and he's coming home to a clean, happy house, happy life, happy wife, la da 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 da. The wife has a project for the weekend and you go put up water. So now you don't have that responsibility that takes up that time. So now you can go out and you can walk your property and you can heal it together. Well, wait a second. That changes the dynamics of your relationship. It also changes the dynamics of your land.
Yep.
And why? Because you bit your fucking tongue and you did what you were signed up to do. That's why I failed in my fucking relationship with my wife. You know why? Because I didn't play the fucking role that I was intended to roll. I didn't read the fucking fine print. I didn't read the part where it said, hey, you're the fucking provider and you provide by any means necessary. Do it the smartest way.
And
Yeah.
you still do it without a fucking paper.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
I'm not, when I say man and wife, husband, I'm talking,
You know.
you don't need to be in polygamy with the state in order to be married.
Well, these are the things lost through all of what we've experienced out in the world.
They're not lost. Bullshit. I'm telling you about them right fucking here, right fucking now. They're not lost.
They're not lost through our efforts, but what the system and the society in which we live under want us to be reliant upon their knowledge, not the knowledge that we can acquire together.
And people in hell want fucking ice water. Let them fucking want. What are you doing?
Absolutely, but it's taken all of us survivors to get through what we got through to be able to be in the place to finally meet up with each other to share information. Listen,
I'm not a survivor. I'm a thriver.
I'm a liver.
Talker.
I'm living.
I'm a talker, and this is not a subject I've ever shied away from. But I have to honestly say, this group of people, the recent group of people I've talked to yesterday and in the last few months, the positive vibration people, it's taken me years of walking, Nubs. I've moved 45 times in my life. I've had several neighbors. I put a lot into trying to find out what I haven't learned. And I'm 52 and I'm just
you live in it.
now. Yes, I am through all that effort, but it took me this to find people like you. It's been a difficult walk.
I'm just another man, though. I'm just somebody in a fucking I'm only telling you what you already fucking know.
But it was
all
your
this shit's
spirit
inside
within
of
you that
you.
makes you different, Nubs, because it's not
I'm
like
not
I haven't been
different.
told this. Listen, it's not like I haven't been told this information before, but sometimes it is how you're told. It is how you're showed. It is the examples that are given to you that without the right tools, without the right discernment, you're right, shit gets lost. It does. It gets lost until you're able to connect with the people who can connect the dots with you to find the information you seek.
I'm just a fire starter. That's all I am.
And maybe that's what it's needed from the other side, because maybe women saying it in women ways don't always come across in the same way. Hearing it from a different perspective as a man, as a father, as a provider, yeah, it's gonna come off a different way and be absorbed a different way. And if you're not
I hear you,
meeting
and
these
I
people,
appreciate you saying me to be special and everything. I personally, it's much like I was saying to Danny. You are very beautiful, and that's kind of crazy that you would, probably along the same things. I'm probably just blushing a little bit. Nevertheless, I'm just some guy on the internet. These are just fundamentals of life that are they were never taught to me. They're in me. They are me. They are who I am. Because I am you and you are me. That's what really attracted me to the place where I met Larry in the first place. I'm not looking to, I don't even like to start spreading names or anything. But that's what really attracted me to that channel. And that's what still attracts me to that channel. Because he's real, he's honest, he's in your face, and he's a fucking asshole, and I love him for it.
And yeah, I got to admit, I think everyone in their life goes there. They get bold about themselves, and we all should. We shouldn't be worn down by all these social jackets that were forced upon us as soon as we started taking our own breath. But
We
we
weren't
realize
forced. I disagree with that 100%. You cannot force something upon somebody. Once you can do it to a child, you can force a child. Yes,
that's what I'm
you
talking
can force
about.
a child to do this and that and the other thing. However, even a child has the ability to question the narrative. Because I fucking question the narrative. And so you weren't getting your bullshit into me. You weren't telling me I was special, like fucking special, that I wouldn't be better one day.
Right.
You could not convince me. So it didn't matter what they were saying. They were fucking wrong about me.
Well, that's what I had to learn, Nubs. I think that's the lesson I learned in
You've
college.
always known it, though. You've always known it, because if you're learning it, learning is only an external expression of an internal experience.
Right, but until the spirit, the heart, and the mind actually do connect, it does feel like you didn't have it. It does feel like you had to relearn something that should have been natural. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sure, I agree with what you're saying. I just don't. I don't look at it in the same spirit. We're looking at the same. We're watching the same fucking movie, and you're looking at it from your perspective, and I'm looking at it from my perspective. And when Jack is hanging on, and that bitch says, "I love you, Jack," and everybody goes, "Oh no," I'm like, "Jack, you dumbass! Fucking throw her ass off the fucking boat."
Do not let go.
There's enough room for both of us.
Yes.
But we got to kill off the man. We got to kill off the man. We got to kill off the one that provided her that sanctuary. We've got to kill the man off, so then we can kill the woman off later on. It's all there. It's all there. And it's all inside of us.
What you said is the reason so many go and search. Like the indigenous in their own culture had it already set up for, as these kids grow, they would go and have their own journeys, their own spirit journeys. Their culture was set up that way. Ours is not. Ours is set up with take your fucking number and do your fucking job. We don't care who you are.
It's fucking in us. It's whether we listen to that journey or not.
Well, that's what we grow. That's what we all hope to grow out of that box that we seemingly found ourselves in.
It's not a hope. It's something that happens. We all go through that red road.
Nubs,
do you know the story of the red road?
I do, yes. Go ahead.
Okay, so hang on. Hold this thought.
You guys are awesome. I just want you to know.
You guys are awesome too. I am loving this conversation.
It
okay.
took me
so I I'm going to show you something very, very quickly. It is a goose feather. Okay? It is a goose feather. That is all it is. Just a dirty goose feather. Okay. So, are you watching? Because this is going to be quick.
Yep.
Do you see that split?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Do you see that split?
Mm-hmm.
Went away, right?
Mm-hmm.
It went away, right?
Right.
Right.
That
No,
quit.
it didn't. That
Yeah, it
quit.
did.
That
Went away.
In a way, yeah. Visually, it went away.
It bonded back together.
Yeah.
Because that's how a feather is designed, is to bond back together to create a feather.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I was getting at. That it would fix itself.
Yes. Just as we are this part. This is the road we walk. Now I can't show you my goose feather that was given to me by a yes. We'll go with it was given to me from above. My goose feather.
Mm-hmm.
If you guys understand about feathers and what I'm getting at, I was given this after a great knowledge and understanding was revealed. This was the gift. This was my attaboy. This is a very precious, oh, let me get some of that wind. Oh, that's a precious feather. That is a precious feather. I'll be right back.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
I have my own feather collection. They're always showing up in my life. Mm-hmm. The day before I left Oregon, our neighbor's chickens came over and left a whole bunch of feathers, and I picked some up. And I knew my dad was okay. I knew my mom and my brother are going to be okay. I knew my path was light. It was going to become lighter.
Feathers allow you to fly.
Yeah.
They sure do.
Feathers make you fly.
Too. Yep.
I felt the wings before.
Nice.
Can anybody tell me what bird that happens to be a feather of or a creation of?
Mm-hmm.
I'm
I could
gonna
show
venture
you.
and just say peacock.
No, it's definitely
No,
not a
I think it was
peacock.
a hawk.
Close.
Eagle?
That is no. That may have been the last one.
Okay, I'm done.
It's off an owl. Is it off an owl?
It is an owl.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, you've heard me at night once or twice.
Mm.
I sing my hoot far away, and you don't know where I am, but I always speak wisdom.
Hey, I've had two wise old owls come perching on my fence one day from the day to the night to the next morning, and I said prayers in honor and give thanks and asked to take a message. And then months later, before I left Oregon at my daughter's home for the last time, I had a white owl come and sit on the fence, and all his majestic, and I'm like, what is up with all these freaking owls? Like, seriously, you guys are funny, but they're very they're very profound. Like in Oregon, like I'm telling you, when you're in Oregon, you better know that when there's a bird on the fence, that you're being watched. You're being watched. This ain't no fucking neighborhood. You're in some other place in another dimension that others can't see. They don't know.
but God is guiding your path. And the path of the wise out of thou is 360 degrees. Yet the code of life is 369 963 693. Yeah. Oh. And those are the frequencies. Those are the mother father. Those are man. And the ninth path is the only path that you have. There is no 10. There is no 10. The 10 is the 11th. It's the door that opened up to you. It's the door.
9 is the end because that's where you hear the word.
I want to read what Erm
The
said.
swirl, guys. It's the swirl. And that's when the vortex comes, and that's when you ride that bull by the fucking horns and you go.
I agree with Erm 100%.
Actually, I do. I just want to interject with we are social people, and I think we're social for a reason. And sometimes I can be an ignorant human, and sometimes I need someone to say, "Hey, you realize you got suitcases in your hands, right?" So I'm saying thank you to Nubs because he didn't let anything that he felt deter him from pointing out something to me that he felt within him needed to be pointed out. So Erm's right. I could have done with what Nubs told me whatever I wish to do with it. I choose to allow it to educate me and move me in a different direction. But I'm not going to deny the fact that I needed to hear that by someone else's mouth.
I would say for me, the only thing that I intended to do with telling you anything was to light a fire. That's funny. You're lighting a fire I was not even looking at that shit. That's fucking crazy. That's funny. That's all I was doing is lighting a fire under your ass.
The confirmation is needed that as humans, we're taught to go do your job, go stay in your lane. You can follow the Joneses, but follow behind them. Clock you're in, clock you're out. And this is all robotic mentality.
Do you know how
when
much money I make from the fucking Joneses?
I hope you laugh all the way to the bank, too.
Every day. Every motherfucking day.
And that's discernment. That's understanding what's in front of you, utilizing what you need to further your life, your motivations.
And do you know how many Joneses I turn away in a season?
I want Erm to know that I was, in fact, there's no doubt in my mind.
It's not about the Joneses. Has the Joneses met you, Mary?
Never.
Hello? I don't think so.
I have definitely worked for the Joneses, and they are very nice people, but I do not want what they have.
Right.
Exactly.
Yes. 100% agree with that, yes.
And I can say that both metaphorically and physically on multiple occasions.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I do what I do. I have my own business because I was tired of listening to other people that I didn't want to listen to. If I have a customer that I don't want to fucking deal with, guess what? I didn't read my customer right. That shit's on me.
Yeah.
And I have had people accept my bid, and then I overbid it by exorbitant amounts, and then realize that, hey, this is not the contract for me, and then turn the bid down after the fact.
Mm-hmm.
I won't take any money on it, so it's not a valid contract. There's no consideration per se.
Right.
But, or if my business, what's that?
I just thought, here's the thing is I realized about myself that the Joneses had to pay me to take care of their parents because they didn't give a damn of 2 cents about their parents to go educate themselves about how to take care of their fucking human bodies.
Yep,
And you would
absolutely.
think
That's
that
why I
their
said
mother
I've
would have
worked for
shown
them
that
plenty.
when they grew up. But they don't want the responsibility. And it's like, well, fuck. Where was the family value, huh? But
They
you'll
don't
pay me
have
for
it.
my family values? Yeah, you're
Yep.
gonna fucking pay me.
Yep.
And it's not
It's
gonna be
something
the
they
way
don't
you
have
think
and
it
they
is.
desperately
It's
need.
grand because it's karmatic. It's not
Yes.
my karma.
Do you know how often I charge more just because I'm driving onto a certain property? Absolutely. Because it's worth more of my time to be here.
Right. Work smarter, right?
Absolutely. And do you know how my performance on those jobs goes up? According to what they pay.
Yes.
Because if I'm going into the south side of Minneapolis where somebody says, I just need a fucking fence to keep my neighbor out of my back fucking yard, and I don't really care what it costs as long as it's cheap, I do those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And the fences are straight, the fences are accurate, the fences are level, or as the terrain provides, but the fences are not made out of cedar. They're not, custom gates. It's my standard gate because that's what you're paying for. The Joneses just
Right.
like nicer shit, so I have no problem paying to get nicer shit to put on their property.
Mm-hmm.
The greenhouse we were talking, the greenhouse that I was talking to my business partner about yesterday, the guy doesn't need a greenhouse, but you know what? His mom wants one and his daughter wants one, and he can provide it, so we're building it. Do you know
Right.
how much I'm going to enjoy being in part of that?
Yes. Yeah.
Like, I'm going to pour my heart and soul into that. You know why? Because he's putting his heart and soul into it.
Yep. Sweat.
And it all becomes individual choice instead of the choice of a corporation or the choice of laws or the choice of.
Corporations are dead things and laws are words put on paper.
Yeah. They
When
absolutely
we live
are.
according to these things, then we live a foolish life.
Absolutely.
And I'm not saying there's not validity in having order. I'm saying if we're going to take order, we should take it for what it is and how it's presented in nature, because nature, at the end of it, we're just part of. We just happen to be the fucking amoeba that's trying to destroy it all.
100%. Yeah.
And the thing about it is if you're out there homesteading, you're not an amoeba anymore. But if you bring any characteristics of an amoeba with you, then you're going to fail because you will just create an amoeba or virus. It would be a better term.
Right there's the rub, because as soon as you leave this system, society, the city, wherever it is where the people have grouped, and you realize your own impact, you realize just how damaging a human being can be. And now you're responsible for yourself. So you're not only responsible for the damage, but you're now also responsible for the cleanup, for the reparations, for bringing it back to where it needs to be.
And you can't just haul it off to somewhere else.
Exactly.
Because
And
then
these
you're
are
just doing to somebody else what you would not want done to you.
Exactly. Exactly. And it's a job that not many sign up for, unfortunately. It's so much easier to let the garbage man pull up to the curb, take your sacks that you filled with your weekly stuff.
You know your daughter's house that she's going to build one day?
Uh-huh.
Do you know how much of that house could be built with every glass and plastic bottle that you have filled with some kind of sediment and put in as bricks that are thermally better? Is it the right thing to do? I don't know, but it sure seems a good idea to me.
I showed her things like that. Those earth homes, back east, there were a few homes that had the earth over the home, like a grass ceiling kind of thing. I showed her all sorts of ideas because I don't like we've all said, I don't want to give my daughter the idea. I want her idea to flourish. So
Well, that would mean
my
she'd have to start drawing houses, right?
yep.
I'm looking at you, kid. Our
I
hair
mean,
matches.
Hoppy
I'm not
choppy.
even gonna lie. She is one of the kids that truly suffered through the catastrophe of society that we saw.
No,
And
she didn't. She thrived. She's right there. She's thriving, and
right
I
there, you
apologize. She's
see,
not a kid. She's not a goat.
you're not a goat. Don't say bad. Just don't. She wants
That's
goats. She wants
bad.
goats nuts. But these are things I've told her too. And I've had to back off as mom a little bit because who am I to say when and how she should have that dream
Yeah.
come into light for her? So I've had to literally be like, okay, 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 okay. I have to live
Dreams take
my
time.
dream. Well, I have to live my dream to show my kids the possibility of it, the openness of it, the work that it entails. Like, if I don't focus on doing that, I'm being an idiot.
We teach them everything that we can that is beneficial and hope for the best.
Yes. And I
And
don't
know
want
that you're
anyone
not
to be
accountable
me.
for their actions.
And I don't want my kids
But
to
you
be
still
me.
love
It
them.
was hard enough being me. I couldn't imagine putting it on anyone else's shoulders or my husband. He doesn't want the kids to be him. We've always just wanted our children to flourish with
I want
what
my
is
son to have
within.
such a better life than I.
Yes.
That's why I
Different
explained to him
choices.
the fucking failures that I've had in my life and how to avoid them.
Yes.
Like with his mom. His mom, one of his major complaints, and here I am talking about her negatively, but it's just as a case in point, and let me stop real quick. So one of the things she does is she says she's going to or wants to spend time with him, but never devotes specific time for him.
Mm-hmm.
That creates a problem with his perception of women as a whole. And I've called him and I've talked to him about this, and he's like, yeah, this is an issue. And I said, here's what you got to do. You got to walk up to her and you got to say, enough is enough.
Mm-hmm.
I deserve time. I deserve what you agreed to give me. Now give me what you agreed to give me.
Those are the best days in a parent's life when your child comes to say, I have a need that's not being fulfilled, and I'm coming to you with that need. Like my kids used to be afraid to do that. I'm like, no, please tell me. If I'm not achieving a goal that is necessary, I do need to know. I need to improve who I am or the ways I'm doing it if I'm not achieving the goal. It got super quiet.
I was digging Danny's feathers.
I think she stepped away for a second.
No, I've been on a chat.
You got two Dannies again. That's so weird.
Danny,
Would
Danny.
would you like to hear? Would you like to hear
a piece of a story?
Yeah.
Sure.
It's
I
not
would love
very.
to, but I do gotta run.
Okay. All
Oh,
right.
okay.
I'll catch you guys
Well, it's
later.
nice
I've
to
got
talk
shit
with
that
you.
I'm ignoring. Yes, it was a pleasure.
Sounds
Have a
good.
great
Have a
one.
good one.
It was a
Peace out.
blessed talk. Thank you, Nubs. Much love.
Glad you will, but ultimately, it's all in you. Honestly, I'm just got a lighter. That's all I got. You're the one that chooses to let it burn or let it go out. That's it.
Hmm.
I'll catch you later. Here, this is the
Have
one
a
that's
great day.
bitching.
Have a wonderful day, little pepperoni.
Yeah. So I don't know if you guys ever heard of The Prophet. It's a book by Kali Garaban or Gerbrand. Anyways, there's this poem inside here, and it says, "And a woman who held a babe against her bosom said, 'Speak to us of children.' And he said, 'Your children are not your children. They are the sons and daughters of life's longing for itself. They come through you, but not from you. And though they are with you, yet they belong not to you. You may give them your love, but not your thoughts, for they have their own thoughts. You may house their bodies, but not their souls, for their souls dwell in the house of tomorrow, which you cannot visit, not even in your dreams. You may strive to be like them, but seek not to make them like you, for life goes not backwards, nor tarries with yesterday. You are the bows from which your children, as living arrows, are sent forth. The archer sees the mark upon the path of the infinite, and he bends you with his mighty, that his arrows may go swiftly and far. Let your bending in the archer's hand be for gladness, for even he loves the arrow that flies, so he loves also the bow that is stable."
That was beautiful.
We have to be flexible, and know and trust that when time is ready to let go, your kids will soar beautifully because of your faith is in the hands of that which would bend you ever so softly but would not let you break.
Yes. And sometimes remember that every day.
Patience is toleration manifesting in your life of compassion and holding grounds for that compassion to show your love through your whole life, which ripples on an effect that comes back to you ever so slowly.
Whoop lady said that was awesome.
That'd be our Danny.
Yeah. It's not my words, but I find them.
I know, but it still resonates. You know?
Yeah. Well, these are the things I think
Yeah, baby.
need to be
Oh,
shared.
overcast.
Like
Stop
there's reasons
playing.
for these connections later in life. There's reasons we didn't meet when we were younger. The time and place for everything we're finding ourselves in is the here and now.
We are the treasures unbounding. We are that.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. A little bit overcast day from earlier.
We have some sun
I
today.
cracked one.
I mean, imagine if we heard such deep words.
On a regular basis, yeah,
Yeah,
that would be totally like we should be, yes, definitely having that in our diet.
Yeah.
yes.
You know, even what looks little to us that we think nothing of, because it's so little, but yet we learn so much from it. Why not share it with others? Who knows what you can manifest and help them manifest in their lives, where an easing comes over the land, and we can have our forests and our rain forests and our trees and our valleys and our meadows where they're benefit for all people, and we don't have to be selfish or harbor resentment or slaughter each other's children, because we know
Hmm.
that that's not what we want.
Right.
Right, absolutely.
I don't remember ever in my life signing a paper where I said it was okay for men to go overseas and slaughter and children to be drafted off and used in fucking child labor and all that shit. I don't ever remember signing a paper that says I'm doing that.
Right.
Please show me the paper. Show me the
Hmm.
work where I signed that shit.
Hmm.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you know what? You got a really valid point. You described something that I was feeling like. I get really tired of this thing that gets shoved down our throat about this system, when in reality, in true day to day reality, it isn't true.
And those people in high society and government and everything, I don't vote. I've never
Hmm.
went to the ballot and said I want you as my fucking president. None of you are qualified. None
Right.
of you. You all have medical conditions that don't do anything for your fucking brain.
Hmm.
This is why people are coming to step forward, because we need to take care of you. You're fucking over. You're done. And this earth is starting to smell like your fucking droopy diapers.
Yeah.
And it needs to be changed, because that's what Mother Nature does.
Hmm.
Get your bubbles.
Because whether you want that change or not, Mother Nature has a way of having it. We see
Before
people.
my father died, I had to go and put on my smock. You want to do it? You want to hold it? Blow it. Good job. Here. Before he died, I had to put on my smock, put my hair up like I always have, go put a name badge on, and tell my dad, I'm not your daughter. She went to work. And tell my dad, I am Danny Delane Cifuentes. I'm here to do your hospice care with all the consideration of a daughter, because I have a father that I love very much. And when I was done saying that to my dad, he let me. He let me change his brief. He let me do my job. No, don't do that. And sometimes we have to act out for our own families.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. Yes.
I act out a lot. Just saying.
It was something I had to get my husband to be able to understand is it's not the nicest thing you have to do, but it is sometimes the necessary thing to do.
That's why I consider myself still healing. Because as long as there's still stuff trying to come at me and I'm not dealing with it properly, I get all up in my fifis, and then I gotta marinate in it, and then 3 or 4 days later, I'm trying to have a peace pipe moment, and nobody's being responsive, and I have no one to blame but myself. So
Right.
I'm here to learn social skills. Sharing is caring. That's my motto.
The real social skills, right? Not the paradigm that we're all taught
Yeah,
to respect.
you're spoken to bullshit,
Hmm.
or to be seen and not heard.
Yes. We all have these phrases from our youth because we're supposed to get in line. Like I was saying earlier, do as you're told, not as you want.
That's why I always say a prayer when I came on because come on. I know I come on a lot, but I do. I say a prayer, and I just hope to put my best self forward,
Yeah.
Hmm.
compassionate to others, like Larry. I used to tell Larry, stop crying. No, now I'm crying with him.
Yeah.
Word. Absolutely. Because we're, like Nubs was saying,
Oh,
if
that's
we're perpetuating the cycle with our own mouth, then we only have our only selves to blame when we're knee deep in the middle of a city and can't figure out how we got there.
Yeah. I always light my incense for everybody.
I was gonna pull my stuff out the other day, but it ended up being a great day, so I didn't need it. But probably maybe, just it's good to have a good smidge.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
And that's what I wasn't doing. Like I was doing it for the longest years and years of my life. 1 minute of distraction, 1 minute of ill preparation, 1 minute of forgetting to put your stronghold up spiritually. And I'm just right, it has such an everlasting effect, and yeah, the moment you realize it should be the moment that you adjust. You don't stand there and stare at it. You should immediately adjust, in my own opinion. You would think by now I'd be the master of adjustment, but I'm not.
Silence is the death of a broadcast.
Oh. What was that?
Silence is the death of a broadcast.
It shouldn't be. It really shouldn't be. We've been taught that dead air is a bad thing, but I think the best times of some conversations I've had with my husband and loved ones and good friends is that moment of silence where you're allowing something else to come in, maybe.
Yeah. I've appreciated all of you guys. This is awesome. Beautiful. Thank you,
Um,
Larry.
and thank you, Danny. Thank you for standing strong
Yeah.
and putting the knowledge out for me to absorb. Because without that, I'd just be absorbing the same shit I have been my whole life, right?
Yeah, but it's not good because you get stagnant. And just you gotta grow. You gotta grow. And sometimes it's okay to grow, even when you're old. You gotta grow. You're growing through, those years where your family needs to adjust. Not you. Your family needs to adjust to your womanly, earthly body as their mother. As you grow older, they need to recognize that and give you honor for that. But thus, you do it for your husband. There's more stability in your children's knowing of those things and how they can help and partake of those things too. Not just you all by yourself. You're a family, not a one
Yeah,
woman show.
exactly. And that's why I do believe in recognizing my own error
Yeah.
and putting the bomb out there for the family, um, so that we could all heal through that. Because it was a family thing. It was a family experience. It was a family kind of trauma, you know? One we endured, but we're still learning from. We didn't grow. Notice I said we didn't grow through it. We're not there yet, but we did endure it. What was that, Linda?
I said, I'm back. My son came home early. We were giving the dog organic treats. Wow.
Glad you're back.
He didn't like him, but my brats loved him. But that's probably because I'm always feeding him.
He likes his mama's cooking, huh?
What are the neighbors?
Oh, the neighbors.
The neighbor brought over,
Ah.
There we go. Neighbor brought these. They're all organic.
Ah, I see. Okay. Wow.
Kids that were raised in my household. The dogs that were raised in my household. It's Frankalicious, the little sausage dog out there. It could be a teeth.
I had to turn my camera off because my doggy's laying next to me with all his junk out in the open. They're not comfortable at all
You
here.
can't see my face because my doggy's privates are all open. Oh, Danny, be Danny. You got 2 devices going?
I do now.
I love it. Okay, so that's what happens when if I got the other one to go, because this one is doing cyborg shit now and then. My roommate heard it and said, "Your phone might need to be cleaned." It sounded serious, like operation time, so that kind of scared me.
Yeah, I noticed it was messing with your mic.
Yeah, and it's doing it inside, outside, on Wi-Fi, off Wi-Fi. And then you guys said that the crackling was happening on the tablet, so I'm
Yeah,
not sure
you
what's
got a
going
tap.
on.
You probably got a pirate tap.
Yeah, they all love me.
What a wonderful technology they introduced the world to.
Right? That's so special. I love it.
It always cracks me up. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, me too. I was working in an office when the internet started becoming a thing in the 90s, late 90s. And it was right when they started looking for data entry clerks so that people could enter information into the computers from the paper files. Man, every time I'd let myself stop and think about the ramifications, that I would chuckle too, like, oh, oh, this is quite a road we're going down as a society, you know.
Mhm.
I couldn't stop it. There's nothing I could do to stop it. Prepare family wise for it. I did do, but sometimes you just left shaking your damn head for how things play out.
Yeah. You
Is that
think
your
I'd pick? Go ahead.
is that your kitty? I was just gonna ask if that was your kitty.
Yeah, she's her own cat. She does what she wants when she wants. She's very verbal, and she's fixed. She's not in heat, y'all. Yeah, that's Miss Kitty.
Miss Kitty sounds like a sweetheart.
Yeah, she's definitely likes to run the show. Or the verbalness is even in the morning when you're sleeping. She's down. It's weird. It's sad when I have to ask her to be quiet, and I'm not always nice about it.
I hear you.
All right. You're going to have to talk, Danny, so I can get rid of the other one.
Danny Bo Danny.
Guess not. Damn it. I hate that when it happens.
I want to say the one on the right is the real Danny, and the one on the left is the copy. But I would wait for her to talk to confirm that.
Will the real Danny please stand up?
Which device is Danny on?
Do, 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 do. Do, do, do,
This
do,
song's being used for entertainment purposes only.
Da-na-na, da-na-na.
do. Just gonna sneak up on
Where's
him.
Moose? I miss his bouncing in and singing to us.
He was in earlier, but
I miss
bounced out, not knowing where he
the
went. He
bounce out. He's on the road. He's rolling down Route 66.
probably
Yeah, major overcast now. No sun be shining on me. So sad.
we got a win today. We got diffused sunlight with the clouds, but there is sunlight.
Did you guys see when I was washing dishes how the light kept freaking? I don't know. I'm sitting there watching you guys. I'm catching my own self in reflection, watching the light like strobe, like a slow
Really?
strobe, and I was interrupting to ask you guys if you could see that, and then I realized it wasn't that damn important at the time because I was like, "What would
Hey,
be?"
I realized the strobe lights that come out of the sun and the moon.
You
There's more.
do too. Okay,
Yeah,
there you go, Larry. Do you see who's talking?
they come out.
There's Danny. Okay, Larry, here's your moment.
Yes. So I'm sitting and I was like, okay, I'm seeing this strobe and I don't know. It's overcast, so yeah. It's good to know someone else sees that
Oh
stuff.
yeah, I've seen it too, and I'm sure you ladies can attest. As soon as you're like seeing it, kind of in like say you're at the store and you kind of look around like, did you see that? Like that's like asking, did you
Yep.
fart?
Absolutely. Who smelt it? I felt
Yeah.
it. I'm fasting today, y'all. Have you noticed we didn't fix anything to eat?
Yeah.
We're doing the liquids. It's all good though. I need it. I was too ornery. I was like, okay, when I get mean like that, I need to fast.
Mm-hmm.
So we're fasting.
When we get
Everybody
mean
had
like
a
that,
hamburger helper last night. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
when we get mean like that, it means our blood sugar is dropped.
No, I can't go craving into chocolate. I need to mandate that shit. My body wants something it shouldn't be asking for. That's a man-made chemical right now that my body doesn't need, and I'm not falling for it. I'm gonna fast my way through it. When I
Yeah.
stop wanting them sweets,
Yeah.
I might break down and buy something just because I overpowered that urge. But then again, I may just stay in my salty. I'm a salty sweet. I'm
I
into
am
the.
too. I love salty stuff better
I
than
thought
sweet.
that might be that copper thing with me. But
Mhm.
again, I love my baking. I love them bakery
That's what it
pastries.
is, Linda, is I'm not in a full kitchen. I'm not doing my typical baking, so we're not getting that consistent, healthy,
Don't feel bad.
natural.
Maybe it's a good thing. I had 2 fails yesterday. I made biscuits twice yesterday and they failed. I'm like, you know what? It's the
Yay.
humidity. It's
Yeah.
not me. It's whatever
Humidity will kill it.
frequency. Yep, they were dense. I had everything. I've been making that recipe.
When
I
it's
can make
like
that
that,
recipe.
you just have to add more flour, a little more baking
I
powder.
was so flustered. So the chicken's bonused out of it. The chickens get it, but still, I used my last bit of lard rendering, and I was just like, I would have liked to enjoyed that, but it
Right.
happens. So I'm gonna go back. That was the lard. You instantly cook it. I'm gonna go back to the yeast, my yeast breads, because I enjoy those more. I like the kneading and
Yes, yes,
my
I
sweet
hear that.
rolls.
Yes,
I love my sweet rolls.
You need a boob.
yes, I prefer that over the other way. That's why I was hesitant to do any sourdough because I really don't.
And if I fast and I make my bread while I'm fasting, that works because the yeast needs that time to build. If
Yes,
I just keep with the lemon water, well, my coffee. I know you don't think no one should live on coffee alone, but I'm prime evidence of it. And if I do need a little sugar, we slide into the Dr. Pepper. But I don't know. I'm owning it.
I slide into a can of iced tea every now and then, or a cream soda.
I was
I'm
raised on
just as
Texas tea.
guilty.
There's no
Once in
sweeter
a
tea than that.
while, once in a while, I like a really good root beer, but that's about it.
Which one? Or does it matter?
I like that. What is it? Ugh, it starts or Henry Weinhardt. They have a good one.
Ooh.
Yeah. Or that or ginger beer. I love ginger beer.
Ginger beer. A lot of people are turned off with that. And when I was bartending, and
Oh,
I was like,
Didn't
if
they
you
used to make like a sarsaparilla soda or something like that?
yeah, my grandma used to make those when we were kids all the time.
you can get those here really good. I really enjoy I can't think of the name of the soda brand, but yeah, we can get those here.
I
I'll get
remember
them.
that from my youth. Like some of them older original ideas were more on point than this make for cheap and sell for high dollar kind of bullcrap we live with.
Right.
We have a pizzeria here that just come in, and being from New York, I kind of know about pizza and what I grew up in the 70s and 80s with, and I haven't tasted that since until this pizzeria came. And I even said to him, I went back, I'm like, I have to ask the cook a question. I really do. And the manager was, okay, sure. What's the question? It's for here from the East Coast. And the manager kind of chuckled, like, as a matter of fact, he is. Yeah, I could taste it in that pizza. But that old school soda they served along with it made
Oh,
it almost
huge.
like a melancholy memory.
Nice.
Delicious, expensive as hell. Not something we dive into often, you know.
But
Depends. But
yeah,
we try not to deny ourselves. We have had to work at reminding ourselves that the job we're doing out here and the sacrifice we make in certain areas shouldn't be a sacrifice in our whole life.
right.
So, we would go indulge or like we went on vacation not once that year,
Watch out.
2022, no, 2021, but we actually went back up to the same spot a few weeks later and then went fishing again a few weeks later from that. So, we're trying to remind ourselves that just because we're here for a job doesn't mean it's a 24-hour job, 7 days a week. You know what I'm saying? No fun in the sun kind of thing.
Yeah. A couple of the people that chime in on Ian's channel, I overheard them say that they're masking something so we can't see it. Your y'all's view on that was. Do you think that's a possibility, or is that just something else to make you think about?
Well,
It's
here's the thing. Supposedly, you already have nanotechnology in your body, and supposedly it's synthetically syncing with your brain, and they can manipulate you and talk to you inside your head and convince you you're fucking crazy. What do you think about that? So here's the thing. I've experienced personally in my life
this fucking huge thing come out of the sky. But if you aren't looking at the sun and the clouds in just the right way, you would never know that it was sitting there forever. You would think it was part of the sky. You wouldn't even know. You couldn't even see the creasing or the lines or the rippling of the translucent effect it's having on you. But yet it's there. All right. This thing shoots out a plasma ball at me. And I lay there in the grass because I was like in shock that I saw this thing. I was in shock that this thing tried to hit me, and then I hear in my head, "Oh fuck, she sees us," and then it disappears like instantly, and I'm still laying on the ground because I can't get up. And my son comes walking out back, and my mom's watering in the front yard, and he's like, "Hey mom," he's like, "Oh, I don't want to bother you. You're suntanning." And when I was finally allowed to speak, I'm still laying on the floor, and I'm like, "Dalian." I'm like, "Please help me." And he's like, "Mom, what?" I go, "I'm not suntanning. I can't get up, dude." So my son carries me into the house. You know?
Yeah.
You cannot tell me that shit. I didn't see that. You can't tell me it didn't happen.
Yeah.
Nobody's experienced that but me, but I've heard other stories. I don't know if they're true. But I know what's happening to me. I know that in my living room, one fucking summer night, that these orbs came all over my body and were like sucking things out of my body and like doing this healing thing on my body because I made a medicine reel all around my body. And I've had telepathic experiences with my older boy, and we were both in drop mouth mode because we couldn't hear each other, our thoughts. And that's because I was doing your therapy for the first time. And when my sons would get sick, I'd ask them to please drink it. Please trust me. And they did. And this is the connection I had with my sons. Do they choose to do it anymore? I don't know. But at least we know that much.
Right. It was there when they needed it.
Yeah.
Linda, to answer your question, I heard that last night as well, and I do believe there's a shit ton of mask wearing.
Yeah.
Shit ton. They got mask upon mask sometimes. Sometimes they're taking their mask off thinking they're seeing the real face and they gotta take that mask off. So I think there's definitely something big at play.
I know.
So we're all feeling it. That was my point.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And if you're listening last night, I don't know if you heard other people say it or
Late. I fell asleep to y'all's talking. I don't think I went out about 10:30, almost 11. Y'all's are still going.
have you ever listened to Scott Severini?
What was that?
Have you ever listened to Scott Severini?
Yeah.
Okay, so you've heard it from him as well. And what he has said is, I just want it to come. I've been feeling it coming for a long time. I heard that last night. I've heard it in other channels.
Yeah.
And like one of the discussions last night was about, do you think the people who are like us with open mind, heart, and soul are higher or lower than 3% of the current population?
Well, I'll tell you what.
I don't do math.
I'm supposedly 1% of my blood type's population. And the thing about it is I would like to meet somebody other than my sister that knows what I'm talking about, because I know it's happening to our blood types. I know it is.
Mm-hmm.
I know it is. And I
Because someone was
want
saying
people
last
forward. I want people to come forward because it's
It's not
Yes.
a bad thing. People have created this notion that we're here to cause harm or something to this earth. No, we're here to create what
Yes.
you've been all asking for the longest fucking time, and we're just tired. We're just wondering if you're tired. Are you tired of it? Are you done
Right.
now?
And some people come at you like Christopher did last night. I don't know why we're all feeling the same thing. I don't know when things are going to happen. I don't know, the who's and the where's and the whatnot. But I know I'm meant to be there. And this is why I think conversations like this, free flowing conversations where your mind, body, and spirit are all included, are so very important.
I'm just curious, how much weight are we gonna put on it? I mean, I don't know. I'm aware of it.
That's the thing that people always want to do is put weight on it. You're gonna
Thank,
Mhm.
put weight on. You're gonna put weight on a human heart and match it with the feather,
thank you.
right?
It's like someone contemplating leaving a relationship and saying, "Well, how do I know another person's going to be there again?"
The thing about it is you can't know that unless
Yeah,
you know
Exactly.
that you're gonna be there. How are you taking care of your body to be there?
you making sure you're gonna be there. Like me, I quit smoking, y'all. I don't know if you noticed, I didn't have a cigarette in my hand today. I'm
Rock on, Linda.
That's
yeah,
good for you. The thing about it is I was told of my ancestry, so that's why I use it. Because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for tobacco. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for cannabis. So
yes.
I do it lightly, but
I need,
I
go
do
ahead.
it because the thing about it is every fucking medication they've ever put me on, I've had severe reactions to it, to the point
Hmm.
that it messed with my immunity. And so I have imbalances in my immunity. And if I don't go at it slowly, a little at a time, that's when the blackouts and the fainting and the vomiting start coming.
Yes.
And I can't live like that. So that's why I do cannabis. And I've had people, tell me the nastiest, dirtiest things and how disgusting I am and how,
Oh,
you know, what a cheap bitch. And it's like, you can keep saying whatever you want to fucking say. Keep saying it. Keep doing it.
Hmm.
Keep doing it. And you're going to find out. You're going to find out. Because if you take cannabis or tobacco and your son or child has an earache, you blow it into the air and you let it sit. And then you get crushed garlic and a little bit of olive oil, heat it up, and you pour it into their ear. All that nasty shit is going to come draining out their ear. You can use breast milk and do the same thing. I've done this to cure pink eye in my children and to cure other things, their earaches. And it helps tremendously because I believe in the words of my mother when she says, "You are the garden. You are the garden of your family.
Hmm.
You
Yes.
are you are the caretaker." And so you become that within yourself alchemically, and you're able to use that and benefit everybody, but a little at a time. And these
Right.
are the things you need to know about your partner. Can your partner stand your little at a time? Or
Hmm.
because you ain't gonna get fucking perfection just like that.
Right. Well, that's right there is what causes people to give up so quickly. They have this unreal expectation of what a relationship is, and as soon as it's not matched, they give it up instead of putting work into it. We didn't get to 20 years by leapfrogging over the events that made us uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering. It says we got 4 people in chat. Is anybody gonna let us know who they are?
Who are you? Want to give a hi, howdy do, or something?
A
or
nephew, something. Yeah, damn it.
you're gonna be
Tell
a
me to F
voyeur at
off.
the window just looking in. But we do live in a listen, when I started learning these big ass words and learning shit in college and I learned what voyeur meant, I was like, oh, now I get who those people are.
We got Patrick still in the chat, it looks like.
Yeah. I read the book
Patrick,
on the Tao and the Art
what's
of
that,
War.
Danny?
I read the book of Art of War,
Mm.
and I did studies in the Manchakti for the male and female universal bodies connecting. So it's profound. It's been profound, and it's one of the reasons that I've drawn people to my YouTube page and into my life with a lot of things, and I appreciate it. I appreciate each and every one of you, whether you have something beautiful to say, nasty to say, critical to say. I could appreciate all of it at the same time, but it's
Mm-hmm.
not gonna get at me. It's not
Right.
gonna get at me with the negativity bullshit. It's not worth it for me.
Yeah.
You know?
And that's where we all need to be. And instead of absorbing what we should be observing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And I'm just as guilty. I stayed observing too long and started absorbing until I kicked my own ass and said, "What are you doing?" Wrong way to observe, right?
Yeah. When you're observing, you release and let go of all feelings that you've ever thought in your whole life. You just let it go and you just listen and observe it. And you're like,
Mm-hmm.
wow, you learned some shit. You know?
Yes. Especially when the ego is not standing there blocking your way.
Right.
Because damn, that ego is a bitch sometimes.
Yeah.
And we all struggle with it.
Yeah. What do you got there, Linda? Is
What
this?
is that, Linda? Is
Yeah,
that your
what's.
mint?
I don't have my glasses, so I can't see the fine details.
I have glasses and still can't see the fine details. I'm getting old.
Is
No,
that
I'm just kidding.
cilantro?
It almost looks like basil.
No, it looks like cilantro or Italian parsley. I don't know though.
I'm sure her hands really smell like it.
Right. Good.
Linda, come back. Tell us what plant that is.
Can't hear you, Linda.
No, we can't. Something happened. We absolutely cannot hear you now.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're not muted either.
No, you're not muted.
Put our pictures back on, Larry, so we can tell her
Nothing
we
there.
can't hear you.
Nothing there, no sound.
Yeah.
Nope, no sound.
We can hear you. Oh, did she go up? That's funny.
Yeah, she probably just got to pop back in again, reset that crap.
Those were beautiful, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when I see such greenery, I remind myself I live in a different area. Like eventually I'll be able to have that. But that's a walk I want to walk and not run because I don't want to miss stuff. There she is. So what was that, Linda?
Like I was trying to say, I don't know what the name of it is. It has little, very, very micro little purple flowers, but it comes in abundance. The sweet lady who owned the house prior to me grew
Mm-hmm.
everything under the sun, and I let it grow. You know, that's the only thing I planted.
I'm sure it has healing benefits of some
I know my turtles like it, so.
Aww.
It doesn't have any. I don't know. Maybe it is a parsley.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a parsley. Like it might
Parsley
be
would have more of a
like our
neutral
Italian. They have
smell.
different blends. They have Italian and American parsleys. Yeah.
Are
Oh,
we
look
supposed
at
to
how big
notice
that
by
is.
the leaves?
Hey, that
Yeah, it's
does.
the bigger one. Maybe it's the Italian one. They seem to be a little larger than the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can
So
make
yeah,
fresh pasta, capellini pomodoro.
yeah, I don't want to give them too much. Yeah, I don't give them too much, and then I just did the lawn work, so we're just going in and taking a little snip of this and a little snip of that.
There you go.
Yeah, until I can get them some romaine lettuce, the good stuff I feed them, or until they're mulberry, till
That's the
they're
one
mulberry.
thing, right? That's the one thing I love about summer is the garden salads. Oh my god, love it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we're out here pruning for the turtles that just woke up. I'm just like ecstatic for him.
Are
Ow,
they just in your yard, your turtles?
no, my turtles were in my room. We came
Oh,
out. I was showing him earlier. I don't think he showed up on the thing, I guess. So
You
that
have
should be
5 or
enough.
6, Linda. I didn't get to count.
I have 5. Oh, here's some with the flowers open.
Little ones that like 9.
Can you see that, Danny? Ooh, hello, Mr. Bees.
Oh my
Napoleon.
goodness.
Wait, 1 moment.
Yeah, it has really cool, long little purple flowers on there.
Nice.
So we'll go back in the house since I'm on Wi-Fi. Blah, blah, blah. But yeah, this is the front. I like my greenery. And then I
That's where
have
I'm
my
gonna have a container garden is when the house is finally
That's
set
awesome.
and I can put big containers in place.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
I have a few in here that I need to thin out when the shamrocks give up, but they don't.
Do
They're
you
not.
eat your Napoles?
Yeah,
Good.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
really good fried up with like
Haven't.
onions.
Yeah, it's. I haven't in a while. A friend
Yeah.
of mine who usually makes it. Um, we're kind of at rusty ends right now, so haven't had it as much.
Oh, those look like they smell good.
My bees and my hummingbirds and butterflies just like there's the bees
Yeah.
and the birds and the bees. But yeah, I like to grow food. Sorry, that was too low. Grow food for my critters, but also like cacti.
Yeah,
I
my mom loves cactus too.
don't know if y'all
Mhm.
saw the babies out here.
And
Out
aloe.
here, give you a ground view of my cacti.
Oh, look at that. Wow.
Wow. I
Hairy old man
love those.
right here.
That's pretty.
My hairy old man.
Oh,
And then my
yeah.
prickly hair.
Nice.
And then this poor thing, it just doesn't want to give up. So
Mm.
I have a healthier one over
We have
there.
prickly pear here, but it's more prickly than it is pear.
This broke off the top. Somebody brought it to me, and I nursed it, so it grew another arm. I don't know if you could see the skeletons there and the new arm. This is my
That's
centerpiece
awesome.
of my yard. Look at this one. This is how much water we got, y'all. Look at this. Look how he blew up.
Wow.
Look how fat these guys are. Yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm trying to see who else we got. But yeah, I have quite a quite a few of them. Anytime they prune, I go get in there and get into it. So yeah. Hopefully y'all enjoyed that. Oh,
We
here's
did.
more
I did.
purples and my holly berries, and hopefully oh hopefully this guy will come in pretty good. Yeah. We're gonna go feed that turtle.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so we have a few little babies in here. But the spiders like to come in here and mess with my world. I've had this for 36 years. This plant, this exact plant.
Wow, no kidding.
Yeah, I need a trimmer. But yeah, it's amazing how they stick around, huh?
Yeah. Wow.
In the house.
That's so cool.
Thank you.
Well, you guys, I've been here almost 6.5 hours. I got stuff I need to do, so I'm gonna have to shut this down here pretty soon.
He's pulled the
Thank
whole
you, Larry. It's
right
been
on.
a
Well, thank you very
pleasure.
much again.
You guys have a beautiful day. The rest of your day.
You
Enjoy.
too.
Thank you.
Bye,
You
y'all.
too. Love and
Mwah.
peace to you
Thank you for
guys.
coming in the coffee house one more time. I love you guys. Good session we
Bye.
had again.
Bye bye.